to the sound of the tuba. To the sound of the tuba.
us, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't. Trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
Elohim, you home? Can't you come over?
Ayy, I know my way to the paper. All of my women look tailored. It costs a few thousand, it's tailored. Can't drop a dime to save a wall. I'm in the room with the bosses. All of our pockets look gorgeous, ayy. You'll see the boys of the Forbes, ayy. Constantly plotting, we want this, ayy. I need my bag and clips extended, ayy. Blast you haters to fragments, ayy. Got no time for the cameras, cause I might just pull the extension, ayy. Young, back to the basics. Get in that bag on occasion. She top it until she get brainless, hey. Damn it, I love to be famous. Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack as the water, my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most. Yeah.
Ayy, I got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing else to prove. I see they all tryna shoot. Ashamed though, cause I'm bulletproof. Can't touch me, I'm up on the roof. I'm catching bodies, hiding all the proof. I make them disappear like poof. Just like that, you're gone for good. Little baby say she wants the wood. Man, I'm so misunderstood. Done playing games, we want the goods. Really did start from the bottom. Those moments can't be forgotten. And they been trying to see how I got it. Just know it ain't the least I bought it. I bought it.
Ayy, I'm in my bag, I don't have to brag, no. Ayy, she's watching me stack as the water, my cap and fold. Ayy, if I spend it all, it's just cause I'm racking more. Ayy, you so 10 in a back, you know I'm not capping, bro. Whoa, moving too fast, you probably thought it's a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, been doing the most. Whoa, moving too fast, yeah, I just hopped in a ghost. Whoa, stack it up, I've been doing the most.
A second night an hour ago, so why am I still awake? I've said I love you so many times, but the meaning is starting to fade. You and I are past past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. The feeling just can't seem to go away. 'Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your graceful touch. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. And I'm here trying to think of you with somebody else. But that creeping thought is slowly helping me hate myself. No, you and I are past our prime, but I don't wanna let go today. So I'll put on a smile, push feelings aside, bite my tongue and pretend we're okay. But the feeling just can't seem to go away. 'Cause I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. I'm overwhelmed by the smell of your graceful touch. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. Too in love with love to let go, yeah. My mind and my heart tear each other apart when they're supposed to work together. No, I'm too in love with love to let go, yeah.
Been a long way since day one. I came to hit but never run. I would take on anyone. I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. It's my I got a feeling that it's just begun. Hello, can you hear me? I think I'm still alive. High up in the clouds and I'm never gonna come back, never gonna come back down. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your best friend could go and develop a new twerk scene. Got the army with me like Xerxes. Army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. Understand you can't hurt me. I got the army with me like Xerxes. Understand you can't hurt me. I got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like a twerk team. Run straight to my yard and have her up in my bed. Yup, 20 minutes I'm dead. I tell her okay, leave. No Snapchat or back chat, please. What color is your backpack? Yep, green. Tell your boyfriend he's a whack twat G. Shake it. Xerxes, understand you can't hurt me. Got a couple dickies chilling in my room who be shaking it like a twerk team. Ladies, show me where them curves be. Curious, I'm not pervy. Honestly, you and your bestie could go and develop a new twerk scene like.
Call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Follow me around, got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL One DPC Eastern Europe is brought to you by Intel and DHL.
Hi all, I'm Let's Wanna Fly, Andriy Bodorenko. I'm playing position 5 for Team Navi.
Hey, my nickname is Yamich. I'm the position 4 player of Strike team, and that's all.
Hello, I'm Safe, and I'm playing position 4 for VP.
Hello everyone, my name is Yaroslav, nickname is Viboshka, I'm 23 years old.
My nickname is G, I'm playing for Team Extremum, position 5.
Hello guys, I'm Soneka from AS Monaco.
And I'm playing for Dota 2 professional like for 4 years. Also, I'm playing for Team Spirit right now.
Hello guys, I'm Dukalis. I'm playing on position 5 for Team PacChamp.
Hi everyone, my nickname is Ghostic. I'm playing for Team Unique for an offlane.
Oh, they break out of the ward. Oh, and now they're going to be the ones to be able to get the jump here. Unique. Nefrit will put the BKB. He's going to drop the Chrono down onto the Viper. See if they've got enough damage. The kisses are coming in. FN will fall.
What happened there? Did he just like get double forced
I
up?
think someone tried to force him in at the same time. He also was getting forced back out. That's 2 for 2 here. Try and turn towards Palantimos, but the sun's out. We've got the lockdown, the Hex to follow up as well. Void taking heavy damage, he's gone. It's another kill for Palantimos, triple kill.
You know,
yeah, Geese, get the team onto the next objective.
Top lane. They have flare vision of him here.
Oh, and Ghostic.
Oh, this is an escape chronosphere.
I mean, I don't think he's escaping. I mean, that was an escape chronosphere. Oh, maybe it was. Oh, it was. He actually makes it out. All right, Nefrit. He does get away.
We got a doubter here on the desk.
I didn't believe there was going to be an escape part to the escape chronosphere, but there was. He's out, and I'll tell you what, it works out perfectly. 3 dead. Chashmo, he's in. Are they going to be able to get the steal here? Extreme, they're in with the duel. There's going to be the zip 4 from FN. Die gets the Roche kill. Who's going to be able to pick up the Aegis? FN! He's able to take them both. As he zips in, gets the kill, gets the Aegis. He will subsequently lose it, but they've lost Jashlo, they've lost Nefrit, they'll lose Melody, they've lost all 3 cores, and it's going to be a whole team. The whole team taken out.
We've talked in the past how the Eastern European DPC is a chance for many of these older players to finally get some sort of peak in their career, but there are some young guns in the mix as well, and we're going to see some of those young guns playing out today. Windstrike and many of their players, including PacChamp as well, they actually, with the DPC, have made the most money they've ever made so far in their career, giving them a true path to being able to be a top-tier professional. It's an exciting time for many young Dota players, and I think we're going to be able to see some great matches today. It's all here at ESL One, powered by Intel.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
The topic of the day is going to be carries. Who do you choose when you need to be able to get that guaranteed win towards the late game? Who's going to be the one who anchors the victory for you? And of course, on this panel, the true carries are, of course, the analysts, who I've got Kyle and Odie Pixel, who are going to be joining me this morning. Come on down. What's happening here?
Okay, thank you. Very, very polite of you, Kyle. Yeah. Good morning, Cal.
Good morning.
He's the carry on the support.
Well, good afternoon, actually, isn't it? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah, some people are watching this morning, right? Why didn't you want to go first, Kyle?
I just wanted to be polite. What?
Okay. All right, fine.
I don't like when people walk behind me.
That is a very weird... I feel like that's very arbitrary.
Yeah, I just made it up.
Yeah.
But still, if I had a choice... It's funny, we actually used to argue, because I got 4 younger brothers.
Yeah,
My cousin is the oldest of 5 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go like hiking as like all of us. And I would convince him that it was actually even more important that we had him guarding the back of our line so that I could be at the front. It was really silly, but yeah.
What sort of lies did you tell him that told him the back of the line was really important? Was he protecting you against bears or something?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Any sort of predators, like if they came up behind us and we had, like left the younger kids back there, like they'd not know what to do. We needed him.
You're the kind of guy that would have told his brother that he was controlling Tails when you were playing Sonic.
With an unplugged controller, yeah.
It was even worse. It's part of why I'm terrible with directions, because I would play, I remember, was it Banjo-Tooie, Banjo-Kazooie, whatever was on the N64. Awesome game, super underrated.
Yeah.
But my brother...
What do you mean underrated? That's like one of the classics.
I would play adventure mode. My brother would be the navigator. Tell me where to go, because I was playing... Oh.
Navigator, very important role.
It was. I had no sense.
Gotta study the map.
Yeah, I deliberately kept myself ignorant so that his role would be important, because I am a team player.
Yeah, you are a team player. That's right, Kyle. And one of the things we are going to be talking about today is carries. So as a team player, we've seen a lot of different carries being picked up in the Eastern European DPC. The meta has pretty much been lifestealers, PAs, those sort of heroes. Is that true for across all other regions?
No, it's not true across all regions, Cap. If you do not mind coming with me.
Okay, we're heading over there already. Kyle's got a segment for us.
Hopefully Fog's is paying attention and has already hit spacebar. No, yeah. Okay, hey. All right, you guys I think they're all working, so just don't say anything. I know it's hard, but relax. Anyway, Southeast Asia, Dota 2, Upper Division, Medusa, 6 matches, all wins, a near 19 KDA. Absolutely crushing it. This hero even gets first 2'd at times. I don't even think we've seen it in Europe, whether West or East, and that'll lead into a conversation we have about carries momentarily, because there's a totally different vibe for how these teams in Southeast Asia play. No Battle Furies to be spoken of. We want to check out the standings. As expected, TNC Predator remains on top. They are 4-1. The rest is all about a muddle in the middle, much like China, where we currently have 4-0, a bunch of 2-2s, and a 0-4. Lilgun pretty much eliminated, Omega Esports as well, but T1, OB Neon, Execration, and Fnatic, specifically Fnatic, with a ton of games to play, and only 3 spots, a main stage, a group stage, and a wild card in play. We want to check out the remaining. The key here is, if you look at Fnatic, the game against Lilgun, let's consider that a win. That put them to 3-1, but they still have to play T1, Neon, and TNC. TNC's one loss was to T1. T1 still has to play Execration, Fnatic, and OB Esports Neon. So we go back here, you'll notice all these teams, they're all playing each other. So realistically, Boom Esports probably done for. They could get some help if you get one of those trio of like 1-1-1-1 across the board. But TNC pretty much in for sure, because they've already they rather have not played Lilgun yet. So we can assume they're 5-1. They at worst will be 5-2. So main point, there's going to be tiebreakers and all sorts of craziness, and a lot will probably be decided in this final week. Fnatic versus TNC, OB Esports Neon versus T1. It is quite likely that this series will be must-win for Fnatic, and this series will be must-win for whoever wins it if they want to have a chance to play at the major and possibly, hopefully, qualify to TI on DPC points alone. Anyway, let's go back to the panel. wanted to talk to you about carries. I think Cap, that was your main point. Been talking with Brian about this. In Europe, we just see Battle Furies.
Yeah.
In Asia, Diffusal Blade. All the time.
Is that, I mean, that says to me you're playing a more active game, right? Diffusal Blade versus Battle Fury. Battle Fury is clearly a farming item. Diffusal Blade's a fighting item. So is that like reflected in the meta of the Asia DPC?
I would say yes. I mean, Manta as well, more of a priority. I didn't bring it up, but Luna, not quite the same win rate, but does get picked quite a lot. And it's a lot more about these tempo carries and team fighting. Diffusal Blade, I think the big change was that the mana burn now does 100% damage. Pretty significant. Ursas pick it up. Trolls pick it up. It just hasn't made it, west yet.
Do you feel like this is a reaction to what happened at the Major? Because part of the problem at the Major for Europe was that they were playing too fast, right? They weren't trying to secure enough of the mid to late game, and they were just running around trying to kill things, and all the other regions were like, all right, we'll just keep our distance for a while, and we're going to be good. Do you feel like this is maybe an overcorrection?
I mean, perhaps. I think, well, we're not seeing everyone buy Battle Fury in Europe. Like, Battle Fury in general is still falling out of favor in Europe. We're seeing those sort of carries maybe, sway more towards the Yasha rush into the BKB or, getting a Maelstrom along the way. I think sort of talking with Fogged as well, it's just this feeling that Battle Fury it feels like it's just a bit of a bad item. I think the only sort of carry that you really want to seriously consider it on is like PA, and if you dare play it, anti-mage. But if you're playing anti-mage, you're probably losing regardless what the build is.
Yeah.
So Battle Fury is still there very much for the PAs, but the other heroes. And to answer your question in the way that it sort of differs from the rest of the world and how it compares to what Europe was doing at the Major, yeah, I mean, maybe so. I think with how much is on the line, Europe as a region and Eastern Europe as well, with the fact that these teams, they turned up at the Major, results weren't great. Everyone's going to be kind of looking at each other and be like, oh, well, what were we doing that was so horribly wrong? What were we doing that just didn't match well against the rest of the world? They're looking for something different. I think they're getting there, but I'm still a little concerned from what we've seen in both of these leagues if they're actually going to be able to match some of these regions in time for the upcoming match.
Yeah, because speaking specifically about the one we're covering today in Eastern Europe, everyone's so goddamn slow. Yesterday, I was like, Brian volunteered to cast the third, but it was good for me because I was falling asleep. It's 7-4. It's 30 minutes into the game almost. So what the hell is happening? And this just would not fly in Asia at all, whether it's Southeast or China. And it just kind of boggles my mind. I think it's a big part of the problem, and we'll talk about them later, but Navi, they're playing just excruciatingly slowly. It's like they've got 3 carries. Ramses, one of the most aggressive carry players in the world, is now off lane playing Broodmother and Underlord. That can't be good.
I mean, I think with Navi, it's going to be a little more understandable because they made a roster change, right? I feel like if you're making a change with a player, it's very hard to get straight in and be like, right, we're going to make this call, this move, minute after minute, straight from the beginning. There is going to be a bit more of the game where you're going to need to spend that time kind of letting the players do their own thing because you're not going to have that synergy that's going to need a lot of time to build up. And of course, we're getting to the point of the league now where if Navi's not found that magic here, they lose another series. They're probably already they're struggling to fight for that top 2 spot. Yeah. Another loss, and they're probably out the top 2.
And let's be real, looking at the international competition, I don't think we can look at this region and say that it's a top tier global. Is it even top 3, top 4, right? I mean, I'm watching South America. Yeah, you can argue that SA, NA are not as deep, but the top teams that will actually be at the Major are top tier. And realistically, you need to go to the Major and do well. Sure. That was tough for Team Secret, let alone Navi.
I think for Western Europe, you can still safely say that VP, you can expect them to do well. I think the circumstances for the previous Major and the reason why they did underperform are completely understandable. Not knowing if your carry is going to be able to go, having to prepare with a different carry, and then last minute going back, and you've just you've lost that whole run up to the Major, that preparation time that of course every other team has been able to utilize perfectly. So I think VP's reason for not doing as well last Major is completely understandable. I'd still put them as a team that would absolutely fight for at least the top 4 in an international playing stage.
It sounds to me, Kyle, like you really hold the Major and the way things went down there to, like, you actually fully believe that Western Europe is perhaps the 4th or 5th or 6th best region?
No, Eastern Europe.
Oh,
Western
just Eastern
Europe's
Europe.
number 1, babe.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. So Eastern Europe, so we're mostly looking at those second and third best teams, which AS Monaco Gambit, they're already on their way down, potentially to be replaced by Team Spirit. So maybe that's a good show revitalization of this region.
Yeah, that's the thing. The thing about Western Europe is that it's just the most, it's the deepest region. So yeah, maybe we had some underperformance in the major, but realistically, you know, the 3, 4, 5 teams are going to be like Liquid, OG, and Nigma. And straight up, I would take, like, if you put Nigma in NA, in SA, in Eastern Europe, they're competing for a top 2 spot. Like, they're in the conversation. They're holding their own against the EGs and the Quincy's and Beast Coasts and Thunder Predators. Also, if you brought those teams and you brought them to Europe, I think they'd also be very competitive. It's just that, you know, they're in NA. Like, I don't even... Cap, I challenge you. Other than EG, Quincy Crew, Undying, name 3 teams in the upper division of North America.
4 Zoomers, Black and Yellow. I know lower division teams more than upper division
Really?
teams, surprisingly. Sad Boys. There you go. That's
Sure.
3.
Okay, what are the other 2, Owen?
There isn't. Maybe.
There's the 2 teams that are going to be eliminated.
Yeah, I just already forgot about those. They're going down.
Well, it's the promoted team. So that would be Lil Nick's team, Dog Champ, and then the other one would be...
the Cut.
Or, excuse me, the Cut. And then your brother's former team,
which is also
Simply 2 Base.
That's good job. Look at you,
There
Cap.
go.
Yeah, none of those.
Dog Champ,
Yeah,
the Cut.
I would
They were like kind of the same roster.
Like,
to me.
I know people beat up on OG, but like I'd love to see some of those teams come and try and see how those matches play out.
Yeah.
But anyway, focusing on Eastern Europe, who knows, man?
Okay. I mean, so ultimately, though, we can agree that maybe some of the teams from last season are maybe not fit to represent the region, but we do have new blood coming in, right? Team Spirit is on a hot streak. We actually have Windstrike, who's making a really good show for themselves so far. If they get another win today, then they're actually looking very pretty, potentially major slot there as well. And Puck Champ has been maybe a little disappointing, but has still held their own against some of the other teams.
This first match is basically, are you going to the major or not? Do you have a chance? Because they're both 2-2, and it's kind of must win for both squads. Though I'm pretty sure Windstrike, maybe they have a big organization behind them, but a lot less pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because if Navi lose this series, I mean, mathematically they can still make it to the top, but you're then relying on Spirit and VP
you have to go
lose
the 4-3
games.
tiebreakers, right?
Because they're just these teams aren't going to drop series. I don't think VP at least is not going to drop any series.
If they made it to the wild card, there's a chance, they progress, but it's just so hard to get points at the major when you start there. Like poor Liquid.
So many games, yeah.
Play like 25 games, they walk away with literally nothing. Literally nothing.
That was a rough one, and that's why it's all important for you to be able to get in those top 2 slots, preferably even that top slot, and head automatically to the playoffs. Now, we have been stalling up a little bit, and that is because the lower division match is still going on. We got a game 3, but of course, we're on the precipice of actually talking about Navi and Windstrike, and we want to save that for the pregame panel. So we are going to go to a break. It's going to be a longer break. We'll go ahead and put the stream up there, and so you guys can watch the lower division game finish up, and then once that is done, we'll be back. We'll do the pregame panel and finally get into the first match of the day, Navi versus Windstrike.
Will fall. Hellraisers they got forced to buy back and they lost 2 support, so it's still a win for Nemiga, but that could have been much worse for them. Kuman almost dying to a lucky batch with Heritage.
Yeah, so many things to point out in that fight. I don't even know where to start. Anchored with a beautiful initiation there. As you said, he's more of the wild one, the wild card. You don't really know what's going to happen with him. We'll cut her here, and we'll take another look at that one. Keep your eyes on Zayats as well this game. They actually doubles dust for him because they think they missed him on the first one, but his position is just too damn good. He's just hiding out by those trees. Damn tree and protector players. They know all the pockets. They know all the nooks and crannies. As Monkey Server would say, know your trees. Zayats definitely knew theirs. He was super annoying in the fight, but look at Rezo getting just soloed. They actually, I think that's his Yule Scepter, but then Hellscream made a weird decision to use him again. I'm not really sure why.
That was odd. I agree. I thought he was setting up for the Bramble Maze, but instead he got some of the healing back, right?
Yeah.
Which was not what they were looking for, certainly. False Promise was clutch, by the way, towards the end. Lifestealer almost beat the Ursa down. And then Aincrad was like, alright, maybe this is a bit too much of a daredevil. You completely forgot that Lifestealer was healing inside the creep, right? And he could just go back for round 2.
Yeah, and
still impressive, I would say, though, by particularly Kuman, actually. Holding his own against the Ursa is already respectable. Hasn't a Basher yet. Once he gets that matchup becomes much easier. Also going for AC to mitigate Ursa's damage. Whereas Kiritich needs to have that shard to get the constant enrages.
Yeah. Lifestealer, he's going to be pretty tough to kill here, even without the Basher, because he's got the Hyperstone. Looks like he's actually gotten that before even the Plate Mail versus the Ursa. I feel like he doesn't need the armor, would rather have the lifesteal here with the Feast. And we'll see how that one works out as there's a smoke play out from Namiga. Looking to wrap around. We have all the ultis up, though, for the Hellraisers. As Namiga, they are going to smoke on smoke. Lil's going to be the target, but he gets the blink out just in the nick of time. Now being going to be active for Kiritich as they want to try and pop Rezo, but he's immune thanks to the Yule Scepter. Oh, my goodness, the damage on the Chosen One. He's already down for the count. As Aincrad rolling around, though, in the pinball zone. He's playing Space Cadet 2, and Rezo is down for the count. Willow up in the Yule Scepter is going to be left behind here. Ice Wall and Nature's Grasp leaves her moving absolutely nowhere, as it looks like Aincrad still managing to pick off Lil. He did have to go down to the low ground. Oh my goodness, though. With the Manta style, Kiritich is able to turn with the first hit bash, and Namiga, they get 4.
I think Kuman there did overextend a bit towards the end, right, with the Infest. Like, he used the Infest relatively early within that fight, and then you didn't have it for the end, so like, don't fight anymore. You don't have any escapes any longer. Got surprised by the Ursa. I thought that Kiritich was playing a bit too cowardly, but it just suits their style. Aincrad is doing all the Daredevil plays, making it so difficult to catch it. The Manta style Dispel has been really useful in this game, as we've seen, dispelling Cold Snap and Silences here, and that Rolling Thunder was just on point. We need big ABs on them or something, and he waited for the rage to be used for him to use the Rolling Thunder, which caught the Lifestealer in a really difficult position and just perma-stunned him pretty much. He also went for the Shield Crash talent, which actually added a lot of magical damage to his Rolling Thunder, which meant that Aincrad pretty much won that team fight single-handedly with a bit of help from the Ursa.
And they will be picking up the cheese here this time around for Namiga. They're not leaving it behind. Kiritich, in fact, he picks up a couple of items here. Gets the Aegis of Immortality, but now he's got the Aghanim Shard. Didn't have to buy it. It was dropped by Roshan. And Cheese, I think, yeah, it is going to be on Aincrad, who also has the Gem of True Sight. He's got a really good attack speed here, by the way. I mean, obviously, you know, the Diffusal Blade giving you plenty of agility. Oh,
Okay,
not again.
He's gonna develop vertigo. Yeah, just the fear of heights.
Somewhere over in perhaps Canada. I'm not sure if Arteezy's back in the U.S. He just woke up with a cold shudder.
Ooh. Is someone talking about B? His shoelace broke?
Is someone stuck on a cliff?
Kiritich, he's about to get, as you mentioned, that Nullifier, potentially also the Abyssal. I wouldn't mind if he got Abyssal early, because I feel like if he just has enough to like sit the Lifestealer down and not let him feast for 1.5 seconds, which is the Abyssal, maybe get a bash on top of that afterwards, I think that should be enough, honestly, to kill him. But instead he opts for more damage on the Nullifier and a way also to murder the DP, because that will dispel the Yule Scepter, of course, and also the Eternal Shroud. Pretty big deal.
Zayats almost has his Blink Dagger here, though. He's doing, you know, classic Treant Protector shenanigans. This is what we're more used to seeing on the Treant Protector, pushing usually the off lane, cutting it, getting his items, getting his farm. First item he went for this game is the drums. Very different build. The only reason I'm pointing it out is because he plays a lot of Treant Protector, but of course not for a whole year. And he's going to be going into the Blink Dagger, which is a bit more normal. It usually considers the Meteor Hammer, but decided against it this game, I think, just because there's too many dispels.
Yeah, the Meteor Hammer has been slightly nerfed as well because it's stupid OD, right? So it's not as OP as it used to be. It's still good for cutting lanes, but since you don't want to take this late anyway because of the core-to-core matchup, it's like, what use is cutting lanes here? You want to be able to have more team fight now and be able to win the fights now before Kiritich becomes unstoppable. Because there will be a point where Kiritich will just, not necessarily out-farm, well, he is already out-farming Lifestealer, but be able to outclass him as a hero.
Yeah, now Ursa is a whole item ahead, and having that Nullifier on top of him as well makes it even more difficult for these supports and even the Invoker to actually make it out of here alive in these fights. Aegis still on the Ursa for another 2.5 minutes here. As, of course, with the Treant Protector, you can delay the push just a little bit. And Kuman had some good attack speed, but there's the disarm. Are they going to make a jump here?
It could, but they just want to clear the way for now. Maybe they just want to take the tower without committing too much.
Yeah, Zayt's got Blink, by the way. He's got that completed. Blink Overgrowth, ready to go.
Einkrad is definitely going, guys, we can jump, Just go, I'll protect you. I have Rolling Thunder. I think he needs a Bastion though for himself. Kurtic, okay. He still has the Enrage, by the way. Just the Earth Shock, has the Aegis on top of that, but that's the Aegis lost. Einkrad
forces the BKB.
As much space as he can, but that was a useless Rolling Thunder. This actually hits nobody. Einkrad just at least keeping that at bay. They leave the Lifestealer behind. There's a Stampede used, and they go in. Now they jump the backlines. Can they do enough? I want to go for Rezo here. The Terrorites not quite hitting anyone as they're all BKB. Chosen One has been left behind. With the false promise, they might be able to save him or just drawing aggro.
Rezo's still
and they
chasing.
Just have nothing else they can do here to help. Einkrad and Kurtic both on the retreat. They're going for the Willow here. Chosen One falls in the backlines, and at least Hellscream should be able to make out of here alive. So it's not the biggest loss here for Namiga, but still not the engagement they were looking for. They did force out BKBs though, so...
Yeah, I saw the game plan there. I saw the game plan. It was all of a sudden, oh no, we can't really kill this Lifestealer too easily, folks. Let's try something else. So they just, I mean, I don't think they meant to give up the first life on the Aegis, but the idea was always to counter-initiate there onto the backlines, especially because Kuman just had to walk over to his team for like 5 seconds here. You could see, this is at the point where Einkrad's like, okay, now I got him. BKB's ending on the Invoker. He can't really get involved too heavily, but they still don't jump him. And up on the high ground, he gets off a really, really nice Tornado, buys plenty of time for Kuman to come back. I know the team fight is pretty easy for them after that. So Namiga, they're lucky to only lose Aegis and their offlaner here. Could have gone a lot worse for them.
Yeah, I feel like that Heaven's Helmet on the Lifestealer, by the way, is really limiting Namiga's options when they initiate, because a lack of MKB and Ursa. A decent item in Ursa, but not the item you want to go for immediately. There we go. Now he's considered the MKB. It makes it so you can't really jump the Lifestealer as your first option, right? And that's what's Namiga's kind of struggling with. They need to jump the backlines, but of course, what do you do with Kuman at some point? You need to be able to deal with this hero. That's the whole point of the Ursa versus Lifestealer matchup, to be able to have a good matchup against them. Which is why I would like to see both the MKB on the Ursa and also, honestly, the Basher on Einkrad. I think it's about time that he gets that.
I think nobody told Einkrad that, you know, as an agility hero, he can't not build for a right-clicker. He's going for the Ags next with the Shard. He's not going to have that talent, though, for the... oh, he did take it. Apologies. It's on the right side. I always thought it was on the left.
It's Einkrad. What are you thinking? Are you
true.
even doubting this man?
True. But he's going for Swift Blink immediately after that. So he's out here to right-click people, folks. This is like, you know, guess the hero. You'd be like, Riki maybe?
I mean, he even went for BKB, right? And you're like, Einkrad, don't you have Rolling Thunder, which gives you magic immunity? And Einkrad's like, no. I need to be able to hit during it. I can't hit during Rolling Thunder.
No. What do you think?
Lifestealer can do that. I need to be able to do that too.
You love to see it. Let's talk about this Invoker a little bit, shall we? Because Young G is still playing this utility Invoker. I feel like it's not falling off if he does not die first in these fights. But we can see how important it is, how different these fights look if Young G is the one to be initiated on. This BKB working for now, but we'll see how long that'll be the case for.
Yeah. Now Hellraisers, they maintain the high ground, right? So, if
Bash
you
for
go
Kuman.
Amiga, I think this pretty bad. Stampede, look at the Chosen One, just insane. Running in the middle, this Einkrad as well behind him. Has no Blink Dagger available, he got Soulbound. That's not what they were looking for, and Chosen One will take a while to die, so Soulbind completely nullifies this Rolling Thunder. He doesn't go to the high ground, but instead hits the wrong zone.
He bounced back.
TPs,
TP. The
but
bash!
he gets stopped by the Overgrowth. Einkrad could not TP at any point. Kuman even got the bash with him. Now he has technically the BKB. At least he's capable of making out of here alive, but using so many resources and getting absolutely nothing. What a soulbind there.
What a soulbind. I actually completely forgot they had him countered until that actually came through, but
Because he's been playing really separate from his team to prevent that from happening, but there he made a mistake. I mean, the whole team was a bit odd.
I mean,
why would you go initiate like that?
Let's take another look at it. Do you think it's his mistake to make? Because I feel like the Chosen One, like you said, kind of just went, YOLO, guys, goes on in, and then he also decides to retreat where his flanker is coming from. Like, you don't want to... I feel like that's a bad play to make. Like, retreat into the rest of your team, not to the guy who's there to try and wrap around and pinch enemies when they overextend and chase you. Like, I feel like there's something to be said about that, especially because they had a ward on the high ground. They had a ward on the cliff that they placed before the fight.
You're totally right. You're totally right. Hellraiser was playing really well there, like patiently keeping the high ground because they knew they could keep the high ground. But not only is using the Stampede offensively there always a bit of a blunder because you want to use it as like your potential save unless you really know you can win that team fight. But also, as you mentioned, I mean, actually, also the retreat, right? Like going through the same way that Einkrad was coming in. It's like, why would you ever do that? That's just setting up for the Soulbind. Grimstroke is still a player in the game, right? Lil is not a bad player. He's actually really mechanically skilled, and he even went for a Blink Dagger to secure those soul binds easy.
Yeah, and by the way, since we're talking about Lil, let's go ahead and bring up the Aghanim Shard. He also holding on to, so the Inkswell is now going to dispel upon completion. He's got Aether Lens, of course, no longer has that cast range talent, but he's going for the Inkswell talents as well here at 10 and 15 respectively. So this Inkswell might be mighty impactful here. You can put that on magic immune targets if I'm not mistaken, right? So, yeah. No, it does not, actually. You can't put that on magic immune targets. So you can't put that on top of the Rage, but I don't believe it's dispelled?
No, it's not dispelled, so you just use Inkswell's Rage.
Okay, good. All right, because then obviously the Jug combo wouldn't work. Duh. Okay.
I do feel like it's not really that big a deal, though. The debuff, the buff that the shard gives you, I'd rather see it on someone like Invoker, for example, and use it defensively. The damage is nice, sure, but the hard to spell here is so big. It's such a big deal to be able to deal with the Ursa that I feel like I'd rather see it on the Invoker or even DP than I see it on the lifesteal. Because he has Rage as well.
Real quick, let's take a look at neutrals. All the tier 4s have been picked up. Flicker for Lodine, very nice for the move speed, and maybe the emergency blink that he busts. Hold on, we're not going to get a chance. Soulbind catches 2. The silence is great from Rezo. There's the Dispel, and the Soulbind is now going to end. No kills yet, and here comes Aincrad trying to counter-initiate. The Overgrowth will catch Lodine, as the False Promise is already out. It's on to Kiritich, but he doesn't really want to fight here. Aincrad gets bashed once, but he's going to be able to roll away. Immediately, though, into the Cold Snap. Yule Scepter to purge it off. He has got to pop the BKB, but he's going to die before his body hits the ground off the Swashbuckle Gem. Now into the possession of the Hellraisers. Rezo specifically, who did a great job that fight, splitting them. Zayat as well, jumping right on in with him to kind of force the issue as well. He was like a wedge in that team fight.
Yeah, really well played here by Hellraisers, as you mentioned. The division that actually Namiga did against them earlier, they worked it into their play. Like this, watching honestly pretty high-level Dota, as we mentioned, it might be lower division, but these teams are playing really solid team fight coordination and very good positioning in the team fight. The only problem though is that these small mistakes like Aincrad or Chosen One made earlier, these will cost you the game. That consistency that Hellraisers has, Namiga hasn't been able to develop yet. They're still close. No. They're close to it.
Chosen One.
Not enough. Oh, it's hilarious. Invest your own illusion.
He's
getting more HP in his way. Come out of the illusion, find the Chosen One, and the Chosen One Cold Snap perma stuns him pretty much, and Chosen One is down as well.
He doesn't have.
This should be Rax.
He doesn't have buyback, Avo.
No, they don't have buyback. Neither does the Pango. No Aincrad or Chosen One buyback.
Take another look at this. The fight, of course, before the Roshan. Really, really nice job. Lil yet again in a great position. Makes the team fight super awkward. You can see it actually forces Hellscream to kind of just run up north. He's divided from the fight.
Honestly.
Yep, Blink Dagger, Invoker doing a good job here, able to split the fight. Rezo just running after the cores, and that's the last tier 2 tower taken down here in favor of the Hellraisers.
Yep, now, I'm surprised they didn't go for the high ground, honestly, considering. I mean, I guess you don't know if they have buyback or not, so that's fair. We do know, obviously they don't, because it's all gold. Not because they used it earlier. So maybe Hellraisers playing this safely. I mean, these plays is why Hellraisers rarely loses the mid game through mistakes, right? It's these kind of like small play styles, the consistency and the patience they want to do.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. It's the consistency. We're about to hit this level 25 Pango talent. He's probably going to take the Rolling Thunder cooldown. That'll be super nice to have because he can just throw those out a little bit more willy-nilly, especially with the Spell Prism cooldown. He might just be, at some stage of this game, permanently in Rolling Thunder, especially with a roll-up. Ursa just enraging every single time he aftershocks now. Or Urshocks.
Yeah, Aftershock is the Earth Shaker. I see. Okay, Kiritich. Activated in Rage though. They know this. Like again, when he does this, the Overgrowth becomes much more powerful, right?
Yeah, pretty short cooldown. Pretty short cooldown, and it's
but
tough.
You also have a Blink Dagger on Twin Protector, so you can just force it.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward though. I mean, we got a decent high ground defense. The Chosen One standing behind, Lodine even further. We don't really have anyone that's too great this game at just finding and sniping the backline Oracle. So with Blink Dagger, especially at Flicker, it's like just about impossible to catch him unless he's in a terrible position. But when you're defending high ground, that's not going to happen. You know, this is different if you have like a Storm, a Lash, a Void Spirit, but the mid lane Invoker just doesn't bring the same amount of backline pressure as any of the previously listed. So pushing high ground is not trivial here for Hellraisers, despite having a 3k net worth lead and now Aegis. By the way, that was third row, so we've got a refresher shard for our DP, so 2 Exos ready to go this fight. And also refreshing the 4 Spirit Siphons.
Yeah, that's actually a good point as well. I feel like if DP... Like, if you manage to do this around level 20, I guess you're not going to wait till level 25 to fight, though. You need to make something happen now, right? You still have the Aegis and Cheese in possession. Right? Maybe you're afraid of losing the team fight, but I feel like there's such a thing as playing too defensively, and Hellraisers want to they need to take advantage of this Roshan, right? Maybe the next Roshan is not as good for them.
All right, so there's 25 for Aincrad. Did take the, as expected, the Rolling Thunder cooldown. 34.4 second cooldown with an active time of 10 seconds. Not bad whatsoever. He's got BKB to cover him for a couple of seconds. I believe 6 now with his current... No, 7-second BKB still for him. Kuratich is down to a 6-second one. Holding on to that Penta Edge Sword. The attack range and the damage, of course, very nice. But also the Maim is pretty impactful here for the Ursa. Used to be up on the Sanj, but it's now been just transitioned over to this item instead. Zayat's holding on to the Timeless Relic.
Well, sure, there's no other item that gives you the Maim anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, they made a sound effect for it, so like we're gonna keep it in the game.
Yeah, of course, of course. Same thing with Iron Talent, but now we decided to remove it because Ice Frog hates the jungle.
Yeah, he really does. He's clearly a support player. Cool, man. Okay, he wants to waste his Aegis, it seems like. Got a bash there, and the Heaven's Halberd. And Rage will help you, but
no
unfortunately
soul bind.
got it early.
No soul bind.
Yeah, you have an Owen Rage, though. There's the Rolling Thunder. Can they re-engage? Kuratich doesn't seem to care.
Great
The Chosen One comes in as well with a home stop,
wow.
and they managed to kill the two cores. Only Kuman's left here with the support. Can Kuman do everything alone? It seems like for now he's accomplishing it. Abyssal Blade, but the false promise coming out, helping out Kuratich. Kuman knows he can't get the skill, but he is giving him perma-stun, or at least disarm. However, Kuman alone versus 5. Now he's gonna meet a Maker, and it's gonna be Hellraisers retreating on the rest of the team. Kuman left behind, completely alone. They need a bash here. Will they get it? They won't! Kuratich was farming the lane as opposed to hitting him straight up to guarantee that bash.
Yeah, Lil's gonna die here in the backlines. He did stick around, trying to get off a good Dark Portrait. Unfortunately, he will fall. My goodness, I just have to praise Hellscream right there for a little bit, because he gets in there, he stops, I believe it was him that stops the cast of the Overgrowth to potentially turn that fight around, and then further, Terrorize, thank you, and then further just boots Zayats the hell out of the fight. You could see, I mean, just to keep an eye on him in this engagement here, as I'll pull it up here in just a second, making sure
I think the Chosen One was also kind of insane. The fall of the Health Stump was right on point as the Magic Immunity for Lifestealer was leaving, so you managed to get
what's going on here? Careful here. Zayat's been caught cutting waves.
Okay, that's the play that he has to make. And it's okay if he dies if he cuts the wave. Unfortunately, they caught him before he could cut the wave.
Yeah.
I mean, Ninja's Grass is still doing a trick, though. I mean, this is pretty good.
We've got a wave here already on the high ground. Backdoor already broken. We've got a fortify. There's the buyback out from Zayats. He needs to get back in here. Ward's already on the high ground, though, for Nemiga, so we got to be careful. First hit bash. Into the silence out from Rezo. He's respawned naturally, hasn't needed to buy back, but it does have it should the worst happen here. Stampede to get them off the high ground, and I think that'll be the high ground suitably defended for now. We'll take a look here at that jump. And there it is. Just beautiful. And then you could see Hellscream knows and go, no, get away from here.
It's true, yeah, Hellscream does a really good job. But mind you, I also think the Chosen One there was much more on point, right? Like, and also Ica to some degree, as you said, you know, they wasted Soulbind, and that's when he goes in with Rolling Thunder much more reliably. He was waiting for that. Obviously, you could also argue that's a mistake by Lil. Oh, another fight's coming. There we go. Rolling Thunder by Aincrad. This time, he'll catch the DP, but she does act in the BKB. Soulbind's also effective this time. A nice 3-man silence on top of this. They don't have the damage for Rezo. In fact, they do have damage for Aincrad instead. The Ursa's struggling to murder Rezo, who's tanking this nicely. Chosen One will instead fall. He's out. Kurdish TP's in the middle of this. That's going to work out for them. But they did lose the Chosen One in the process. Where did Aincrad end up going here? Aincrad managed to TP himself, so it's only going to be the supports left behind and a courier that almost dies to the DP's damage.
Not bad. You only end up losing the Centaur. He's got buyback this time around. Once again, Hellscream keeping both supports out of the fight. Not that Lil really cared that much. He'd rather fight Hellscream than the Ursa or even Aincrad at this stage. But keeping, again, the Overgrowth from being too impactful that time around. So very, very, very nice job here by the supports, kind of just splitting into their own side fights. But Hellraisers still showing that they can very easily take these engagements. So that's Rezo. I think he did. No, he still got Refresher Shard here, so he can threaten to push high ground and force the buyback out from Nemiga.
Alacrity plus Soul Crest here for the Lifestealer.
Whoa.
It's going to help you push the high ground nicely, but he needs to be able to get on it, and until now I think Nemiga has shown that they can defend it properly. Soulbind is available.
Ursa just two-shot the entire wave there casually, by the way. He's got an MKB, and he's gone for the overpower attacks.
DP, though. DP just completely tanks him, which is impressive.
True. Of course,
I guess it's because the Spirit Siphon adds to it, right? The Spirit Siphon heals her at the same time as you her. Yeah.
if you haven't been watching too much Dota, or you just watch Dota and don't play too much, because we usually don't get too many instances of heroes getting above level 26, you start to get your talents as well, one by one, rather than all of them at once at 30. Yeah. So here's Kiritich showing that one off. 20-second Fury Swipe. He's going to get Agi, and then the Enraged status resist. So nothing too crazy for him here. What about for Ingrid? Anything too nice? Thunder
Ingrid has
duration.
a really nice level. The level 15 talent is huge.
Yeah.
That's the one you want to get.
Yeah. About 400 HP on the level 20 talent as well, if the game goes that long. A little bit less.
So next level, no, level 28 is the big point for Pangolier, because getting the Rolling Thunder duration plus the Shield Crash CD ball is amazing.
Yeah.
Though Pango is one of the best level 25 heroes in general, as you mentioned. Like, all his talents above level 15, or yeah, all his talents above the second talent are amazing. They're all really, really good.
For sure. We saw Hellscream, by the way, that fight with the Shadow Blade, holding on to the Gem of True Sight. Still only level 20. There's a Sunstrike to try and scout him out. But I do have a feeling, Alvaro, that we're in for a bit of a long one. This one seems to have hit the brakes. I think both teams going to be playing this one a bit more cautiously. Roshan is in that intermediary period. Obviously, we know he's going to be respawning in 45 seconds. It's not too long of a Roche, but Hellraisers and Amiga sure don't know that.
I feel like right now, Hellraisers are in a position where they know they can fight if it's on even ground, and they probably win. But if they take these fights, it's not really going to work out for them.
So risky, Kuman. My goodness.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if they initiate on you and they jump on Namiga's terms, Hellraisers has a really tough time. However, on even ground, or if Namiga Hellraiser initiates, they do have an advantage here, which I'm surprised by. But I guess the tankiness of the Assault Karaz plus the Shivas on Death Prophet and everything makes the Ursa not seem so good.
Will sit down a lot of money here. I wonder what he's considering. Maybe the E-Blade this time around. I love that. Both supports see each other and immediately blink back to the safety of their teams.
I don't know. Can you afford to go? I mean, oh yeah, it's already. Yeah, I guess E-Blade. The Hex I think is better actually than E-Blade. I like the Hex a lot. Double Hex is really useful in this game.
Yeah, I could see that. Here, Teach. Just casually into the pit here. They're going to send in a Forge Spirit. This smoke will break. Here, Teach. Just chilling. There he goes, blinking outside of the pit now. Going for the Aghanim Scepter next. Almost has enough money, but the problem is he really needs all of his items already. In fact, he doesn't even have boots. That's how badly he needs these 6 items. So he's going to need to buy out for the full Aghanim's Blessing, which doesn't leave him with a whole lot of money. Whoa, big smoke play though from Hellraiser. It's coming in from behind the enemy triangle. They won't find anything, so we're going to do a classic triangle and high ground position swap. As Namiga will leave wards in their wake behind him and start to capture the enemy outpost. Okay, so the thing is they were smoked when they took it, but they took it in like a second, so they know that there's like 3 or 4 heroes taking that outpost. That's the thing. And now,
that's true, right? So you have to guess based on the time, I guess, somewhat.
Yeah, that was like pretty instant though, so for sure that wasn't
so
just one support.
Assume it's like 5. Oh, they're just walking into the Roche apparently. Alright, the Speaker be still available on this Ursa, but again, Leicester can just keep perma stopped. Some way, either Heaven's Halberd or the stun. Rolling Thunder has been wasted. They're both attacking the Roshan. Who's gonna take it though? Use the Abyssal, and it seems like
Aegis
no
on deck.
Aegis just yet. The cheese is being on the Ursa, but where's the Aegis? Nobody's clicking because
Chosen One got it.
Heroes in the pit. The Chosen One ends up being the one that takes it right before he dies. Finally capable of flinging that shield.
dead.
Kuman is going ham on the Ursa.
Whoa.
That false premise will not help him whatsoever. He blows up. Chosen One in a similar position. That's level 25 Exorcism, baby. That's the 8 extra spirits. You cannot fight the DP like that. And Amiga is only Hellscream trying to run away, cutting lanes. Can they kill him as a result? W Zayat's coming nearby. There's the dust. He knew he had to kill Hellscream at some point. Has nothing though to stop him. Just the slow for Nature's guys. And at least he's gonna waste Hellscream's time. No lane cutting for this boy as the rest of
Whoa, in the base, in the base.
But they have bomb back here. The team fight continues. They stop the Life Stealer with the help of Rolling Thunder. Chosen One comes in with a host.
He doesn't have Aegis.
That's the kill on Kuman. He has no Aegis. He does have buyback, however. Now Hellraisers regretting being so overzealous.
Yeah, Hellscream, holy moly, what a player. I just, very quickly, we'll see if, I mean, there's going to be buybacks here very quickly, so don't worry about it. We'll cut back in real time. Oh, that's not the one I meant to show. We'll show them what the previous one of that, but that all happens because Hellscream was just being super annoying up in that top lane. Very, very nicely done. This is going to be the Roche fight.
That creation of space was incredible, because then, obviously, I understand the Hellraiser wants to push regardless, right? So you divide your effort. I think that's the right play, but they weren't expecting the buybacks to just punish that.
I'm not sure who ended up with the Aghanim's Blessing, by the way. It wasn't Ursa. He bought his. I'm not really sure what happened to that Adagum's Blessing, because there was one on Roshan being the 4th. Aincrad did a good effort there, just trying to stop Rezo from initiating, but you know, it's so difficult if you don't exactly get him in the pinball zone.
Lifestealer.
There's so much space.
Lifestealer now can infest the enemy and attack him from inside, which is honestly terrible.
Yeah,
so
he wanted Aegis there, not the shard, or sorry, not the Blessing.
I don't understand. This scepter is so bad. I mean, it reduces the infest cooldown, so that's good. Right, so that's pretty good actually. The reducing the infest cooldown is pretty great, but the infesting enemy heroes is, I've never seen that used. Because it only attacks once every second, I believe.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually take into account your attack speed, and Lifestealer likes building attack speed, so you're like, why? You know?
Well, Namiga, they're unable to trigger any buybacks. They had to buy back on quite a few heroes, and in fact, all of their cores buying back here in that engagement. So it's a bit of a spicy time. Zayat's now waited long enough since his buyback. The last time Namiga won a high ground fight and went to push the enemy high ground. So 5.5 minutes here, and of course we did manage to get the Aegis for Namiga, but it was only immediately used, and then you had to buy back even further after that. So really 2 lives gone immediately on the Chosen One, as it looks like Hellraisers are going to go ahead and group up and make a play to sweep, pardon me, their own jungle. Zayat's about to hit level 25, by the way. So is
Lil.
Lil.
What does he get? Living armor AoE, pretty good, right? I would say, the team fight, particularly to deal against the Ursa.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's extra 16 armor on everyone. That's insane.
So.
That plus the AC, that's an extra 21 armor you have in an area.
I think you go Inkswell Radius this game for Lil. Rezo, of course, already 25. What's Aincrad? He's still only level 27. Fuzzy Wuzzy, 28 now, so he's got a little bit more agility. Not that big of a deal. I think the status resist is going to be the nicest for him, and then maybe at level 30 we see that Earthshock AoE come into play a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see what the... Yeah, Grimstroke did go for the Side of Ice, by the way, together with Invokers. Now we have double Hexes here. I think this is the best play as well. I mean, E-Blade's a consideration now, but I think Hex had to come earlier. And he's going to have... maybe the Inkswell Radius at level 25. His talent's not that impressive, honestly.
I think he's going Inkswell for sure. Just more damage, more healing as well, thanks to your Aghanim Shard. We are, by the way, maybe looking at tier 5s this game. Again, no Aegis. I believe that, yeah, there's a cheese on Rezo. He's already utilized that Aghanim Shard, but he's got a heart, so he's already quite tanky, even without the Spirit Siphon active. Kuman with Abyssal is actually going to reflect that Nullifier. Thought about jumping in, but instead it's Aincrad onto the back lines, eating the Abyssal Blade of Kuman, but okay, he's going to get bashed yet again. There's, I think that was roll-up. No, it wasn't. Okay, Aincrad, he's good. He's back onto the high ground. Okay.
No roll-ups, dude, just bashes. Bash, bash, bash.
What? Did you see that cast range?
Exorcism. Let's see, resolution. Oh, they might be able to go on the Earth, so they turn him from a bear to a pig.
Nicely done.
And the pig runs away thanks to the Stampede, but they have copied him. Unfortunately, the copy of the Earth is just not that strong. Yeah. Doesn't get Fury Swipe, so it's not something you want to use. Exorcism, however...
That's Ag Stampede, by the way. The Chosen One ready to jump in from below. Careful here, he's waiting in the wings.
Psychic Headband annoying to him. And they just retreat for now, after taking their racks, it seems like. Namiga, do you want to counter-initiate on this? No, not worth it while Exo's still up.
It's only one lane of barracks. It's only one lane of barracks. You're playing into essentially a level 4 Exo is what that level 25 talent turns it into. So yeah, you don't want to risk it here.
I agree. I think in the end, Hellraisers understands that this is a huge strength they have for Siege and Icon. Like, you activate Exorcism and you go, fight me, right? And if they do, it's kind of a loss for you. He's even going, Rezo's going for Refresher. We've seen some DPs going for like Arcane Blink as an option as well, but I feel like if it's this late in the game, Refresher is much more impactful. Double Exo and one team fight's pretty much one.
Man, I really don't know who's going to take. I mean, it's a 23K net worth lead, so like I think the smart play is to side with Dota Plus and say Hellraisers. But I do want to be a little bit more on the fence, honestly. I think that like the team fight here that Namiga have shown, if they can take a fight in a good spot, it's going to be a little bit too much for Hellraisers. I think like this 6-second magic immunity compared to the 5-second floor now is a bit of a pain, definitely for Aincrad, who even with a longer duration now, Rolling Thunder, as he has hit level 28 and taken that secondary 15 talent, he's still going to find it a little bit difficult, depending on where they take these fights, to be able to make an impactful Rolling Thunder. To him, it's a bit of a catch-22, because if he gets a team fight in a wide open area, he doesn't get caught usually by Soulbind, but then he doesn't also stun anyone with the Rolling Thunder. But if he takes a team fight in a very concise area, he's going to be able to stun everyone, but usually he's going to be held in place by the Soulbind. So it's a bit tough for him. Refresher, by the way, for Zayat's finished.
They managed to do in the mid game where the team fights are much more chaotic, right? Like when that happened, it was easier for them to at least force these fights without the Soulbind, because the Penguin would just completely break the line.
AoE living armor, by the way, for Zayats. You were right.
Yeah. You can't do that in this game anymore because the team fights, you just can't afford to be so haphazard with your initiation on the Pango. And there we go, DPX is not online just yet. Oh, they're actually going to kill the Ursa.
There it is.
Stampede has been used.
Good
There we
infest.
go, Lifestealer infests his own illusion. I feel like he's just going to get out. Kuman, he could be in trouble here. They have the purple stun yet again. They do the same thing they did before. And Raze has been used. The Heaven Tower saving him for a bit. But Kuman will finally fall. And this is another win for Namiga here. But they don't defend the racks. Revolution committed to these towers. Aincrad trying to chase him away before the Exorcism can destroy the remaining racks here, the ranged one. Losing Lifestealer though, pretty big deal here for Hellraisers and a huge win for Namiga.
Yeah, another really big one for them. Again, they're just pushing in without Aegis Roche. He's in that period where he may or may not respawn here within the next, well, 35 plus 10 to 3 minutes, I should say. So this could be really, really bad for the likes of Hellraisers as they go in there. Aincrad, though, eventually finds him right where he wants him here without the Rage active, gets the roll-up active, and even though he's soulbound, he doesn't actually really care. A great Terrorize yet again out from Hellscream stops, I believe, the second overgrowth that might have been coming from actually coming into effect there as well. And then Hellraisers, the rest of them not tanky enough to go onto the high ground with their compatriot, are forced to leave him for dead.
I think it's something that Ursa might have to consider, maybe a Rapier to be able to do these things faster, because this took... They almost didn't kill Lifestealer, they got a perma-stun pretty much on him.
Yeah.
And they almost didn't kill him because he's lacked the damage. And he already had the MKB, right? So the true strike point is moot here.
All right, Alvaro, it's time for tier 5s, or is it? As Ursa's probably not going to die to his own Dark Portrait Illusion.
What are we looking for?
Or is he?
I don't know.
Nice.
Rage activated.
Yeah, he's going to be fine.
So, okay, so what items are big here?
It's a long rush, by the way, 130.
I feel like Apex for anyone is honestly kind of good, obviously. I mean, nobody can really utilize Ballista here. I don't think Ballista's that great.
Ballista for the Willow, maybe?
Yeah, actually, yeah, and then she goes Axe, honestly.
Yeah, I could see that.
The Necronomicons are pretty good for Hellraisers.
What's that?
The Necronomicon.
I think you mean Book of the Dead, sir? I've never heard of...
Yeah, but you know the Book of the Dead is the Necronomicon in Evil Dead, which is where the reference.
All right, well, listen, you're just starting to talk more about your Japanese media again, aren't you?
It's not, dude. It's an American movie.
Okay. I'm sure
Classic
it is.
horror comedy. It actually is a reference to H.P. Lovecraft originally as well, which is also, by the way, British writer.
Roche is about to respawn. Fallen Sky feels really good here for... Oh, hold on, they're fighting.
No, Fallen Sky is really good, I agree. Oh, there they are. Rolling Thunder.
Soulbind connects.
But it doesn't seem to matter too much. BKB here. Okay, no, it does, because the Pango can't do anything. Needs to get out of the Soulbind, but it can't do that either. Pango forever stopped because the Soulbind finally
Overgrowth
gets
number
back
2.
in. Overgrowth stopping them yet again. Aincrad can't get any stuns because everyone's BKB'd. And there's just no damage coming from Kiritich. Kuman is healing it back up. Now he's been turned into a pig yet again. He's going to fall.
Got buyback.
The Face Edict didn't help him enough. Kuman's going for the second one. It's going to be the chosen one. The chosen sacrifice for this fight after the Ursa. Hellraisers winning this, taking or forcing 2 buybacks here.
Roche is about to respawn. 1 second.
Do we have Refresher? We do. You might just be able to get Rashad and go for the racks after this.
Yeah, well, we'll see for Reza what play they want to make. Right now they're holding a defensive position to jump on an Amiga if they make the mistake of going back in. Now without the wards, though, there's no way they make this play, or is there? Aincrad, unfortunately, yet again, he's held down there by the Soulbind. Eventually, though, I mean, his Rolling Thunders are so long, 13 seconds, that he does be able to get something off, as Kiritich, again, is getting through these hexes without too big of a problem. Is queuing up the Divine Rapier now for Fuzzy Wuzzy. But Roshan is going to be respawned, scouted very quickly here. Of course, this is Roshan number 5 this game, doesn't have anything new. Parrot Hat, there's our first tier 5 neutral item for Hellraisers. Not a bad one, I would say, for the Lifestealer. In fact, I think he's got it on the way already. Apex for Hellraisers.
Yeah, Pirate Hat's pretty big, actually. Maybe Pirate Hat is probably the biggest thing.
There's Ballista.
Apex is amazing.
Didn't want Ballista. We wanted Ballista maybe for the Willow. We didn't want it for the Hellraisers.
Give it to the Invoker. Oh, he got Book of the Dead, actually. I mean, they got pretty good items, though. Apex for Lifestealer in the end. Oh, didn't you say at Pirate Hat?
Yeah. For it's right now it's on Kuman. Oh, it's on Kuman. It's in his backpack.
For Apex. Oh, okay. So you'd rather give the Pirate Hat interesting to Death Prophet? No. Okay, they're giving it to Zayats. Oh!
He sent it home. They don't want it. We still need 2 more neutrals, by the way. We've got Giant's Ring. It's right now equipped on Fuzzy Wuzzy. That's why he's a little bit larger than he normally is. He's got Divine Rapier as well without a buyback. And they've also got themselves a Seer Stone, which is basically like Terran Scan now. So it's not bad. Okay, Hellscream has finished up the Aghanim Scepter, so she's got a decent amount of damage. Now up to level 25, has gone for that attack speed talent. Not going to be utilizing this now,
and with a leveler as well.
Yeah, she's pumping out damage. Immediately going into the Overthrow 2.0 mode of Dark Willow.
And Apex on Centaur is going to be huge as well. Much harder to kill him. I like the Giant String on the Ursa. I think the items are not bad. The Rapier might make the difference here. MKB Rapier. Can Kuman survive this damage? That's the case, then GG, right?
We still need one more neutral item for Naviga.
He has almost 7k HP on Kuman because of the Apex. It's absurd. That is so absurd. Now I understand why they didn't want the Pirate Hat on him. That is insane. Nothing can kill. I don't think Kuman is killable anymore. Here's will try though. He goes for first.
Kill Zayat by standing on top of him.
And the Rolling Thunder's working. Soulbind has not been bound to anyone. So Aincrad is going to make this time work. Chosen One comes in at the end of the Soulbind. That's going to be a nice little initiation. They're keeping Kuman at bay.
Zayat's dying on his second life to Hellscream. He's dead.
Hellscream does manage to kill Zayat the second time. That's a buyback as well. The exorcism has been used though.
They got Young G.
He's being checked by the Ghost. But look at the damage from Kiritich. He's trying to finish up Young G. He can come Hellscream as well. Young G will finally fall. They get the kill, but Chosen One will also fall in turn. However, the two supports are dead without buyback. Same for Namiga's offlaner. They actually just refreshed this to get the Yule Scepter up and the Exorcism.
He's got buyback.
Resolution on point, ensuring that Aincrad had to die there. Namiga.
Wait. The fight's not over. Kiritich, he got a regen rune. OS Frog has blessed him. He's right up to the high ground here yet again.
Can he force this?
Book of the Dead. Apparently they don't have True Sight anymore. Oh, they do have True Sight, but they haven't scouted him. Rezo's going to pop this Exorcism here. Does not have a refresher ready to go. It's a 4v5. He does, as just walking through the pit. There goes Aincrad, trying to blow up Resolution with the Divine Rapier, as well as Hellscream from the side, but the AoE Deafening Blast stops him, disarming him for a couple of crucial seconds. Roche is down, Aegis picked up by Kiritich, and he get bought back. It's crucial. They finally get the kill onto Rezo, has the buyback available, as Aincrad still rolling around in the team fights, but they've got to take down the man with 7,000 HP. It's a good start, and they've got him, Abo. Kuman is dead, all 7,000 HP down. Tier 4 towers are being attacked by the super creep, so they have to TP back Aincrad to deal with these. But the Namiga, they are going to be able to outlast Hellraisers in one heck of a long team fight.
That's huge because, if I'm mistaken, Kiritich... Oh, no. He doesn't have buyback anymore, but he lost it earlier as well. So it was Aincrad that used it in that team fight. But that was insane for evening out the buybacks, and I feel like we're going to have a longer game yet. As with this Aegis, yes, you could opt to push, but you kind of want the Centaur with you, so at least you have the Stampede available, even if he's just alive there. Maybe you force the buybacks here without committing too much. You do have False Promise plus TP.
That's fine, Rapier. Okay, we have the final two. Yeah, Ballista with Ags for the Willow. That is exactly what you wanted. It's on the courier, but it's on the way now.
Hellscream's the carry now.
He really is, man. He basically killed on the first life. That was all Ursa. Kiritich just immediately onto him, but again, Hellscream he's been the bane of the existence here, uprooting Zayat time and time again as they get the buyback out from Rezo now.
No Hex. And there they go with the Inkswell plus the Dark Portrait combo.
Illusions don't benefit from...
Dark Portrait on Ursa is just terrible.
Yeah, the Illusions, they don't get the Fury Swipes and they don't get bonus damage from Divine Rapier, so it's not really that good, unfortunately.
Or the Monkey King Bar bonus damage.
True, yeah. They can't bash from Abyssal, so yeah, it's not amazing.
All of Ursa's build has been made to counter this Grimstroke.
All right,
so I feel like at this point, you might be better off just copying the Pango.
They've saved buyback, it seems. For now, Pango, he's in, finds Young G with the roll-up as well. Terrorize is going to be used, but actually, yeah, he missed the second stun. Ursa now rejoining the fight. Rezo, though, might be in a bad spot here. They're going to hit him with the Abyssal Blade, but they need a little bit more damage with the heart active. Rezo, HP regen a bit too high, as Aincrad's going to TP on, or blink behind. There's going to be now the Cataclysm first of the game, but Lodin, he's got the Andis with perfect timing. He's still alive, falls very quickly on the second life, has the buyback. Kuman with 7,000 HP here, trying to run at them. Hellscream forcing him away with the Ballista, though.
I mean, can they still re-engage this? No, they're out of mana, so they're going to hold their own. I mean, they have the Aegis for 2 more minutes here.
Late game Dota, baby. You love to see it. 66 minutes, and we're not done yet. We've even now have an Ags for Train Protector. Maybe it was his courier that managed to pick up the Ag on his Blessing, because to be honest, I don't think he's really had the gold for and the farm for the Ags this game. But crucially, we saved buyback there on the Lifestealer. It wasn't forced out. He's the only core this game. Maybe you can consider Hellscream a core now with his build, but he's the only core this game with buyback, and he's got now level 30, so all the talents ready to go. Same thing for the Pangolier. And same thing for Fuzzy Wuzzy. This game, I mean, net worth basically means pretty much nothing now at this stage, as I think they hit Zayat there with a
shield crash.
Yeah, but he didn't know, obviously.
Must have seen that. Yeah. I wonder if the Pango ever had to go for that basher this game. I would really enjoy to see it. He went for MKB because he's the hitting pango, but like at one point, he went for Octarine before he went for the Basher. I feel like the Basher would give you a lot of control of the life. Maybe they wanted
what are his cooldowns, though? What are his cooldowns? 26-second cooldown, we'll call it, on Rolling Thunder, with a 13... It's got a 50% downtime, this ultimate. Not including roll-up, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. The Shield Crash, by the way, when you have on the Rolling Thunder, because they reduced it back to the 2-second cooldown on Shield Crash, it is insane. That is so much damage within the Rolling Thunder.
He's got Swift Link on top of that as well. Again, he's playing more... you know, with this build, not really maybe a magic dealing Juggernaut, you would say, but not even really. It's such a unique build. There's bots too, so he's kind of out of things to upgrade now.
Yep.
Needs to start, I guess, getting the backpack refresher. We've got these trees as well up for Nature's Prophet, as Kiritich is going to just stroll through the trees here with the Giant's Ring. Rather large bear here.
Yep. That Giant's Ring has helped him a lot, that extra little bit of the trample, right?
Oh, yeah.
It makes it Lifestealer, like, you can't follow after that.
It actually got him the kill on Zayats in the first Rush fight that we had
really
8 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Who, by the way, is in the base and planting trees.
I'm surprised they didn't give that to Centaur, though, considering, but I guess Apex already synergizes with his existing skills, so it's better to have that.
Yeah, in fact, it's more strength, isn't it? Right? So it's better. I think Apex is what, plus 75, and Giant String is percentage though, isn't it? No, it's plus 40.
No, it's plus 40. But that's the point, though, like, because it deals your damage and strength, of course. Well, your primary attribute, rather. Because Ursa doesn't really build attributes. Hence why the illusions are so bad.
That pig is so big. That's Aegis reclaimed. MKB back in the inventory. Sunstrike there utilized as they're bullying him with the Necro Warriors, burning all of the mana. Again, my goodness, the AoE overgrowth is so loud, but we could have overgrowthed him there. Or sorry, the AoE living armor. Out of mana, though, right now for Kiritich. And mana is a necessity, especially with the new shard on Ursa. So he's going to need to back up here a little bit. Back up Divine Rapier, queued up. Again, just here's a look at the neutral items in case you're just joining us, as this game now passes beyond the 69th minute of play, with, honestly, Avo, no clear end in sight. And, you know, it's been a while since we've had a long game in the lower division and made upper division wait for us. That was basically permanently our status for the first couple of weeks of the first season. But here he is. It all stacked into one. They might be going for a fight here. They were smoked up. Hellscream actually is going to scout a couple of people. There's the Sunstrike, but Kuman just way too tanky. Now with only a measly 6,500 HP.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Okay, Rolling Thunder. We have found Young G. I think he was trying to capture the outpost. Might have even gotten it, but he's terrorized now and pushed back constantly. Held in place by Hellscream. He has no buyback here, Abo, just for another minute. So the question is, what can Namiga do in this minute? Roshan is not up for the taking. It's not even going to be available for the fastest Rosh.
Can you go high ground, though? I don't know. Is this too dangerous? I guess you have to take every opportunity that's given to you.
Hellscream.
Oh, like, for example, Hellscream taking the opportunity to kill the Grimstroke with Rolling Thunder from Minecraft. Can they kill the
damage?
Grimstroke? Yeah, they do. Okay, that's slowed down, but at least he had buyback. Ooh, they actually stunned Lifesteal as he infested out.
Invoker
and
can buy back in 30.
The Exorcism from a solution. This could be a big deal. This
the
Exorcism
bash?
has been keeping him in the game.
Abyssal?
The bash, trying to stop Aincrad. There they go for Rezo, trying to kill him in time. Aincrad gets away just barely. He gets rooted though. Aincrad will fall.
Rezo's dead.
And it seems like they almost destroy Resolution with the damage to the Rapier. Rezo
still
just
alive.
slowed down with the Shivas, and that's gonna allow him to get away. The Chosen One almost
big
dead.
overgrowth.
Another there, overgrowth. Beautiful play here by Science. Guaranteeing the kill of Kiritich. Lodin, and now the Chosen One. That's gonna be Hellraisers bringing down all the cores, even the second death for the Pangolier there. In exchange, of course, for the Exorcism and the Overgrowth. 2 times for the Overgrowth, but still worth it.
Oh, that was awful. That was so bad for Namiga. They had it. They had it. Look at the net worth thing. Look at this graph. I'm like Nickelback out here, whoever that was. It's insane. Who's got Rapier now? It's got to be the Lifestealer, right? Yeah, Kuban with the Lifestealer. We've got enough money. Yeah, I was about to say we have enough money for a backup Rapier for Kiritich, but the Rapier on Lifestealer is going to be absolutely terrifying. We do not have buyback either for Aincrad for 70 seconds. 70 seconds. We don't have buyback. And there's only but a mere building of the melee barracks, full HP, but not for long here. So the rest of Hellraisers may decide to slow roll this. And look for the Roshan, who's going to be up in only 20 seconds. Roshan, number 6 this game. Shopkeeper's Curse really punishing him this time.
Yeah, really. The poor Roshan. I mean, this is the ideal game for a Nurser, right? It's like, oh, so many Roshes. But maybe Hellraisers, they have the chance to fight this. I mean, 4 seconds out of time was a big deal. I know Kiritich can defend this.
I don't know either. I don't know either. We're actually about to hit that level 50, or the plus 50 damage talent for Hellscream. They're going to have to try, though. Rezo pops the Exo. He's got a second one ready to go, just pushing away Rezo. He actually snapped the Spirit type in there, but that's it. And actually, this tier 4 tower's only got a little bit of HP. We have a fortification up and ready. There's Stampede, but it doesn't affect buildings. Glyph now used as the Chosen One, trying to jump these backliners, buying a little bit more time. Minecraft's back in 10 seconds. Terrorize, though, is not going to catch anyone. Kiritich trying to just do as much damage as he can, but Kuman with the Divine Rapier doing too much to it. He can man fight through it, and now with the Infest is just absolutely murdering Ursa. There's a 2,000 damage crit. The GG is called as Namiga Gaming will lose game number 3. It takes 73 minutes, but Hellraisers will still remain undefeated throughout Season 2 of the lower division.
What an absolutely crazy Game 3 in that lower division match, but it's finally over, so we can finally get into the upper division. Windstrike versus Navi. A matchup of a team that was second place last season, was supposed to go to the major, was supposed to be a strong contender. That didn't end up happening. And now they're here in the second season and not looking so hot.
No, they are not capping. Honestly, their gameplay is somewhat reminiscent of their management decisions, I'll say. Unforced errors.
Always back to this again.
Unforced errors, Cap. Bad in tennis, bad in baseball, bad in Dota 2. First, you attend a birthday party. Get coronavirus. Can't go to the major. Then, you don't have any real evidence to see how do we stock up internationally. You make a roster change one day to go. Then you come to this event, Season 2, must-win scenarios, and they're actually on the ropes. They have to win out just to have a shot at going to the major, let alone top 2. That's a pipe dream at this point.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No more losses. Otherwise, it's going to look pretty rough for Navi. I mean, this is a squad an organization that, you know, if they're not making it as one of sort of the top teams in this region, it's like, now what? I mean, do you make another change? Do you sort of hold on, hope that there's going to be some sort of qualifier ability to get you through to TI? I mean, it's a lot of questions going to be asked on what the next move is going to be if they don't win out every other series from here on now.
Oh, just a reminder for everybody at home, we can take a look at the standings and see where these two teams are placed up. Of course, Navi and Windstrike are both 2-2. Navi, unfortunately for them, they have already placed up against the tough teams and lost. And so now they're kind of sitting in a situation where they are hoping to be able to just kind of score out on that third spot.
That is their bright side, right? They did lose to Spirit and VP. But they didn't just lose to VP, though. They got worked. That was a shellacking. Good old took out behind the barn, beat down. They got to win out just to make it to wild card. We discussed how tough that would be if you want to actually make it through and earn points. They've got 300 minus 20% because they made a change. What's that mean they have left, Owen?
240.
That's correct, I think.
I believe him. And so talking a bit more about Navi, Owen, from your perspective, like I know this team is looking weak, but surely they're still strong enough to be able to beat Windstrike, right?
I do think so. I know I said they need to win out everything. I think they will. You know, you don't get me wrong there. I think the team, you know, they've sort of had these opening series to the region where they've lost a few games here and then, as you said. You know, so the games have been tough. They've been tough opponents. Sure, it's not looked great in the grand scheme of things when they scale up against them, but the fact that they've got those games out of the way, now that the matches they have up ahead of them, I think are, you know, I'd say it's like 90% chance they're going to win the rest of the series. I think Navi will be safe, but for me, it's going to be more of, you know, how good do they look in this series? Because they don't want to scrape through the rest of this league. They want to show the fans that they are able to, you know, just reaching that same level of performance that we saw from them last season.
You know, Kyle, I know you love to persecute Navi for their sins of kicking general, but what about Ramses, right? It's not his sin to bear that he was hired onto this team. How has he been doing for the squad?
This is all right, I guess, but it's more about the hero choice. Like, Ramses as an offlaner was never something that really made too much sense to me. Similar to like Sumail being put on the offlane role. It's like, yeah, they could do it, but they're not players, you know. I look at S4 as a core player that was sort of suited to the offlane. His style was already that of an offlaner. His legendary heroes, Puck, Tidehunter, Batrider. Yeah, play offlane with him, no problem. Ramses is like a life stealer player. He's a juggernaut player. And now he's going into the offlane playing stuff like Underlord. Sumail couldn't play Underlord either. We joke about it. It's like, why would you do this to yourself? And I feel like Ramses is in that same spot. Activating him will be Navi's key to success, but, you know, his Beastmaster has been great. That's a hero I'd love to see him on. Something that can be active, control the map, and also have a mind for his own farm and acceleration. So, trouble is, their carry is what, top 4, top 5 EU MMR? He plays hard carries. How do you complement that? If Ramses is also going to be greedy, answer, you don't. That's why they've been losing.
Yeah.
Too much farm.
It's funny because Ramses obviously had a very successful period as a carry and not so successful in the offlane role. And as a result, you look at some of his heroes' win rates, it's like Underlord, 20%. He's won 1 game out of 5, you know. Slardar, terrible win rate. You know, it's like some traditional offlaners in there just not having a high win percentage, and you have to wonder like what his confidence is like on those kind of heroes as well.
Yeah.
Seeing as they're just been kind of losing in the offlane position both now and before.
I mean, and maybe that's the thing, you know, sure, Dota 2, it's very important sort of your individual ability on the heroes on your role, but, you know, maybe that's something that we don't really see that Navi feel that Ramses also brings to the game, brings to the squad, sort of outside of what he's doing, you know, to the point where, you know, they felt that there was that necessity to get him involved because of what else he brings to the organization and to the team.
Kyle, do you know where Ramses' name comes from?
The Egyptian pharaoh?
Ramses the second? Maybe. I don't know. We're going to find out together, though, as we do have an interview where he talks about why he's called Ramses.
When I play computer clubs, like my friend just put this name, like caps lock, and 666. I'm the 666. And I just play with it. I just go for first team with this nickname, and I don't fan of like Satan. Yeah, it's just my nickname. I'm not changing it. But in China or Asia, like a lot of people like this 666 because it's more different like means in their countries.
Damage there from Tune. B-Tune. That big crit. He's going to find a triple. He's going to get another. There's the Ultras. He takes down G. He really...
I have some troubles with my back, and I need to go to gym. And 2 days a week I can go to the gym, maybe 2 or 3 days. It feels good, you know. You wake up every day and you just go to gym. Just play Dota and go to gym.
It's important to be able to take care of your health, even as a gamer. I know people like to quibble over whether or not esports is a sport, but you should be treating your body like an athlete does and actually taking care of it. And that's something that Ramses is finding as his back has been hurting, probably from a career of carrying people for so long.
Yeah.
For his pro squad, especially.
Another reason you got to mind your posture. Yeah. It's,
and Ramsey's notorious for that
his
posture.
Yeah, I mean,
he puts the leg up right there on the chair. And everything.
I don't want to, make fun of it, but if there was a player to have back problems, you'd probably say Ramses would be one of the more likely ones because it's like, oh my God, I'm remembering watching him play lands, like feet on his chair, and he's like hunched and like it's just, don't do that, folks. You gotta have, what is it, like, you go elbows on the desk, right? Not equidistant, right angles. It's all about the right angles.
Your legs as well, right? You don't want to be, you got to make sure your chair's at the right height.
Exactly.
All very important.
Very important. And make sure to stretch. Have I taught you the hand stretches?
I know hand stretches, but go ahead, please.
Oh my God, I don't have to do this. Okay, well, it's basically you do 30 seconds.
You
put your hands like this. Okay, 30 seconds. You like pull back. You'll feel it in the bottom of your wrist, like right here.
What are you pulling back?
You're like, like pull it back. You know, like don't put your hands like that, like, and pull your hands up, right, and like flex it, so you'll feel it in like the bottom of your arm. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then after 30 seconds of that, you make a fist and you just squeeze it. Right, and this is like I don't know, something they told me to do this. I don't know. And then the main one that feels really good is then you pull the wrist down, and it's like, oh shit, that's good. That's good stuff.
Okay. And then
do
what,
that.
you good?
Yeah, twice a day.
Twice a day.
30 seconds each exercise helps out. She also rest your eyes. I don't actually remember how to do that, but my mom always said, stop staring at the screen. I haven't listened to her, and I don't. Well, I do need glasses, but I haven't got any. So probably should have listened to her.
Close your eyes and let your eyes relax. Like literally make them feel relaxed and no longer tense and staring at something. Every once in a while, Kyle. Every once in a while. Of course, let's talk a little bit about Winstrike. They are the underdogs in this matchup, even though they have a similar score. They also have faced up against tough opponents. They actually lost to Team Spirit. They took a game off of them. They took the first game off of them. Unfortunately, still lost that series. The disappointing loss is that they got 2-0'd by AS Monaco Gambit. That's the one that makes me more concerned. You lose to Spirit, hey, they're on a hot streak, no problem. But AS Monaco Gambit, they haven't been looking the best. And if you wanted to take top 3, you needed to be able to beat them, right?
Yeah. As you said, those two factors makes it sort of very hard to really place their capabilities. I would look more towards the fact that they did take a game off Spirit, because I believe that was the only game Spirit's lost, right? Spirit, they've not lost to anyone else. So I think, if you are Navi, you're coming in and you are absolutely taking this series very seriously, and you're not disrespecting your opponents at all. This series is incredibly important, and if this team's taking a game off Spirit, then there is absolutely the chance they're taking a game off you.
And being a young squad means maybe they would be more inconsistent. Do you agree with that, Kyle? Has your experience shown you that?
I mean, I think Eastern Europe in general, just more inconsistent. But yeah, Winstrike, they have moments of brilliance, but I think it's also very draft-based. That's going to be kind of the story of this whole region, but specifically this series. Is it easy to execute, and what are the supports picked up? I think we'll see some Shadow Demon in this series. I think we might see some Oracle. I want to have defensive save mechanics. They seem really value, especially when I see them in the hands of teams like VP.
Oracle's a good one for Pantomime. He has twice as many Oracle games as any other hero that he's played in competitive. Now, we actually do have an interview with just that man, the captain of Windstrike, Pantomime.
Dracho front of the stun onto no one, Yule's control, onto Dream, but they can keep on pushing on. They'll take that Sven yet again. It's a great kisses from the side here from Pantomime.
We should win everyone except Virtus.pro, and if you do it, we will have more games against teams with the same score, so we will have a chance to compete in wildcard, but it's hard. We are not like those players who lose and they want to change players, feel that they waste time. We understand that we are just a new team with new players and we have a lot to learn more.
Down as now they're just chasing after Toronto, Tokyo, ripping through that refraction. They place the blood right over on the back lines. You can see that they are just going to town here. Yamich will fall.
Windstrike is in for a long run. Like if you just check top 10 teams in World Dota and you check players, if they switch somebody, they switch only one player. They all play for a long distance with a long relationship. When you switch half team, you need to do job from zero. It's very hard.
Game 3, they hit back nice and hard again.
And it's interesting. If I understood that correctly, there was pressure from the organization for them to be able to swap out players. But as you very wisely said, you never know what you're going to be losing when you do swap out those players. So he's saying, we're a new team. We're going to stick together. We're going to try and figure things out. And if you're going to be swapping things out, you can't be moving like half the team and go. That's.
I think organizations should never meddle in their team's affairs. It is not. You know, you can make arguments when you look at other games that it's reasonable, specifically Counter-Strike, League of Legends, but those have far more defined roles. Like in CSGO as an example. Somebody's an AWPer, they're an AWPer. You can bring them onto your team, you're going to do the same damn thing. There's more elegance to it, blah, blah, blah. Same in League. There's a jungler role. They jungle. That's it. That's what they do. They mid. Dota, you need so many more components. There's much more to consider. An offlaner like Zai is not the replaceable one-to-one by an offlaner like, say, S4 or like, let's say, the old Funnick. You know, they've completely different styles. So, yeah, don't meddle. Listen to your players.
So we do have the draft coming up in just a couple minutes. So talking about the draft and Windstrike in general, do you feel like what is their formula so far that you think has been successful for them? What are the different pieces that you look at? Rebel's got to be a big one, right? I know you said you were a big fan of him.
Yeah, I think, you know, they've got some veteran leadership from Cheshire Cat. The rest of the guys, you know, younger, hungry. Don't seem to have much ego from talking to him. Like, everyone's pretty chill. They're just grinding, trying to get better. And obviously having organizational support, believing in these younger guys helps out. But more than anything, I think maybe coming up through the lower bracket was good for their confidence.
Did you know that Cheshire Cat, despite having played since like 2013, 2014 Power Rangers, the first season, the lower division, they won $16,000 for that. That was the second most he's ever made in his career out of a prize pool.
Damn.
Most of his career is just $5,000, $6,000 cups that, you know, then broken down in 5 players. He's only getting $1,000 out of. Like, he has not had a very, even though his very storied run. You can go back and look at all his teams. He's been playing for a while. He just hasn't had the most success, and this is the most success he's had in his entire career.
Absolutely, and I think if anything, that's just a testament to, you know, as many sort of complaints there may be for certain aspects of the DPC season, for those sort of tier 2 teams, tier 2 players, it makes a huge difference having this sort of sustainability and support for them. They're able to finally get a bit of a return for something, as you said, he's been doing for years, but just there haven't been those opportunities to succeed at this level and get rewarded for it.
Dota, for better or worse, one of the most top-heavy esports, if not, it is the most top-heavy esport that exists. I think it's part of the reason we've seen a lot of the top teams also stabilize their rosters. It's almost a survival mechanism, right? If you don't share this knowledge that players on your team accumulate, then how are you going to compete? You know, take a guy like Pantomime going up against somebody like Puppy. It's a decade of experience and wisdom that he's had to, you know, he's got to just somehow replicate without actually having that time spent.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about another guy who has a decade of experience. You saw him right next there to Ramses, Mag, their coach. been playing since Dota 1 days. I mean, it's hard for some of these young guys to be able to compete with people who have played at the top tier echelon of Dota for some of them for years and years and years.
Years and years and years, indeed.
Navi going to be opening with the Enchantress, Wind Strike Respond, Ancient Apparition Mars. Not a bad duo whatsoever. Kind of still leaves some flexibility to their off lane.
Yeah.
They pick one side lane hero apiece.
Yes, I think it was Pantomime we were talking to last week. And I realized he's been playing Dota. He started really seriously playing Dota after I had already retired and started working on the desk.
Yeah.
And before that, I'd played 4 years of Dota and 4 years of Han. And so I'm thinking, wow, I'm so old. What have I done with my life? But on the other hand, it's pretty impressive. It's kind of crazy. There's still these new guys coming in. It takes some time to get here. But I think 1 to 2 years of just daily play is necessary before you can even think about being at a competitive level. Game's too goddamn hard, Cap.
Yeah. I do wonder how much the openness of the Dota scene spurred him to get into Dota, because his first matches that he ever played were the Manila qualifiers, Manila major qualifiers. Right? That was the, he didn't make it far. That was when he was just starting out. And
no, that's
an open system like that. He does that a few more times, plays the Manila Major, TI, qualifiers, and then, at some point in time he says, all right, let's get serious about this.
Yeah. I wonder sometimes, I miss the open qualifiers. I'm really sad we won't have them this year. I wonder whether them being removed was just like a way to force top teams that maybe don't care about the measly prize pool just to have to play, because otherwise they would just wait for opens.
I mean, we don't know if there's not going to be some. We just assume, right?
No, we know.
I think
we know.
we know.
There are no opens. They announced it.
Okay.
Yeah, Valve said pretty
all right.
exclusively there is going to be one qualifier spot per region. You must be in the DPC to do so.
Yep.
So only upper and lower division teams will be able to play in those qualifiers.
That makes sense, as you said, for protecting the DPC system and giving it increased value.
It's also the first time that I can really think of in Dota's history where the strength of your region matters the most it's ever been, right? Because if your region does well at majors, they're getting more DPC points, and they're automatically getting invited, and therefore that one slot, because before it was like the strength of your region, the number of slots in qualifiers was open.
Yeah.
So, maybe a Team Liquid or somebody doesn't get directly invited, but they would open up another qualifying slot, perhaps TI for that region.
What's weird about that, though, is it provides these weird incentives where I think it punishes regions that are more competitive. There's a scenario in Southeast in SA Dota where Thunder Predator is like losing, right, to No Ping Esports, to Beast Coast. No Ping have very small amount of points. So if they were to get first or second place points, let's say Thunder Predator only gets 50 or 100, if that doesn't push them over the threshold to get a direct invite, then SA as a region loses a spot, unless No Ping go to the major and finish, top 4, top 3. So it's weird where these regions, it probably benefits NA the most when you consider EG, Quincy Crew, quite likely 1 and 2 twice in a row. That's a big help for the region, because then two
and it becomes
teams
Undying versus 4 Zoomers for one slot.
Exactly.
Whereas, compared to, let's just take Eastern Europe here as an example. You may have Team Spirit, Navi,
VP.
All of these teams all matched up against each other, while VP is the only team moving forward.
Exactly. VP is currently in a position where that's pretty much likely how it's going to run. So for Europe fans, even if you're a fan of like Team Secret, it's good for the region that Secret is not doing well in the league, because it means more points go to teams that haven't locked up their TI invite yet. Really interesting system. Wonder to see how it'll change. But speaking of changes, the draft so far, Navi, different flavor. I don't think I've seen them play Warlock, now with the Ench as well.
I was going to say, do you like that support
into AA?
Or? Yeah, double heals into the Ice Blast. I mean, I guess it was both ways. Sure, they're going to get shut down the heals, but you're at least going to have something to build your team back up after the Ice Blast wears off.
And they were definitely planning on this troll too, banning out the Tide and the Razor. No Timber, so they go Axe on Navi, but man.
That's not. I mean, Axe is one of the hard counters to troll. You can dunk him anytime you want.
That's true.
Ain't going to save you.
But in the lane, not ideal.
Sure, the lane's not. But then again, as an Axe, are you playing the lane, or you're running behind towers, grabbing creeps and taking them?
What offlaner is happy with matching up against Troll in the
Well,
lane.
Troll's pretty
pretty
it's
miserable.
AA Troll. We've seen the axe throw into a cold feet enough to actually just stun a guy.
It's
So,
pretty good.
in which case, aren't the ideal offlaners ones that would cut the wave rather than trying to continue to play into that Troll as much as possible?
Yeah. Backlaning
Yeah.
probably the best bet. It's a good point. I like what you guys are saying. Don't play the lane. Just don't bother with him. Troll will freeform, of course, but you know, you really can't do much about it at this point anyway.
And then on the other side, Navi just full sustain with this Warlock plus Wraith King against very much a kill-heavy duo of Lion Mars. So, feels like both teams have addressed each other in side lanes very nicely. Now we're just left with our mids.
Yep. I like Death Prophet a lot for Windstrike.
I was thinking that as well. That is the great answer to something like an Axe that's going to be holding that ult, looking to punish the Troll in the middle of a team fight. You know, Axe is... He's not going to have anything to remove the silence early on. They don't have anything on the team that's going to be able to protect him. So if you can cover your Troll by silencing this lineup of Navi, Troll is going to be able to go ham in the team fight.
And it also deals pretty well with anything Iceberg likes to play, aka Spirit Heroes. I like that Navi banned out Storm. If you're not willing to take it first overall, you kind of, well, the hero's just kind of busted. Let's be real, especially for a team. I think Navi and Windstrike have both first tooted exclusively when it was not banned. So I guess Navi, since they are second pick, they kind of have to get rid of it.
Of course, Rebel also being known as a bit of a spirit specialist, particularly the Storm Spirit, which you could see as one of the first banned out heroes. His second most played, Templar Assassin, is still available, though don't know if you have the room for that. You want something a bit more active, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like... Does he play much Invoker? I don't think he does.
He
right?
has played 10 games of Invoker.
Yeah.
Okay, because I feel Invoker would be really nice.
Yeah.
The Quasworks Invoker as well, just to sort of cover the Troll, set him up.
Speed hero would not be bad at all. The two supports are pretty useless at hunting and finding kills, so.
Yeah, it's not a bad game for a Spirit Vessel. Cyclone is always good against Axe.
Yeah, EMP just messes with sort of the Wraith King and the Axe as well, big time.
Windstrike actually bans away the Invoker.
Okay, I guess likewise for Navi against the Troll and the Mars. These are also heroes that don't want to play into Tornadoes, EMPs.
Oh, I'm silly. I've had the pick order in my head reversed. I'm shocked actually that Navi first picked Ench. That's kind of, yeah. I don't know. We'll see how that works out for them. Definitely going back to their roots before this roster was ever on the team. The days of Kuro and Puppy. Is that a Marana?
That is
That's
a
a
mid-Marana.
For Iceberg,
Okay, that's weird. Notice that Navi, despite being a mid-open, they ban away Broodmother. It's Rebel's one cheese hero he's got in his up his sleeve.
Ember Spirit looks pretty all right here.
Yeah, you're barely getting caught, right? I mean, sure, the Axe call you got to watch out for, but even that, you know, if you're quick on the reactions, you don't have anyone to bail you out, though. You don't have any sort of save support.
Yule's hero isn't bad either. You don't really have one. I guess the Mars could go, but it's quite nice against Axe, especially in a game like this to protect your Troll.
I still like the
Do you feel like they're lacking damage on Navi's side?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what if you double down on that and go like DK, Kunkka, one of those like DK type mids?
DK is nice. It's a bit... your team fight isn't
I prefer
ideal.
Kunkka. I think Kunkka's
yeah,
really good.
exactly.
Kunkka's really nice.
Mid Mars and off lane Centaur. Centaur's still available.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't mind that at all.
I
Yeah.
like this. This is a good draft.
Centaur is that's some value right there.
Yeah.
That's it's like
You know what's funny? I was gonna mention the dyssynergy of Lion Mars, you know, where you can sometimes Earth spike him up in the air, spear him, and he'll go over the wall. Don't have to worry about that anymore. Now it's a Lion Centaur duo.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Navi's lineup very much seems like we just want to sort of survive. V-Tune's going to get farm, and then hopefully he'll inevitably carry the game. Like, it feels like Windstrike are just going to be able to do a whole lot more.
Yeah. Navi, honestly, I'll be honest, the draft makes them look lost. It's a collection of heroes, but you don't really see why these are picked. Iceberg, Marana, that's not something I game plan a week to set up for. I look at Windstrike and I think, damn, like you've got some incredible value.
Yeah.
Your heroes just look better on paper, and you're going to win your lanes.
Yeah,
all of them.
no, absolutely. I think they're going to have the edge in all three of them.
Yeah.
With the way they finish it and switch it round.
One of the reasons that Navi and ourselves also maybe didn't expect a mid-Mars here is Rebel's only played it twice in his entire professional career, so not necessarily known for being a Mars player, so this will be an interesting test for him for sure. But if he does well, right, a Yules against something like Marana, be very effective.
Faith.
Okay,
Yeah,
Winstrike.
nice.
We both going Winstrike?
Navi's the better team, but Winstrike, they got the better draft by far here.
Hey, we said Winstrike very much draft-based, and our analysts, they really like their draft, and I think Fog does too. We've got Moxie and Fog as our casters.
Definitely looks like we've got some very tanky boys coming out from the side of Windstrike and a little bit of a lack of damage coming out from the side of Navi. But I think you noticed a pretty interesting trend, didn't you, Fog?
Yeah, Kyle's going to want to hear this one too, probably. 13 games in a row now. Navi has not won a game without PA. They've only won PA. 5 games in the last 13 were with PA. The last win that they did have was a PL on that 14th game. They only win with PA lately. And yeah, I really like Windstrike's draft. It covers all the boxes. I do see damage issues, and mid-Marana. And I've seen a couple games where, I think Sumail may be playing it and stuff like that, but this one definitely looks weird.
This is not a trend that we've seen in any of the area either, as far as I know. So I'm a little surprised why they picked that up for Iceberg. Perhaps they know something we don't, but...
Yeah, I know you can, leaping out of the arena and all that good stuff can be great, but you're playing into a lot of disables. You get hit by 1 Hex, 1 stun from the Lion. There's so much burst damage that's coming out from the side of Windstrike, too. I'm trying to see where it all comes together as well, because I'm like, okay, Fatal Bonds, what's their big wombo combo with Fatal Bonds? It's like Starstorm. It's just like really the Marana until Axe gets a Blink Dagger if he's able to get calls and follow up for his damage. Yeah, it does look difficult, and Windstrike, again, coming out with a really nice draft, and they've been looking pretty damn solid, so this is definitely scary for Navi as it's a very important game.
They've definitely been impressing me throughout their run here up to the upper bracket of Eastern Europe, so definitely interested in watching them here, and yeah, gonna go grab up those runes. But, this is something that it just feels like Windstrike, when they reach a certain point, they just like to run at you. They're a lot similar to Team Spirit, which I'm also seeing, in the way that they play. They reach a certain item timing, and then they just start running at you, and they don't stop. Whereas Navi, they need time. They need some time to kind of, like you said, get that Blink Dagger on Axe, start to, amp up these guys so they have enough damage to really make use of the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, I'm really wondering where it's going to be the big playmaking until that does come out. Maybe Iceberg is going to bring out some miraculous stuff on this Marana, and we'll see how this top lane ends up going, because they didn't actually block out camps. So Enchantress will have camps available if Yamich doesn't block those out, so Roger will be able to punish the lane quite a lot up top. But Centaur's fine up here. He loves laning versus Wraith King.
Well, they do manage to punish a little bit in the bottom lane. They're able to take out Pantomin's Courier, so it's going to have a little bit of difficulties with that, but yeah. Otherwise, one thing I do want to ask about is we've been seeing a lot of these position 4 heroes coming out that tend to be more tanky brawlers or high base damage, and we're not quite seeing the same thing coming out from these teams here.
Yeah, it still works out when you have these range supports, but Navi just looks a little bit more weird because they're what we like to call is your very static laners. They have their Enchantress Warlock. They don't really move too much. Not anymore, at least. We used to see the Enchantress roaming with Enchant, but the Enchant duration is not long enough for you to make moves around the map. So, and they did block the camps. So we did see Yamich. He did exactly what he's supposed to do up top. So Roger will have a bit of a tougher time actually securing V-Tune's farm. Yeah, it's very interesting how they are setting up the lanes too, right? The Warlock bottom just to heal up the Axe, so that tells me they want Ramses to have a good game. He needs to get Blink Dagger is kind of what I'm feeling when they do this lane setup. Just giving him the constant heal so he can get that solid farm. But he's only got 4 last hits right now. He is laning versus Troll AA. It's not an easy lane by any means, as always want to fly. Could die here. Gotta be a little careful.
Trying to man fight over here with Pantomin. I think he's gonna be all right.
He'll be okay.
There's no rotation. I think if they have a rotation, and then that becomes an issue. But yeah, I feel like a lot of the games that I'm casting for Navi recently is a lot of it hinges on Ramses having a good lane. If Ramses has a good lane, that's going to open up the game a lot easier for the side of Navi. They have that initiation, they've had the pressure, but if he starts to fall behind at all, I feel like they struggle really badly.
They do, and it really does feel like a lot of the time it ends up being like the V-Tune show. Like I said, those 5 PA games that we did see from him, he completely took over the game just by himself. Sure, his team helped him get to that point, but it was mostly him as top. V-Tune, speaking of the man,
they have the damage.
He's dead.
Cheshire Cat will be smiling after that one.
Love the skill build. It goes for the 2 points in double edge rather than going for the retaliate lane. I think this is perfect. You're blocking the Enchantress's camps. Lion and Centaur, very strong lane. Enchantress doesn't do too much when you don't have your creeps versus this.
I'm a bit concerned too with the Mirana pickup for Iceberg here.
Yeah.
You know, usually when we see mid heroes coming out, we think of them, you know, having a lot of gank potential, a lot of damage, and Mirana just doesn't feel like that same sort of hero for me.
No, me either. He is getting a lot of pressure onto Rebel, and he can secure kind of both runes with the leap, so it's actually going a bit better than I thought it would go in the middle lane. Just constant harassment onto this Mars has added up, but Rebel is going to be bringing himself some more regen, and he is actually going to get himself the water rune top. Nobody else ended up checking that one, so that's a bit of a fortunate situation for the Mars after he was getting hit a lot by Iceberg.
I mean, that's something that he could be very happy that they have these static laners like you talked about over on the side of Navi. Is, you know, they're not going to be leaving. They're not going to be trying to go and secure those particular runes.
There's a creep.
Harass here.
We do have a creep on Roger now, so they're a lot stronger in top lane. When he is able to find these, he's going to put some decent amount of harassment, just a couple hits and an impetus. Cheshire Cat with those skeletons. Yeah, they hurt. And we're seeing stacks. I think that's the other most important thing I am going to watch from Navi is gotta stack Ancients, gotta stack Hard Camp, enable Ramses. He needs to get these stacks around the Ancients. He needs to get his Vanguard blink timing good. The triangle stacks in particular is the ones that they are setting up. The safer ones, because the other ones can get stolen if they start to fall behind in the early game.
You definitely don't want Cheshire Cat having a better start than he already has, so they'll put a little harass down. Nice Earth Spy coming out from Yamich. We'll try to punish them for going a little bit hard here over on Cheshire Cat, but Roger kind of making his way over here on the side. Just checking probably to see if the rune's still available. Grabbing a creep too. Nice Wild Wing.
That's a good one.
There you go. There's your solution. If they block your camps, you just go to theirs.
Yep. We've seen teams now approaching with like 3 sentry wards. They block like everything. I saw yesterday like actually 3 sentry wards placed everywhere, double blocking camps too. So teams are trying to always block out from that edge. But yeah, he has this creep now, so that should give V2 an easier farm. The toughness aura helps a lot too. +3 armor onto Wraith King on top of just the tornado if he uses it. So this is a pretty solid creep actually up here.
How likely is this just going to evolve into something like a gentleman's agreement where, you know, we start to see Yamich moving, Roger moving, and then it's just, oh, Ramses, he wanted that courier so bad. But, you know, it's just going to end up being Cheshire Cat. He gets the Vanguard, he gets really, really tanky, and then they just kind of, you know, farm up here.
I think it's going to get to that point pretty soon, yeah. I think Yamich is going to get the map opened up for him, which I think it's actually quite good for Windstrike. Vanguard on Centaur, then he can look to gank mid, and that's where Iceberg can suffer. If he's there with a Mars ult, he's just dead, as Ramses is very deep, and we are seeing the first rotation. Rebel, he wants to stop this axe.
He's throwing his body at him over here, pounds him in, but Rebel, of course, like you said, he's got the arena. Turn right back around again, just pin him over to the wall, and easy peasy for Rebel.
I love when I see those moves, when you see people just cutting so aggressively, like we saw the other day with like the Morphling cutting off the axe constantly. Love when you do see that shutdown. And it's gonna, I think he actually did purchase his Vanguard right before he died. So he did get the Vitality booster finished, and we see these stacks. Always Wanna Fly is preparing his game for a good start.
Those are some pretty big stacks, my goodness.
Those are nice.
And I don't think they have any idea. They don't have any sort of wards over there. Usually Windstrike is like really on top of the vision game too. It's one thing I really admire about this team. But, you know, in this case, I'm sure they realize that they probably are making stacks, but they just don't have any real vision for it.
Yep, and we're gonna watch Ramses farm this juicy stack right now. He doesn't want any chance of them contesting it by any means. Does give Troll a little bit of a free lane for the moment, but with Shadow, the heal, he will be a little bit safer.
Dynamic duo of Cheshire Cat and Yamich should be able to get the kill on Roger. They still got the center over here. Oh, over here, Pandaman, though, is doing a little bit of scouting himself.
He's
Always
alone,
Wanna
though.
Fly
He may have...
is going to provide the backup. Yeah, I feel like maybe he was looking to see if there was a... Ooh. If there was a rune left, but they should be able to get this kill. He's going pretty deep. He's buying a lot of time, though, on the flip side of things. As Iceberg, you know, they pop the salve, pound him in. He's just going to walk into the base here, just waste as much time as possible. And eventually it is going to be Iceberg who gets the kill, but it's a lot of time chasing after a lowly ancient apparition.
Did he actually put the ward? Is that in the camp? It looks like it's just outside of the camp. But he did put a sentry down at least to... It looks like he actually missed the block, but either way.
Top lane, the rotation's coming out now.
Iceberg
opening up.
Oh,
the arrow misses, though, slightly off the mark here from Iceberg. And that's going to be very costly for them.
He was stunned. Oopsie. That was his last leap, too, so these charges, the restore time is quite long. So at 45 seconds till he will have one open for himself. That does keep him, that keeps him open to the window of Rebel actually being able to kill the Mirana. If he doesn't have leaps, he can just get killed quite easily. And no pressure on Troll Warlord. Troll having a free game.
Top lane. Oh, that arrow hit him right on the mark. So Yamich will fall here. Cheshire Cat taking a lot of damage from the Starstorm. He will back off.
Okay.
He had to redeem himself there, Fog. You know, the
Sure
first
did.
one was a little iffy, but he got his target.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. These early rotations definitely doing quite nice for him.
I'm not as afraid of a Mirana as
No.
I am of this Mars in the mid lane.
No, me neither. Definitely not. That's why we don't see it picked that often.
Yeah.
But maybe we are missing out on something new meta, right? There could be some new meta stuff coming into play.
You love to see it.
As we see Dyrachyo. He's just going to be going for his Battle Fury build, the usual. Not seeing still Battle Furies in Europe, Battle Furies in Eastern Europe. None in SEA in China really so much anymore. So just interesting to see these approaches as Ramses gets the call.
But Ramses does have to be careful here. Doesn't want the cold feet to proc. Does end up procking though in the top lane though. The aggression is on. Cheshire Cat forced to use the stomp. They get off another impetus here from Roger, but should be absolutely fine. So Ramses is still hungry. He's still hunting here.
If he gets a couple extra spins, it's always great versus Troll.
Why does he have a casual Blade of Alacrity there?
Manta. He's
We're
getting
going
prepared.
Manta. Oh my God, we're
Of
going
course.
Manta.
It's the meme. He needs to be the carry. They have a Mirana on
I
their team.
thought we were going to be concerned about, you know, the fact that they need to have initiation. I thought he would be going for that blink.
It looks like he wants to be the one to do the most of the
well,
damage.
He's got to be really careful here because Rebel's back again. Doesn't manage to miss the spear, but will get stunned up from this Lion. He's trying to just buy himself a little bit more time. The cold feet is down though over on Ramses. Rebel hitting away. They'll go and they'll use a Stampede, but they're not able to get the kill.
Ooh,
And
Rebel.
Rebel says, my bad, because that spear missing was a pretty big deal, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a for sure kill if he does get the spear connection. Big mistake there from Rebel. He didn't use the God's Rebuke first. That's something I see a lot of people always do is you rebuke first, gets the slow, then you got the guaranteed spear. A little bit of a slip up there from Rebel. And Ramses now, he can put more pressure onto bottom. Dyrachyo kind of low HP, so he can boss and walk himself in. So I guess that's the solution, right? We're a little worried about Navi's damage, so him going his Manta Shard build, it will be able to at least maybe provide them that from the off lane.
It's necessary here as Icebergs is going to leap forward, pick up the regen rune. Life is good for this Mirana.
Yeah, all right, 2K advantage somehow for Navi off of these lane setups.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Getting much more efficient plays. Yeah, we'll see that one again bottom. He just
Got too excited.
Ooh, those hurt too. Those type of misses give so much map like freedom because now they don't have to worry about that Mars ult for some time. Iceberg just feels much better about himself on the Mirana, not getting any pressure. And Axe can continue to cut waves. And V-Tune, he's got his Midas.
All right.
So he's going very greedy this game as well.
Do you like that, though? Because I feel like Windstrike plays so fast. And granted, we just found out, you know, that Ramses is going to be going for the Manta build. So they are going to be able to play a little bit faster, but is it too greedy?
It might be too greedy, but he is seeing that the Battle Fury is queued up already on the Troll. Right, he saw the Perseverance picked up, and V-Tune, it's usually all about him for this team, so he does want to be that super carry potential. And he's got a mid-Mirana, so I do want him to be able to scale as big as possible. 'Cause don't really believe the mid-Mirana too much later on. Iceberg's doing a great job here in the early game, though, 2-0.
You say this, and then all of a sudden we're going to see that giant string, and we're going to be 60 minutes into the game, and just going to have a giant Wraith King running around, just like in that last lower game with the Ursa. Dota 2, it's just a silly game.
Dota 2. Late game Dota gets pretty wild. So we're seeing another smoke. Pantomime, he's hit 6. Rebel looking to just keep making the move onto the Axe. They're not looking to shut down V-Tune really at all. Just wanting to really just kill Ramses. As he is the most farmed hero in the game, so it is the most effective kill that they can go for here.
They are going to
Iceberg.
walk to Iceberg here first.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
that
got
is
him.
a very nice pickup here. Ice Blast comes in, and that's a dead Mirana.
And I feel like that's usually how I feel like we're going to see the Mirana. Like, that's how I feel like it's going to be in most of these situations. You just die in one stun every single time. So I'm really going to look to be impressed by Iceberg in this mid-game if he's able to avoid these setups. But there's so many stuns and controls that are coming out from Windstrike. So it's going to be definitely going to be hard for him.
So what is the build then that you want to see coming out of Iceberg? Because we talked about stun, so obviously, you know, something like a BKB probably is necessary, or even something like perhaps a Lincoln's.
I think he will need BKB at some point. He's going to go for his Yasha build, maybe go for a little bit of greed in between, but absolutely needs a BKB this game. Otherwise, I don't know what he's going to provide in the fights. Maybe he'll just be a little bit of a soaker for that Wraith King. Stun off the mark.
Yeah, just a little bit off, but the spear right on target. And there's a big old finger. Always want to fly will fall in the top lane. This is the second time we've been forced to see that Stampede come out from Cheshire Cat just for his own self-preservation.
Oh, worth it. He's living. He's super farmed on Cheshire Cat. He's already got his Hood and his Vanguard, the unkillable build, as we like to call it. And that is an early Battle Fury already done. onto Dyrachyo. Doesn't have any stacks to work on, unfortunately, for him. As usually we do see quite a bit of those. Roger does have the Purge creep. He'll be able to scurry himself away from this scary troll.
At the loss of his brand new friend, though.
That's okay. It doesn't give much. Worthless.
Just give your life for Roger. Easy peasy. All right.
I guess we do have just heavy farm approach. We've been seeing this a lot more from the Eastern European division. A lot more farm-heavy games. 5-2, 13 minutes. We got a Midas on one guy. We got another guy going man to axe. It's full greed. It really is full greed by Navi.
If you had told me this about 4 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. Like, Fog and I were sitting in the back in the green room, and we were talking about how it feels like SA has become the new CIS in terms of just tempo.
Yep.
The way that they've been running at each other, and we're getting like a lot more slow, methodical farming sort of things coming out here from this Eastern European area here. But
I like this from Cheshire. Making the move mid, he's got max Retaliate, he's super tanky. Tower just dying naturally to that Retaliate, plus some hits from Dyrachyo. It's gonna force the move from Navi. They do have their ults. They have Chaotic Offering at the ready. But his Centaur has 1700 HP, and we did say, you know, big damage issues coming out for Navi, so they're just gonna drop the tower without fighting.
And you saw the way that they just immediately backed off. They had that vision. They knew that they couldn't stick together because otherwise Always Wanna Fly is just going to toss down Yamich. Okay. Just trying to stun up the creep, perhaps, make sure he doesn't get caught. But yeah, look at Iceberg, and then you look at Cheshire Cat here. What can she hope to really do?
She'll kill herself just from attacking him. Like she won't be able to kill him by herself. They'll need the axe for most of their damage, for most of their moves. This Cheshire Cat, again, we've seen him do this so much on his Timbers, his Centaurs. Tower's getting pushed, he just shows up.
Stampede, Rebel, trying to go over there. They'll be able to go and clip over here onto the axe. They'll drop the Chaotic Offering, though. Arrow coming in. Will land over onto Cheshire Cat, but they have the Hex, and they've got enough damage with the Ice Blast. Pantomime does fall. Ramsey's ticking a bit low, but they turn their attention over to Cheshire Cat, and it takes a lot, but they do finally manage to kill him as Ramsey does eventually pop over onto the back line. And this tower now easily belongs to Navi. Yamich is already teleported out. What a bit awry for the side of Windstrike.
Yeah, the Marauder doing good damage. Great walk, great rock, good positioning coming out from Always Wanna Fly there to kind of counteract a bit of that instant explosion. If they get everything off right away onto the axe, he probably dies before he's able to just like get a call off and reset. So nice setup there from Navi, but Dyrachyo goes top, able to claim this entire enemy jungle now here too, and he's still at the top of the board. But so's Vtoon, and Vtoon did show up bottom with his Midas. Now he's got the Relic. He's still getting very good timings, and they're not really pressuring him too much. There's a little bit of the concern.
We say that, but at the same time, too, now we've got Dyrachyo. He's over in the Roche pit, right? So this is a lineup that comes online a little bit earlier than what Navi's got going on.
I like this move quite a bit. They know the Rock is down. That means no team fight available from Navi. The only way Navi takes those type of fights is with Rock. So yeah, free Roche going to be taken. Mid tower will drop.
They know. They're scanning. I wonder if Ramses is going to try to get in there, but...
I don't think they can.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. They do give up a little bit of a net worth advantage here. Navi is being very efficient with themselves right now, but bam, they do get a Roche out of it. And double Manta is now
I was about to say.
Woo.
Everybody's getting the Manta on this team.
It's been buffed. Why not, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be quite strong. And Ramses, he's going to get a lot of damage that they're missing as they're setting up for... He has
no idea.
So alone up here.
He doesn't have any vision either. The slow comes out immediately, whirling axes. He's going to get called up here by Ramsey, but the arrow going and landing over on a creep. As now Dyrachyo running for his life. They do manage to take down the Aegis. You can see the rest of the side of Windstrike is moving their way over.
Rock is still
try to protect him. Cheshire Cat looking for the opening. They can see Always Wanna Fly. They'll pin him over to the tree as Cheshire Cat gets the stomp off. That's enough damage coming out from Rebel, so they'll turn it around, but they did lose the Aegis during this.
They did, yeah, Dyrachyo is way too far up, but they're actually going to be able to potentially turn this into a tier 2, so maybe ends up not being as bad for them as it did look initially. But, I mean, Navi's really just playing full efficiency game. Everyone's just trying to farm as much as possible. Look at how they're split up. Axe is farming jungle, Wraith King farming jungle, Mirana farming jungle, since they can't contest this.
I mean, you can see the difference. Like, yes, Dyrachyo sitting at the top of the net worth on the side of Windstrike, but if you take a look, all three of the cores over here on the side of Navi.
He's got a blink.
He does have a blink. He's waiting for the rest of his team to show up, and there they are, the pin over here onto the wall. They'll just rip apart Iceberg. Ice Blast coming in, but won't be able to go land. Roger left behind as Dyrachyo, spiraling axes. They'll follow up with that rock. doesn't really seem to matter, though. It's a pretty big victory, I think, for the side of Windstrike, because they didn't get much. As Ramses, he taunts up here over on Cheshire Cat, but Cheshire Cat doesn't care.
They cannot waste rock like that this game. It's their only big source of team fight until Ramses has Blink Dagger. That was a very ambitious one as they kill it. Extra money for the troll. And they're continuing to kind of chase them forward here. You have to be a little bit careful. The Radiance Burn is starting to add up onto Dyrachyo, and there is an Axe call.
Do get the call off. Rest of the team hot on the heels. They're trying to go and just stun them, but unfortunately a little bit off the mark here for Yamich's V2's running right back in again with Ramses. A good spear, though. Will push him away. Pantherman is just hoping that they don't have the vision over here, so he is going to be able to teleport out. They did have the vision, and they weren't able to do anything about it, though.
Nope. I like this pickup from Always Wanna Fly. We kept talking about damage issues for Navi. He picks up a Veil on that Warlock, so that's going to be nice. And yeah, we do see that Golem killed by Dyrachyo. You really can't waste those. I really think that Windstrike can take advantage of that right now. They have all their cooldowns kind of frequently up. This Mars ulti's always ready. He's got a DD, and he's about to have Blink Dagger, and he gets a Vambrace. So it's go time. I feel like Windstrike should just look for these fights now that Golem's down constantly, and they are starting to break, that slight lead, at least in net worth that Navi had. It's starting to stable out, and Iceberg, I really hope he queues up BKB. Okay, he does. So
he has to.
He
can't survive if he gets pinned at all, or just.
And he's stunned, and he's dead.
Yeah.
It's just they have so many different ways to just insta kill him. So we do have the Moonlight Shadow. Pantomime gets the wards up arrow off the mark.
A little bit off the mark. Leap forward though. Follow up with Yamich. It looks like Pantomime still will fall most likely as Yamich also goes down. They'll turn back around. They'll have to use the Stampede. Cheshire Cat, I think Dyrachyo wasn't sure if he was supposed to go in there or not because they are going to retreat now without their two supports. Rest of them still hunting. Ramses not quite able to get over there, but V2 with the stun. Oh, there it is. There's the arena. As they'll trap them. They'll just try to chip down V2. And that is going to be the reincarnation. Ramses, though, looking for the call. Is going to be able to draw some of the attention to the side, away from his core. As V2 is hexed up. Dyrachyo has to be careful. He's staying so very, very low with the fatal bonds. He will fall, as well as Cheshire Cat. Rebel also going down here. The arrow, Yamich, they haven't quite found him yet, but he is going to get found. Does get the double hit off over on the stun, but he is going to pay for this with his life as he's just slowly burning to death. And V2 gets himself a double kill.
What a disaster. That's without Golem. They somehow just walk into them and fight. Rebel misses the spear in his ulti. Yamich misses the stun as well. They just completely whiff their spells as Navi runs over them here without Golem. I feel like that should not have really happened, but Windstrike with some pretty big mistakes adding up there. Now 5k gold advantage for Navi.
I feel like every time we see Dyrachyo up in that lane, something bad happens. Like he's just a little bit too far ahead of the rest of the...
Rebel just, again, the spear before using Rebuke, and he had a DD, so it's a huge Rebuke when you do see it come out, but yeah, he just whiffs the spear again. Now watch Yamich too, watch the Lion. Blinks in, whiffs the stun as well, and they're all bound, and this is where everyone else on Navi is just getting every single spell off, and yeah, Windstrike just missing quite a lot of them there, and V-Tune able to do what V-Tune does. Navi, even though we do like Windstrike's draft, they are missing quite a bit of spells, and Navi definitely proving that they are a bit of the better team here so far.
You can't make those kinds of mistakes against a team like Navi, unfortunately. Like, you have to be really, spot on. And usually, Windstrike has been looking fairly clean, but like you said, if you whiff a spear, if you whiff one of those, earth spikes, it's going to come back to haunt you. Especially when you look at the play, the way that they divvied up that fight, too, with the axe, just getting the call off on 2 to drag away from V-Tune, allowing him to escape. Just very nicely played from Navi.
And this is all before Ramses even has Blink, right? This is just the Manta Shard now is online. This is the scary thing for the Troll all throughout the game is that dunk. That's why you're seeing Dyrachyo playing so careful, really with his battle trances and stuff like that. But huge window here for Navi, because that fight was done without Chaotic Offering, as we said. Now it's going to be up for this next one here too, and they're approaching it, those items that we were mentioning. At least they were until Iceberg decides, never mind, we just crushed the last fight, I'm not going Beak anymore, I'm going Diffusal on Mirana.
I mean, I like the Diffusal, but I also feel like, you should probably have a backup plan.
If he's going to be able to play really far back behind the Wraith King and the Axe, if he's careful, the build will work, because he's going to do a lot of damage.
Is this just a situation where Iceberg has to be incredibly careful with his positioning?
Yeah. And they did just, they're probably feeling themselves after that last one where it's just like, wow, we just crushed a fight without our only real big team fight ultimate. Definitely shaking up Windstrike quite a lot there.
Yeah, 9.5, or 4k damage over here on Iceberg. It's neck and neck here with that Wraith King, so.
Yeah, he's definitely making it work. 190 last hits too. And the Fatal Bonds and the Veil definitely coming into play to amp up his damage.
Well, I guess it's one of those situations that if Mirana does get caught out, she just realizes, okay, I'm pretty much toast, right?
Yep.
So it doesn't make sense that you pick up the BKB just for those engagements. But speaking of engagements, Ramsey is leaping forward.
Oh my god.
Just blows up Cheshire Cat.
How many kills in a row have they gotten as well, too? What is this, like?
I don't
1,
know what the
2,
streak
3,
is now at
4,
this
5,
point.
6, 7. They've gotten so many kills in a row that Winstrike they're crumbling. They really are starting to crumble a lot versus Navi.
Dracho can sense.
Dracho.
There's the defusal. They'll follow up. Don't quite manage to land the arrow as Rebel's just trying to use this as to initiate. But then they follow up here with the axe. He gets the call. They'll go drop the golem. They want Dracho so bad here, but they're just not going to be able to get their hands on him for long enough. Oop. We get a little bit of a pause there.
We do.
Yeah, they felt a little bit clumsy coming out from both sides here. Almost like Always Want to Fly, maybe just like a second or two behind with that dropping.
Yeah, they've shown they don't really need the golem in a couple of these fights anyway.
Look at this. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's just so far up, and my god, Ram, the damage from the Manta Shard is crazy strong.
A little bit of the play back here, the defusal. Arrow not landing. They do manage to land the spear, which buys a bit more time, but Ramses, he was just right in a good position. But they're just able to escape at like the last second. Just a little bit weird positioning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it looks like we're ready to go again, though.
Any big timings here for Winstrike? They're both going for Satanics, looks like on the 2 cores.
I like how you just see Axe run through and just smack one of the creeps, just run right through. Always Want to Fly's.
Your golem.
He's just leaving it there. Sir? I mean, I know Jins are supposed to serve their masters, but that's...
Okay, 100 gold.
A bit questionable.
They don't care about the gold.
I guess.
Ramses. Dyrachyo. He is on the enemy high ground under vision.
Oh, the follow-up here from Ramses. Yamich going through their spike. Does manage to go land over onto V-Tune as a big Ice Blast comes in on. They go and they land it over Always Want to Fly, and Ramses both crumbling as V-Tune trying to man-fight through here. It's not looking super great. He is going to go down the first time. Over on the backside, you can see Roger and Iceberg. They're trying to dish out some of this damage as they go, and they do manage to just drop that arena, but they don't catch anyone. Arrow tossed out, and Winstrike just backs off with that whiffed arena.
First big fight in a while, Winstrike's actually able to do something. They are able to keep the troll alive. First is that axe as soon as he pops Battle Trance. If the dunk isn't off, Ramses does go down. And then Dyrachyo has much more freedom inside the fight. Rebel, ult to run away, it looked like. They're just blocking the Mirana hits decent. And we are seeing why they're queuing up those Satanics, because there is no way to prevent those heals going to be coming out from the side of Navi. If they're able to get that off, then the dunk won't be as threatening.
Got a full pipe of insight completed now for Cheshire Cat. And my question to you, Fugged, is when we're looking at these fights, it feels like Roger and Iceberg are able to sit just so far back. How do they bridge that? Is it just all on Rebel to go and get the jump, or is Cheshire Cat, like, how do they get in the back lines?
I think it has to be Cheshire Cat. I think Rebel is more about just like getting it into the front and getting the spear onto either Axe or Wraith King so that he can protect Dyrachyo. Probably mostly on the Axe. It's going to be eyes on Cheshire Cat to get on top of this Warlock and Enchantress. But they're going to be a lot tankier. That pipe, really strong pickup here for sure, as we are seeing a little bit of that magic damage was hurting a lot, right, from the Mirana with the Fatal Bond's Veil.
Yeah. So, the jump forward from Yamich immediately, and they'll follow up. They've got the vision, they've got the dust. They're just going to pin him over here to the wall. Ramses is just toast. And they can't do anything on the side of Navi except to watch them. They'll get a stun off over here on Cheshire Cat, but Dyrachyo is going right back in again. And they've got so much damage. The Stampede comes out. You can see Dyrachyo just standing his ground the entire time as Cheshire Cat was trying to get onto the back line, but he wasn't quite able to do it. And they'll go right back. They'll be able to get the kill on Rebel. Can they get anything more, though? Because they're really trying to fight. Okay, they'll follow up with the rock over the back lines. V-Tune. He does pull Dyrachyo. He's still alive, but it's a triple kill now for Iceberg.
My god, I mean, Iceberg is actually owning on this Mirana.
I know, both of us were very confused when they picked this up for the draft, but he's making it work.
We most definitely are. I think I need to see that again. I want to see when the troll used his Satanic, because he didn't have it up toward the end, or I didn't see what he dispelled off of himself, but I didn't see him very low beforehand when he did pop it. He popped it very early on in the fight. Ramses bought back but didn't have a TP, which looked scary, but yeah, Dyrachyo, I think he used his Satanic I think he may have just like clicked it early. I'm not sure what was going on there. Maybe because he was Fatal Bond, he wanted to purge it off, but...
That's possible.
Let's see, because he used Satanic right there, and he's full HP. That is a very confusing Satanic usage.
I guess maybe he wanted to purge off the Fatal Bonds, like you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
It's the best thing I can think of right now.
But then for later on, now he doesn't have it for when the fight does progress. As we are seeing the supports in the backline just wailing onto Cheshire Cat and Rebel. Yeah, look, no Satanic now. Perhaps if he had it there, he'd be able to actually turn something, but did use it super early on. And they did reveal their ward there as well, so Navi's going to know that is in the area. Vtoon does die, and they have to use Ramsey's buyback, but they get the Aegis, and they're perfectly fine with all this.
Yeah, they gave Ramses the Aegis, I believe, too.
Yep. He did buyback, so they want to make sure. As we see, he's priority number 1. That's how we see Windstrike playing. They have to just insta-kill the Axe so that the Troll can feel a lot safer so he can pop Battle Trance. So Navi's also recognizing that. They know how important Ramses is going to be to counteract that Troll. Rebel?
Mitch, Rebel, finger comes out. The kill always want to fly. That arrow not going to quite connect here from Iceberg, as he's just going to take a little time in the middle of that arena and think about his life.
They give Vtoon the shard. And he's almost got a halberd too. He's going to be really tough to actually bring down now. With that little bit of evasion, it is going to be annoying for Dyrachyo to kind of handle that. And he's starting to fall behind on this Troll. This Wraith King really surpassing him, and he's getting caught up even with the Mirana. As Dyrachyo, again, walking up to high grounds. He
always here. Like, I feel like he's, I mean, this time he's got Rebel behind him at the very least, right? He's got some backup, but I feel like he's feeling very courageous most of the time, the way that he's just very, very far forward. The rest of his team, you know, it's hard for them to follow up.
Yeah, and Iceberg has made it through the harder stages.
Ramses.
He's done excellent. He has
See you,
BKB now.
Ramses. But Ramsey sees you too, I guess. So they'll go, they'll pin him over. It doesn't matter. They're going to end up losing Yamich here. Dyrachyo now forced to run away as Vtoon is following up. Ramsey's looking to get back into position here. Try to use that God's Rebuke, trying to push back. Yules will buy a little bit more time as Iceberg leaping forward, has the arrow. He's got to juke around. Nice jukes here from Dyrachyo. Big Ice Blast coming in hot. Will be able to land over on several, but they have the BKB over on Iceberg now. Vtoon trying to fight again. It's going to be the Reincarnation Pathoman over on the back line. Look at these just bonds holding them into place over on the back lines, though. They went and they got off the arena, but I don't think it's doing a whole heck of anything as they lose Dyrachyo. They'll lose Cheshire Cat, and now Rebel running for his life.
Again, he battle tranced and Satanic at the same time in the fight. Right when they go up the high ground, he used both to try to keep himself alive, and then he doesn't have it for the second go when they're able to get on top of him, and now this lead is just becoming way too big for them to deal with. This Troll can't do it all on his own.
They've got creeps in the bottom line here. Yamich has to be very careful. Does not want to get jumped here by Ramses.
And seeing this, of course, the Warlock Shard coming into play too. Everyone just staying super high HP efficiency. Yamich.
That's all he can
casual
do.
stun, but Troll's dead for 30. This is at least a Rax.
Toss an Ice Blast out, at the very least, try to put a little damage on them, but they don't seem to care at all. Navi's just taking their buildings. Yamich again, just gonna throw out another Ice Pack, try to just blow up this Aegis, and he does manage to do it. Thanks to that little bit of Ice Blast still left on him here. Blinking out, and they'll take a tower and one of the racks.
Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under
And honestly, I take back all the things I said about Iceberg maybe having a tough time. 9-2-9. He's actually he's doing so much. 18 of the 20 kill involvement. I believe he has one of the highest damage done in the game too. This Mirana is absolutely working. He made it through all the tough parts too without getting BKB, and he has it done. And he's gonna find himself a DD now too.
You know, Fog, Dota is one of those games where I love being proven wrong, though.
Oh, me too.
Like, it's one of those situations where we look at it, we're like, what? Like, we have no idea. And then, you know, the pro players come in and they just show us exactly how their mind is working on this. And it's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, and Iceberg, when he is playing some of these, you know, when he's very comfortable on a hero, he can definitely stand out. We've seen him do it on some stranger ones, at least in the mid, like when he was only really one of the few players running like the Doom and he was popping off on it all these times. This could be one of those specialties. Big fight.
Ooh, okay. Immediately the spear forward. BKB coming out from Ramses, followed up with a nice arrow coming out from Iceberg. They'll go and they'll drop down the arena. Cheshire Cat, though, will fall. Leap forward over on the back lines. They get another dunk off. Can they get another? Yes, Pat with triple kill now for Ramses. Dyrachyo, he's going to try. He is disarmed, though. He's not going to be able to go and save himself as he's just chasing down after B2. Does eventually fall.
He can't do
Rebel
anything.
can't do anything either. Look at this. He's crawling away. There's going to be the Wraith Fire Blast. All the spins coming out. A couple clicks. And that's another kill for Ramses.
Dyrachyo is just getting full controlled. The lack of BKB is definitely coming into play too. He's just getting, he gets diffused in the fight, and then he just gets slowed down a little bit from like an enchant or something. He just can't move. Can't do much of anything. Navi, excellent jobs of taking these fights. Just much better understanding of where they are supposed to hit. Yeah, all healed up now. Iceberg, 10-2-13. And that could just be the game.
I mean, you have a couple of the sports coming back up. You still have Cheshire Cat alive, but it's looking pretty scary right now. You can see at this point the net worth has gone very over in favor of Navi. The jump forward, this is Yamich. He was trying to do anything. He cannot. Chestercat getting a double stomp off. It's nice. Followed up though here with the Ice Blast from Pantoman. He's just trying to get it off in time before Vitun cuts him down. And look at this, he's just playing with his food at this point. The GG gets called. Navi will take game number 1.
And there he is, the man of the hour.
Look at he's very focused. The tongue hanging out of the side of the mouth, yeah.
He played really well. He actually did do an incredibly good job on this Mirana. Only the two times he got caught from the Mars ult from like the high ground, they did kill him right away. But besides that, Navi's positioning was good. And Windstrike with some very weird positioning and some weird fights that they did take and missing a lot of spells in some clutch moments. Like no rock. There's not really some big team fight. There wasn't even the Axe Blink Dagger yet. And they lost fights into no chaotic offering when they had everything up. Just spells being whiffed.
I mean, that is one of the things about Dota, that you have to remember every little spell counts. So some of those early engagements, we saw really nice arenas, but if you're gonna miss the sphere, you're just gonna not have quite enough damage to take them down, and then that's just gonna start to become a snowballing issue where you just go in, you use your spells, the big ones that you're supposed to have things done with, and then you get nothing out of it, so.
Yep, and Roger is just able to, he doesn't have to hit his spell so much. Roger actually sitting in the back just throwing impetuses in some of these fights, doing some of the higher damage actually in the fights as well, while Yamich, at some point, it felt like he couldn't even walk into them as this line. He would blink, he tried to get a stun, he ended up missing him, and then he just dies instantly because there's too much damage inside of versus this crazy axe with the shard, just, you know, an illusion kills these two poor supports.
Well, we were a little bit of a doubter coming out for this Mirana here for Iceberg, but they sure proved us wrong, and you know who else they proved wrong? Our panel.
That's right. We quite like the Windstrike draft, and unfortunately, Windstrike weren't able to prove that it was strong enough to be able to take down Navi. We'll break down what exactly happened in that game all after the break.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's been the road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it, 'cause I'm out here staying. It's life to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunder sounds
doing almost as much damage as the Wraith King, Iceberg's Mirana. The standout performance here in this first game against Windstrike, 11, 2, and 14 with his Diffusal Manta build. Something that I personally, anyway, had some doubts about the mid Mirana. Never been a fan, but Iceberg shows that it is quite strong, quite capable in his hands, and maybe part of that is a change of the meta. We've been talking about Diffusal Blade as being the hot new up-and-coming item in some of these other regions, and feels like Europe is beginning to round the corner on that.
Yeah, I loved it. I said I didn't say during pregame, but Ramses on the Axe was something I actually was hoping they'd shift him into. Going this Manta Vanguard with the Shard build. That's him, right? Get to farm, get to push lanes, still can kill things, a lot of pressure on map. Mirana, Manta Diffu, just a good item build. Meanwhile, Troll, buying a dead item. Battle Fury.
Oh, and you don't think it was a battle? I mean is there another way to build Troll? Let's start with that.
I'm a big fan of sort of just the Maelstrom into the S and Y. You know, I think it's a much quicker build-up. You're able to get a lot more involved a lot sooner. You know, you're no longer waiting for the more expensive purchase of the Battle Fury and then your big item after that that's going to give you a chance on the front lines of the fight. This game, though, I felt the Battle Fury wasn't necessarily the wrong decision. I think it was kind of working out okay for him. I think sort of the issue came with what the rest of the team was bringing. We really did see Rebel. He had a bit of a tough time on the Mars. These important early movements were just... They just weren't clean. There was abilities going off all over the shot and not really hitting the heroes. Yeah. And when that's happening and you know, Iceberg's having such a game on the Mirana, it's going to be a tough game when there's that much difference between the mids.
The fight top, notably. Missing the spear could have stopped Ramses, probably killed him, instead whiffs it. The Lion whiffs. It's like, come on, guys. Then they get wiped. You got to hit your spells, man.
Now, we were slightly concerned about the damage coming out from Navi's side, but they managed to recoup that with Diffusal Blade Manta build from Iceberg, and of course, Ramses going more of a carry-style build on that axe. But another big factor is Warlock and his Fatal Bonds.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, I think that Fatal Bonds is the piece that kind of fit their draft together in a cool way and made what they drafted very interesting. It was very unclear what they were going to do with the opening Enchantress. They picked Wraith King and Warlock immediately afterwards, just standard lane heroes. Then they used Warlock to stabilize Axe's laning stage against a strong Troll, and they used Enchantress to guarantee the decent Midas timing for Vtune and the Wraith King. I think the Mirana last pick was basically a hero that is survivable against Mars combo and some of the disables once he gets farmed, and also because he has an AoE skill. Starstorm can hit every hero and amplify the damage. In this team fight, he ended up dying early. The Rock Golem got wasted in the jungle, but crucially, he's got Fatal Bond on everybody, and he bought this very fast Veil of Discord, which is going to amplify all the magic damage that his team deals. And if they take more damage is spread. And why that's so cool is because the Radiance does magic damage. So he buys an item that affects the whole enemy team that Radiance will take away, and they're linked from Fatal Bonds, which gives him a big damage advantage. So despite having 2 dead heroes in this team fight, look how Navi's playing this. They're playing confidently. Teams do not do this consistently because that's kind of dangerous. But V2 knows that with Radiance Burn and with Fatal Bonds, he can actually threaten these guys. Look at this. He's chasing an entire team away by himself because there's just so much damage being dealt because the threat is so high. We have a great example of this fight where they engage top, they lose 2 heroes, they go to dive, and things look kind of iffy for a second, but then Fatal Bonds comes in on 3 heroes, they get a call on 2. Keep an eye on the Mars here. He isn't directly targeted by anything during this team fight. Most of this goes on both Centaur as well as the Troll Warlord. Focusing Troll, focusing Centaur, and all of a sudden Rebel's like, oh, all my HP is completely gone because he's been taking 5-man Radiance, Fatal Bonds with Veil damage. He ends up getting cleaned up by an Enchantress pretty much, and they run down the rest of the team. The damage is incredible. Even in this fight where they blow up Ramses really easily using all of their great burst damage, which was excellent, they still had to run for their lives because Fatal Bonds was linking the majority of their heroes. They did have Pipe that definitely helps offset a lot of that damage potential, but Centaur ends up dying without too much focus at all. And even when they respawn and start focusing the Wraith King, the damage is still just pretty significant here. So I think that was really the key that put their draft together and what made it so cool. Look at that damage after that Starfall. I want to show you that one more time on that. Jumps in, and then Starfall comes in. It's just, it goes from like half HP to nothing. Cool combo, cool draft from Navi, and they executed it really well.
Thank you, Purge. And yes, and while Navi has been looking perhaps a little bit lost in some of their previous matches, this Game 1 was especially a showing of all the pieces coming together and them just having a strong understanding, each and every one of them, of how to be able to play around the other, how to itemize together, and how to draft together. And we'll see if Windstrike can possibly contest this Navi that almost looks like a new squad here in this Game 1 after the break.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. They see me shining, calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back. I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Burning through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. And I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, the Messiah. Gonna let it burn.
That Veil Discord build-up from Always Wanna Fly and his Warlock was kind of cool, and it led me down a bit of a rabbit hole about spell damage amplification. It's just one of the many things that Navi utilized there mechanically to be able to have an edge over Windstrike. And of course, that all started in the draft, which we did not favor so much, but taking a look back on it, in hindsight, what do we think now?
Well, I mean, I still like Windstrike's draft. I really feel that they just didn't play very well at all. It was as if they were sort of very nervous or something. I feel that we've seen better things from this squad. I don't know if it's because they're here up against Navi, they feel a bit of extra pressure on them, but it was just shaky. I think Windstrike can do much better than what they did in Game 1.
I would agree, but I think Navi just got the keys to success. I think the biggest problem they had in their series was activating this Roger and Ramses lane. Now they've got it. And Roger on the Inch did a absurd amount of damage. And I think it's very key that they once again first pick it.
He did end up doing the least on his team, but I concur.
What?
No, sure. No, Roger's independent damage was very strong. He was, surprisingly though, he was actually overshadowed by Warlock in damage.
Really? Yeah, Fatal Bonds,
that goes to show like how much Fatal Bonds was doing. Because Roger was chunking people down, and Warlock still somehow beat him out.
I mean, there were a couple like 4-man Fatal Bonds, which means the Radiance is doing like double damage.
Yeah.
It's just not fair.
And then you throw on the Veil of Discord, amplifying the Radiance damage, and also amplifying the Fatal Bonds damage as well. It's a twofer. I think it also amplifies spin. There's I was reading the wiki about spell damage amplification. There's a difference between outgoing spell damage amplification and incoming spell damage amplification.
Yeah, we see a lot of ET, a lot of mag being picked the other day. I think spell damage amp is something that's been a little forgotten, but definitely effective. Like, Warlock is busted just because of Fatal Bonds. Like, it's pickable for that spell alone. There's I think I'm talking with Insani about it a while back. Like, Rock is not your real ultimate. It's Fatal Bonds.
Yeah.
That's the spell that counts. Like, that one fight top, they didn't have Rock, but they did have a 5-man Fatal Bond. That fight's over. You have lost.
And one thing that they did that we probably didn't expect was when they picked up the Warlock, they laned it with the Axe, which made that Troll Ancient Apparition lane that you were talking about. Was rather concerning. They found a way to be able to deal with that. And then Roger played top.
Maybe that's the solution. Just don't have Roger lane with Ramses. It didn't work out in the past. And even though they were ex-teammates, even back in their VP days, when they were dominant, it was still Ramses in the safe lane, Roger in the off lane with Pasha.
Navi gonna just go ahead and focus down some carries. Lifestealer, Wraith King, Sven. All big, tanky, beefy boys. What's the thought process on these two teams and their carry bands?
Navi, I would say just getting rid of Windstrike comfort heroes and also better partners with a Phoenix, one of the more passive 5 positions, assuming it's a 5. Navi, I'm looking at VTune PL as a 4th pick. Looks real solid against this duo thus far. No Sven. I think that's why that ban was earmarked for last. Okay, now it's Core Phoenix. Cheshire Cat Special, perhaps?
I guess so. This hero, actually, interesting enough, it's not been doing very well in Eastern Europe. I think it's got about like a 30-something% win rate snap.
Yeah, Iceberg is certainly not feeling good about Windstrike's draft. He's like, I don't know what this is, but this is not good for them.
Yeah, I mean...
Something I've really appreciated about adjusting to life in Kyiv and amongst the bluntness. Like, Ukraine, if you ask somebody for feedback, they're going to give you the God's honest truth. And you can even see that reflected in some of the webcam responses. You know, like you can just tell off the vibe. I can't read lips, but you know how they feel. It's very interesting from coming from like an American perspective. This idea of saying, hey, how are you? Is just a greeting. Like it just, oh, how are you? Oh, good. You? How are you? And it doesn't actually mean anything. You ask somebody that, you're going to get an answer. And if somebody asks, it's really interesting. I've had to change the way I introduce myself. Navi, Gyrocopter, Immediate Void, love it from Windstrike. Wow.
And of course, it's going to be an IO Gyro. Because why not?
I don't know.
Was it you or BSJ who was a big fan of Gyro versus Faceless Void?
Wasn't me. I think Void owns Gyro.
Oh, see, Brian really likes it. Aghanim Scepter plus Satanic. You have especially with the IO, it's like you can actually deal with Chronosphere quite well.
I agree when you get to the late game. The trouble is, I think time dilation super effective. You're always going to have 2 or 3 spells on cooldown. You don't really need Chrono to keep a Gyro isolated. and you avoid the damage. Like, Gyro's damage is very linear, no real burst threat, and you just leap it. He never really pressures you to kill you if you don't make a mistake.
You don't think he could be bursted down? A blink call into Gyro, Rocket Barrage, and Ultimate? That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think you can for most part of the game, right? It's not until the later stages when he's got a couple of defensive items, stat items.
Maybe.
Yeah. By the way, are you guys set on this Phoenix being core? Because obviously those first 3 picks from Windstrike, all 3 of them have been played as a core in the past meta. You guys set on Phoenix being the one?
Does Rebel play mid-snap?
I'm going to assume it's Snap plus Faceless Void as a combo, but I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't see it on his list. Check again for you, though.
Windstrike are going to have last pick for their mid. I still stand by Death Prophet. Maybe they just don't consider it value, but it's just being ignored, which blows my mind. Both games so far.
He has never played Snapfire mid in a competitive match.
Yeah. For Iceberg, Navi probably is looking at a sustained stunt. I think DK looks great.
If it's Iceberg, all right. Well,
yeah.
What
or Kunkka.
What happened to the Iceberg Doom? You know, I feel like Doom got buffed and he was playing it loads before it was picked. You pick Doom, you blink the Void every team fight. You're going to win every team fight against this Void.
It's a nasty Doom game, to your point. You just remove the win condition from Windstrike.
Yeah, it just seems to be some of these just not played as much. Even though the heroes got buffed, I guess they just don't feel it's as good in this, this state of Dota.
I liked the Mirana because I think when you have Ramses, you want to be able to give them more space, and someone's going to have to sacrifice a bit of their game.
They're going to go with this. I think this is really good. I'm surprised they've not been doing this more, but this game, because I mean, you just look at what they've got at the moment. It's a lot of a supporting cast for the Void.
Yeah.
You get the jump on the Void in the team fight, and I think you're winning every team fight very easily if you're Navi.
Yep, I like it. Complements the way that they want to play the game too. It's a strength hero, high sustain, and you can naturally generate gold. Thus, Ramses is allowed to take more space. Iceberg's going to have to take less of it for this new Navi lineup to succeed. And so far, he's picked more offlane. Ouch.
Not a fan of that.
The laning phase is all right.
Yeah.
He's got to have a hell of a game.
12 games of Batrider on record for Rebel. So, another hero that he is not...
Offlane
had
Tusk.
An extensive history for, and yeah, it's going to be a core Tusk, and Yamich is going to be playing the Phoenix instead.
I think this is going to be a rough one.
I mean, in some ways, don't you want that kind of pointed burst damage against IO? Iceberg or Doom rather, has some armor problems.
The trouble is you've got like 4 sources of damage help and a Void as your carry. So yeah, you've got the Snapfire ult for Chronosphere, but that's your 5 position. My concern is you're not going to scale. And there's a Doom. You have now a full 4 protect 1 against a Doom. That will just, you know, to quote Black, I heard him say earlier during casting the SCA, Doom is the same. If he dooms you, you're doomed. And that's going to be the problem for Windstrike. He's just a wordsmith. I really...
Wonderful analysis, as always. So you would have preferred more of a semi-carry type mid?
Yeah.
TAs,
Death Prophet, man.
those kind of heroes, Death Prophet.
Good hero.
Okay.
Against all these strength heroes, the drain would have been great. Silence.
Well, given the fact that you both lean towards Windstrike's draft in game 1, Navi still won that game. I'm going to assume you guys are heavily on Navi's side this time around.
Yeah, this I think it's going to be a very tough one. Yeah, we saw Doom, Iceberg pop off on Mirana. On the Doom, I think it's going to be even more comfortable, and it just seems like an excellent Doom game.
Yeah, you can't see them, but I am wearing my glasses that provide 20/20 vision with hindsight, and based on this new perspective, Navi look great. I think they'll take the game.
All right, well, we're going to hear more of his excellent analysis in hindsight from Kyle after this game too. But first, let's go ahead and check out our casters. We got Moxie and Fogged ready to go.
Well, if game number 1 has taught me anything, Fogged, it's that you never know what's going to happen. We are seeing something a little bit unconventional. We're seeing the Tusk being put in that off-lane position, and we're seeing a very strong 4 Protect 1 sort of thing coming out from Windstrike. But, you know, you got to do some different things. You got to shake things up, but on the flip side, you got Iceberg on his Doom.
I think Rebel needs to pop off this game on the bat. I think he has the opportunity to versus a Doom as well, but if he starts making too many mistakes, Navi just farms so fast. Axe, we've seen how fast this hero can accelerate. It's unbelievable, especially with that Manta Vanguard kind of build. Doom naturally farms ridiculously fast because of Devour. Io Gyro, we know how fast these two can farm. Void is not able to match that farming pace, so they got to get kills, they got to get an advantage early on, and as you said, 4 Protect 1 on a Void with a last pick Doom. So now Doom has a clear, concrete target who he's dooming almost every single time in this game. It's going to be the Void, Dyrachyo. So Iceberg will likely just go for those. There is definitely save potential, you know, snowballs, some heals from the Phoenix and stuff like that, but Navi this time, overwhelming amounts of damage that will be coming out after the Gyro gets like 1 or 2 items. Same thing from that Axe as we saw previously.
As I was going to say, it feels a little bit like not like more reactionary coming out from Windstrike, except for the fact that that Doom got picked fairly later on. So
yeah, and are they switching up roles?
I don't know.
I think they are. It looks like Yamich is playing the core Phoenix and Cheshire Cat's playing support Tusk, so it's going to be an off-lane Phoenix, at least from itemization, right? The Bracer being picked up on Yamich too, and Cheshire Cat going boots first. So yeah, just switching the roles up a little bit.
I like this a bit better. I think this makes a little bit more sense in my mind, but I still am a bit concerned. Like I said, you know, we have a Doom, you've got a Doom target. Public enemy number 1 is going to be the Faceless Void, and you got to get those jumps early here.
Oop, Dyrachyo.
Yeah.
He walks in, so they know that there's a ward in one of the 2 spots now. It's either on that low ground or on the high ground, since he does get hit from tower.
Pantomime's trying to do a little bit more scouting here, too.
Some recon for sure coming in. And yeah, they're going to be able to get that D-ward. Iceberg, is he going to go for the deny of the D-ward? Oh, they double hit it. Nicely done, Windstrike. So yeah, the Phoenix, making it a core. Bit interesting, we don't see that too often. Io Gyro is actually quite good versus it. Overcharge with 2 targets hitting it, even if they're Fire Spirit, you know, the Overcharge counteracts Fire Spirits almost entirely. 110 bonus attack speed later on when we do see those eggs coming out. Lots of burn, but...
Why do you think they picked it up so early, though? I guess, were they going to try to flex it a little bit more? Were they trying to confuse people?
It's a hero they love, right? It was banned in the first 2, I believe, in the previous game, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's just something they're very comfortable with, and they want to make sure that he gets those levels so that he can enable the Void, so that it's not just a Snapfire ult that can, you know, be thrown inside of that Chronosphere. They do want to have Yamich off to a good start. We'll see how it ends up going. This time, Ramses, he doesn't have the benefit of the heals from a Warlock behind him. They won't have the benefit of these crazy Fatal Bonds and Veil that we did see Kevin Purge highlight in the last series, but we did see how much damage Ramses was able to do anyway, just that crazy Vanguard Manta build. And yeah, let's see how mid goes. I'm mostly just going to be looking at mid. I think it's everything really for the side of Windstrike, just how well Rebel is able to do. If he's able to shut down Iceberg, otherwise Iceberg is just going to devour.
I mean, this is kind of how it's supposed to play out in the beginning anyways, Doom kind of struggling just a little bit, but he's eventually going to become very strong, and these rotations are going to be so incredibly important.
Make sure he gets those stickies off. He's already got 8 stick charges for himself too. Yeah, there's a lane where Rebel has to kind of get the kills, otherwise he will fall behind in last hits as well.
This is a situation where we're also gonna... Are we gonna see people rotate to secure runes here for Rebel too? Especially for those action runes.
Yeah, I think Cheshire Cat with the boots absolutely should. They should be able to double check them. It should be a lot harder for Iceberg to get the help. But, I mean, I say that, the Roger actually can check pretty nicely either with the creep or himself. Io. Always want to fly. Probably going to be able to move around too. And we see Creep Equilibrium being moved around a little bit here. Phoenix keeping the wave behind his Tier 1 and Tier 2. We see Gyro doing the same thing. V2 actually doing a better job of holding the wave though. He power denies a little bit harder. 5 denies. Now he's going to have this secondary wave. Holding it just a little bit longer, but also kind of pushing it forward since the Phoenix wave is also pushing. He wants to be able to make sure they meet.
And Pantomime is having a difficult time dealing with Roger. They did manage to go and block up the camp. Cookie hop forward. They have the damage, though, is the real question. It's looking pretty good here. One more hit should be able to do the trick, and Dyrachyo will get the first blood.
Gets a courier with that Centaur Conqueror. But a nice kill. Yeah, Blightstone and the Shredder. So strong. Enchantress, very low armor when you get hit by all that. A little bit of a misstep there from Roger. He gets punished. But Dyrachyo still is going to be suffering a little bit on the wave versus Ramses.
Well, I think the more important... Oh, they managed to get Btune's courier while this is going on.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Look at the last hits already, though. Bat's losing mid pretty hard. Something you can't have happen. The Bat has to have a good start in mid, or have stacks at least to rely on to enable himself to get that fast early timing so he can make the quicker moves around the map so he can pressure the map better than the Doom.
I imagine that we're going to start seeing, you know, some stacking going on for him. It would be kind of absurd to not see it.
I think the Cheshire Cats should definitely look to be stacking. Like, pull the wave behind and then stack the hard camp over and over again. We've seen people do that a lot for the Bat, so you can get good boots of travel timing, so you can pressure the side lanes.
Right. Are you at all concerned? Taking a look over at the CS currently on this Axe, he's having himself a very nice time here in this lane. Not really getting interrupted, and Ramses is really the person that you want to be putting that pressure down on.
Yeah, he's getting full free farm. Gyro is also getting full free farm with 0 pressure as well. Definitely a concern. I feel like Windstrike has to have lanes kind of go well.
They're still trying to make some plays, though, over here on Ramses. And do manage to get some of that armor removed here, thanks to that little shredder. But you can see Duracho, he just wants to hit creeps. And Ramses has the creeps just following him here, too. So definitely getting the better end of this. Canceling out that salve, but...
Mid lane, Iceberg finds the Purge creep. So he can now dispel those stickies off of himself constantly. So now he's actually at no threat of dying, ever, in this lane, unless he makes some like big mistake. There you go, boom. No more sticky for you, Rebel. Oh, that is kind of just a hard counter, actually, to the Bat.
That's a big feels bad, man, for Rebel.
Yep, and it's a bit of an expensive spell, sure, 120, but look at his stick charges. You know, he's got the Wands of Plenty. He's going to be constantly getting these runes with the bottle, too, and yeah, Mitch is forced away from the wave. They're not able to apply any pressure, really, onto the Gyro. He's missing a couple last hits, but that's because he's dragging some creep waves. He does have a secondary wave coming soon, too.
Just protecting the couriers over here. Don't want them to run directly into Ramses and let him get stuff.
They can't block the hard camp anymore. The way that Ramses is playing with Roger, they're just completely dominating the lane, so now they're just constantly under pressure. This Hellbear Smasher is going to be hitting them with plus 30 damage. Look at Duracho, he has no time walk.
They're just slowly clicking him down. The cookie hop coming out from Pantomin does buy a little time. We'll protect Duracho, but
Towers on Ramses.
Feels so bad.
Ramses?
I don't think...
Oh.
Oh, that was very close on Duracho. Does have himself a wand, luckily. But yeah, the power and the strength coming out here in this bottom lane against this Faceless Void and the Snapfire is...
And look at this. They're keeping him under the tower. Hard camp is available again for Roger when he backs up. Ramses has the Vanguard. Uh-oh.
This is looking spooky now.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to keep applying that pressure onto Duracho under tower while top they keep forcing Yamich away.
What has Cheshire Cat been doing, I guess is my question, because he's not able to...
He's just pulled waves. That's all I've seen so far. He's literally just been pulling waves for his Phoenix to get levels. Because I don't think that they can really put too much pressure on this lane. Like, if you do commit to kill somebody, you're committing to kill the IO. But then Gyro can just turn and potentially kill 1 or 2 heroes. He's making the move bottom. I think this is the right move. Maybe a bit too late, though, as Ramses, he's got Vanguard. They can't kill him, though. They can definitely look to set up a kill onto him, but...
They need to.
He's already so big, and he's gotten a little bit away. Do they have the cookie?
Follow up with the... Yeah, they've got
Oh my god,
cookie.
the Cheshire Cat.
Cheshire Cat's sitting so low with that battle hunger on him, Pantomin. He's trying to get off a couple more hits here, Duracho. But look at this. Okay, they do get some bashes off.
Look at his HP regen, though. With the Satyr Tormentor as well, he's at 20.4 HP per second. And Void misses 2 CS under tower trying to help
and
his team.
You've rotated another hero down here, and you haven't managed to do anything. Like, poor Pantomin, look at him. He's just a geriatric old lady on a lizard just trying to live her life, and Ramses is just interrupting all of that.
And now they're probably calling for Rebel. They're like, Bat, you need to come to help us with this Axe. He's getting out of control, but he's probably also like, yeah, I'm losing mid, though.
Yeah.
Iceberg with this Purge creep just dominated the matchup, and you see he has 45 last hits. Let's look at net worth, how much worse it really is. The Doom is going to be so far ahead of the Bat. He's almost double the Bat Rider's net worth rate at this point.
All right, well, cookie hop forward. They don't need to use the lasso, luckily, here, so they're just going to burn Ramses down, but middle lane, too. Cheshire Cat taking a lot of damage from Iceberg, and he's so tanky. Snowball coming in hot here. Buys a bit more time, go right back to the wave, but these lanes are starting to get out of control.
They are,
and
they've got stacks already. Looking at the Ancients and the hard camp, Roger's been doing that this whole time too. So 3k gold advantage that's going to be enabled even more. Iceberg just constantly devouring. This game feels like it's going to be quite a big disaster. He doesn't even make it over.
Yeah, that's the clap.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Things are going from bad to worse here for Windstrike. How do you make a play here? So you had the rotation from Rebel, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was able to go slow down the Axe. Do we need to see him try to make a rotation to the top lane, or how do you alleviate this pressure? Because
they want to slow down the stacks. They're scanning in the area. They have a ward around there too. They're going to try, but he's still pretty healthy.
Taracha just trying to trade a couple hits here with Roger. Roger, of course, having those sprites. They will be able to go and perhaps... Oh, good call here
Gets the
from
call off.
Ramses. Buys a bit more time and is getting some nice spins here.
Chester?
Do they have enough damage? Oh, he doesn't manage to quite get the dunk off. Ramses ticking down here. Doom is going to come out over here onto Rebel. And they still haven't managed to
And they're
kill
both
Ramses.
dead.
They're going to turn right back around. They're going to get the kill over on the bat. They should be able to get the kill on Chester Cat. This is a disaster for Windstrike.
Iceberg just comes over with Purge Creep, dispels the sticky staffs off for Ramses. They turn, and I think this game might end very abruptly as Windstrike, they're going to have to start doing some crazy combos with like Chrono and with Egg. It has to be perfect. Same thing with Snapfire Ult. They have to get some high priority kills. But look at all the stacks. There's just stacks aplenty.
I don't think we've seen any stacks getting made over on the side of Windstrike either during this time. Yeah,
No.
they've all been to the side of Navi.
That's a big blunder. I mean, Chester Cat, his early game was just pulling creep waves. I can't believe he didn't stack a single camp to enable Rebel.
Maybe he felt like he couldn't walk that far away, perhaps? Like he needed to just be in the vicinity for a save? Because, like you said, you know, it's a fairly strong lane against this Phoenix. And once you use that Icarus dive once, it's on cooldown for quite a while.
But they were pulling the creeps behind the tower. Like, he was already in the vicinity to stack the camps. Yeah, I don't know. This forward position play is definitely not there from the Tusk, at least to enable his cores, what it seems like. And Void is now making the move top. So they've got Phoenix Egg, they've got the Chrono. They have to get a big kill out of it. Otherwise, this game is going to spiral even more out of control, as Always Want to Fly is near V-Tune for some heals. They need to get this kill.
They're trying to hold on to that Chronosphere, just trying to burst out all the damage as possible, and they will be able to get the kill, so that's very much needed for the side of Windstrike.
Very nice. And don't even have to commit the ultis, which is really, really solid. And they're going to now be picking up a Veil on Yamich, so trying to amp up the damage, magic damage, which they do have a lot of. But now you have to gank so many fronts. So this look like Always Want to Fly. He's getting ready to start some stacks up. Their mid tower starting to get siege from Roger and Iceberg. It's too much happening all at the same time. Navi's just getting way too much efficiency out of the map, while Ramses is also stacking. It's just stacks of plenty while they're also pressuring.
Stacks. Snowball's gonna go right back to the creep wave, but Navi, they're already there. They're ready for it, as they'll let Iceberg get the final hit, and Rebel really can't do anything. He's gonna try here. He's got some of that damage, but again, chasing after Roger, goes in for the drag.
Dispels him.
Dispels all those sticky. Does have a decent amount of damage coming out from that Firefly, but the rest of the team now zooping in. They want to try to find this kill, and they don't have any way to cancel out this TP. Roger's just allowed to teleport home, and this is a huge problem.
The Purge Creep is winning the game.
Yes.
At least winning that mid lane so hard. Look at this Doom's net worth continuing to be massive, almost double some of the other cores on the other side. And he's bailing out his teammates too, not being selfish whatsoever. And he has so much mana to work with. Finds a Faded Brooch, goes drums, 750 mana. He can purge anybody who does get gone on from this bat. And that's another wasted lasso. And he gets away.
I feel like he's got very little fear right now.
Yep. Even dispels a little Shredder off of himself as well. No minus armor affecting that Doom either.
Just taking all these flame spirits right to the face. No worries, as Ramses is having all the space in the world.
Free game for the Axe and the Doom. Gyro is getting slowed down a little bit, but that's just fine as he is getting farm now. And he is going for a very aggressive build. Look at this. Diffusal we said on the rise. Gyrocopter going for a Diffusal as well.
That is the way that things are trending. A bit of pinstring movement, though, coming out here from the side of Windstrike. Duracho. It is just Roger. I think he wants to hold on to that Chronosphere. Open up the time dilation, the swoop forward, the shards, and they should be able to burst down. Oh,
okay.
No, they go in for the Chronosphere.
Iceberg.
They do manage to find it, though. They'll follow up with the Mortimer's Kisses, also with the Phoenix Egg over on the side.
Nice.
So they'll take down Roger, they'll take down Iceberg. Rebel hoping maybe he can close the gap here. Not going to be able to, but now they have to be careful. They've used everything in their arsenal to get this one engagement.
Yep, and Ramses is still getting the space bottom. That Sentry Ward actually paying off dividends, the one to the left of the tower right there. It did see Iceberg just running in invisible, so they get the perfect setup, perfect chrono onto him. I don't think he had no idea that they really had any vision there. As dive forward V-Tune.
Yeah, they get the call down. They have the shards. The IO is here, though. Always Want to Fly. He's taking a decent amount of damage. They'll go with the Walrus Punch. They'll be able to take down
Very
V2.
nice.
They'll take down Always Want to Fly. As now Roger's over, left by himself. He's trying, but they still have that lasso in place. So they'll drag back the Enchantress, and they'll kill Roger.
And they're gonna
they're
get
going
the
in
whole
one by
tower.
one.
Yeah, Doom actually has to cancel, and the call down placed behind him hits absolutely nobody. He actually aimed it onto his own tower, didn't hit any of the targets onto Windstrike. Big moves. They needed that so badly to have a fighting chance into this mid game.
Definitely making the right moves, like you said. Ramses, though, has not been slowed down at all. And look, still, the net worth is going in favor of this Doom. 7.2K, 7K over on Ramses. And this is a trend that we've been seeing consistently throughout these two games, is that Navi tends to, like, Windstrike will have one person sitting closer to the top. Look at that play here, yeah.
Yeah, look, Iceberg walks in under the sentry. Immediate snowball from Cheshire Cat to set it all up. Really nicely done.
And all that magic damage. I'm not sure they needed the egg there.
Yeah, I mean, he just threw it just in case, just wanted to have a little money. Look at V-Tune's call down. He throws it onto his tower, wasn't able to turn before throwing it out. If he actually throws it behind him, you know, it probably won't save him, but they do get everybody a bit lower, so maybe it does scare them from actually pushing and getting down that tower. But yeah, Windstrike getting themselves 2 towers, getting themselves back into the game a bit here with those big ults. And I think they do need to just continue to play around those ult timings, rather than looking for little pickoffs and stuff like that. Just keep looking for plays around towers with just big chronos from Dyrachyo.
Do you start to see, like, does Navi decide that they want to start to get more aggressive now that they know the fact that all of these big teamfight ultis are down? Oh, so they go for their own smoke here. All right, interesting.
I think they're waiting on a couple item timings. They are very close to the defusal on the gyro. Axe is about to have his manta. Doom's getting close to BKB. You know, if something comes to them, they'll take the fight, but forcing the issue too much might be a little bit of a question. Unless Iceberg gets a perfect position for the Doom to just effectively remove a hero.
Well, the pressure is on now here from Windstrike as they are smoked up in the area. You see, always want to fly. Constantly tied over here to V2, as he should. It doesn't feel like they want a hard commit. They're just kind of scoping, seeing if they can get any sort of jump, it seems. Although they're going to walk over here. They don't have the vision.
Could be good.
Snowball immediately over on always want to fly. They just want to give it to the eye. They'll be able to do it. Now there's going to be the follow-up, the call down. Nice hit back, though, with that flame break. V-Tune, he needs some help, and he's not going to get it as Pantomime gets himself a double kill thanks to the Snapfire Kisses.
They are really onto V2 in this game. 0-3 right now onto this gyrocopter, putting all the attention onto him. It does mean, as you said, you know, Ramses is getting the free time of his life to get his farm. But some really good pressure moves coming out from Windstrike. And that was just the one ulti. So now they will have Chronosphere available. They'll have Egg for the next one too. And they've got good, deep, aggressive vision down.
I think a lot of it too, it comes down, look at the way that they're playing though. I like this.
Quick.
And that's one thing, I keep coming back to this with Windstrike, is I love the way that they play with their vision.
Yes, their wards this game it's looking much better than last time for sure, with the way that they have set up this aggressive posture, at least to slow down the gyro, which is, it's working. It definitely is.
I feel like they have to do this too, because if Axe gets any sort of initiation, you see how fast they just absolutely explode.
Yep, and they're going to move into the Roche. This is all before Navi is hitting these timings. Iceberg has BKB, but walking into Chrono and Egg, this is a really nice heads-up move from Windstrike. Medallion, Solo Crest plus the tag team does enable them to do this nice and freely.
That they have plenty of damage to kind of dish into that Chronosphere as well, as long as their positioning is good, right? Because the little Shredder...
and look at this.
Oh gosh,
the
yeah,
ward
they
that
go
they have
immediately over here onto Doom, and like we said, they've got the damage. Got the Sunray. They didn't even need to use the Mortimer's Kisses there.
Navi now starting to crumble after a very good early start. Windstrike picking up their momentum.
Ramses, he's Rebel. I think is a little concerned though because he doesn't know where everyone else is. So they have to be careful. There's more people coming. Lasso though, the drag back immediately. As they'll fall forward here, they get off the egg, the call down, they should be able to take down the egg. It's a little bit too much out of position as Rebel now running for his life. V-Tune chasing him down. The shards buy them enough time with a cookie.
With the missile.
They've got some bottling charges over onto Rebel. They're going to try to keep him alive over the back line. So Dyrachyo, he's left just high and dry here as he's trying. He gets a lot of these nice bashes in. It's going to be coming right back up again. Does not have that Chronosphere.
Kisses.
Rolled over onto the downside here. V-Tune, he's taking a lot of damage. He's actually going to fall. Cheshire Cat is forced to run away. Ramsey's hunting him down. Also, Rebel running from Always Want to Fly. The Sharks come out. He gets the dunk off. Rebel, though, should be able to go and teleport out.
Navi strike back a little bit there. Ramsey's getting close to his Blink Dagger. And we definitely see the defusal being problematic for Dyrachyo to deal with. A couple hits and he's just out of mana, so he can't time walk away. Luckily, he does have that Aegis that they were able to claim before. But yeah, they gotta watch out with these eggs. Damage, as soon as that relocate is coming in, and he dropped the egg, but they just immediately, like, there's no fire spirits then. That means the gyro and the IO can just focus fire it super hard. Just kill it before anything does come out of it.
Yes, the IO itemizing here for all of that magic damage like we just talked about. We've got the Hood of Defiance online, and I'm sure we're going to see that pipe very, very soon.
and continuing to get these stacks up. Double stack around the Ancients again. And their initiation is quite a lot harder on the side of Navi until they do have those blinks. So they've been stalling them. You know, they're playing that greed game, that farm game. As we see from those beautiful stacks. My God, that is a lot of stacks.
He takes care of his jungle, and I mean, that's a good support player.
Yeah.
We've seen it in the past with, you know, some of these other top-tier teams. Definitely something that Puppy always does as well.
Yeah. And Windstrike, yeah, much easier forms of being able to start
With lane
fights.
creeps here.
Oh, wow, that is actually pretty
impressive.
huge. Yeah. Ramses, I think, has been taking more of those lane creeps himself as they have the blink. The blink is coming out for Ramses now. So now Navi can actually make plays. They have a way to actually set up, while Windstrike, they had much easier access. The Bat Rider can just charge in, Tusk Snowball, Time Walk from the Void.
I mean, it definitely feels like it is all about who gets the initiation on who for this next big battle. See Navi moving their way over here to this mid lane. Got a couple of those illusions.
Yeah, Mitch almost has a Lotus Orb finished on the Phoenix. That'll be really nice to cover versus perhaps the Doom in particular, to at least reflect the Doom if it does come out.
Felt like for a minute that they were going to initiate over onto Iceberg there, but...
No blink on the Bat. It's a little... If they can't get like the instant grab, if he gets BKB off, it's very likely he survives inside of any type of initiation, so they have to be a little careful till they also have an instant way to get on him, like a Time Walk Chrono.
Right.
Like they did before, which completely caught him off guard, even though he had BKB.
Windstrike going for the invasion over here of the Dire jungle. You have the Lotus completed for Yamich, like we talked about.
Continuing to play around their vision as well. We did see Duracho, he's got his build ready, so status resist versus the Doom. He's got that SNY finished up at a pretty good timing. Doom now with Blink himself, so 2 forms of initiation on Navi.
That to me is very, very scary. It's really, you've got to, I mean, on the bright side, right? Windstrike, they've got some very strong vision up, but
Yeah.
the capabilities coming out from Navi now for the amount of damage that they can dish out and the way they can just blow up people is frankly terrifying.
Yeah, both sides do have good forms of counter initiation with the Axe Blink Dagger, also with the Phoenix just being able to sit back and he can always just Sunray into the whoever does get initiated on. They do have a lot of ways to counteract.
Got to be a bit careful here, sitting on the low ground, and there are quite a few heroes on the side of Navi.
Ooh, Windstrike, they're bringing it down here. There's a lot of vision, though. Navi does have a bit of a vision advantage down here. They do see Ramses with their own ward walking away, and they will force them out of their jungle. As V-Tune, he is approaching his BKB. So lots of magic damage coming out from Windstrike, as we said. Physical damage is actually kind of limited. So if these heroes do get their BKB off pre-Chrono, there's a high chance that the cores will not die on the side of Navi.
Got to get as much damage out as possible before those BKBs get popped.
Yeah.
That is for sure. And I mean, they have plenty of damage. I think the other thing, too, very important, is that this Phoenix egg has to be perfect.
It does.
It can't be in the middle of everyone. It's such an integral part of their draft here. Look at these Axe illusions. Oh, my God.
Cuts like the whole wave. Nearly kills the catapult even himself, too. Does he have the shard yet? There we go. All right, Ramses is online. Gyrocopter about to be online. Doom is ready to fight too. Windstrike, any big items for themselves coming out up? Cheshire Cat, I guess he's going to have his Blink Dagger in a moment if they allow him to farm. Yamich took his CS. He's 50 gold short.
I'm curious as to, is it just like a position thing, or that they're more comfortable on certain heroes that they chose to mix it up like this?
I think that must be the case, right? It just must be that Yamich is just the more comfortable Phoenix player, so they just gave it to him.
It does seem a little odd that they opted this game to kind of switch things up, but...
Off the mark with the jump bottom. They will waste a relocate. But the efficiency game, as we said, Navi, they farm faster. When this downtime is happening, and Windstrike's not utilizing those ultimates, you see what starts to happen from this super efficient Gyro and Doom is they're ready to battle. They've got all these big items here coming out. Everything is synergizing at the same time. No vision just yet, but they're going to see Rebel for a second here.
Is that the target that they want? That was the question.
Sure
They'll jump
is.
forward from Ramses. We get those illusions, the spins, the dunk. Down will go the Bat Rider. And the rest of the side of Windstrike now feeling a little scared. Cheshire Cat hiding in the tree line. There's Pentiment. You can see Duracho. He's waiting. He's looking for that perfect Chronosphere. He's got to be fast, though, and they have to dish out enough damage.
They see Iceberg. They get the punch. But he gets the BKB off.
He does, and they've got the little shredder though. They've got enough damage. I think the IO trying to keep him alive. He's not going to be able to do it with the Essence Ring. As now Daracho looking for more opening. He is stunned up though in the middle of everything. He has the Lotus Orb on him. Is going to be able to time walk away. BKB over on Vitoon has been popped. Those kisses getting dropped, trying to burst down. This egg is looking nice. They should be able to take down Roger. Daracho, he wants more though. He wants to get his hands over here onto Ramses. Is he going to be able to do it though? Is the question. No, they've got the blink. Daracho still looking, hoping maybe he could have caught that IO, but the IO already tethering away over to Vitoon.
Very nice grab. Again, Vision. Vision winning these initiations. They had the blink on the Tusk as well. Missed the combo by a little bit. He was able to get the BKB off, but they caught him separated from his team quite far away. Nice hit there from Windstrike as they do have to utilize all their ults, and everyone is respawning on Navi, so it looks great, but now they do have to watch out how far they push forward. Daracho's going to bail.
You saw how much damage came out of Ramses just by himself, right?
Yeah.
They have to be so careful with their positioning.
Yeah, if he catches literally anybody, they're just dead. As Iceberg, he's smoked up.
Rebel.
Oh, Rebel.
Yeah, the immediate jump, the Doom. There is no one here that's going to be able to help, I don't think, here. As, see, they're trying to go in for the relocate. They want to make sure Vitoon can have a part of this.
He just gave his life as well. He's going to snowball himself for a moment, but...
I doubt he gets out of this. No, tries to play this little cute play here with the shards, but of course when you have a blink dagger, it doesn't matter.
Dire's middle tower.
And Ramses is still on the prowl. They also do have that ward on the high ground, so he is looking for a grab. But I think, did they just spot him for a second? I think they did, yeah, their ward. Smoke did wear off for a second there, so he's able to get away on the Phoenix for a moment. Line is drawn. His whole team is going to meet the Phoenix.
They don't have their ultis though here.
They do not.
Can they do anything?
Without their ults, no. And Rebel, he died now twice in a row. His timing is, his farm is just completely disappearing.
Yeah.
His Blink Dagger is very important also for him to get those instant grabs pre-BKB, and it's getting stalled out more and more here from these jumps and these deaths.
I mean, he's been working on the Blink Dagger for how long now?
It's been
a couple
so
minutes.
long, yeah.
And he still has not been able to find the farm. He's just getting jumped on half the time.
Do still have this very good, deep, aggressive ward that has not actually been checked from the side of Navi. They have the Sentry, but they didn't bring a courier or anything to scout it just yet. Now I'm seeing a courier over here. Is Roger going to check it out?
No Chronosphere available, but you can see they're smoked up on the side of Windstrike. Cheshire Cat leading the charge. You can see these Axe Illusions are doing a bit of scouting. They're going to just cut the wave here. So annoying.
It really is, because it kind of reveals the smoke, too, because you see the lane positioning. Axe Illusion cutting bottom, Axe Illusion cutting mid.
Daracho hunting. Walrus punch forward. They found Vitoon, and there's no IO here to save him at this point.
Oh, he does get it off. He preemptively started that relocate. That was super quick.
Very nicely done here as the Daracho, this seems mad Windstrike. They gotta get something out of this fight here after using that Chronosphere. But the fights, they're so split up. Rebel over on the side. They're gonna see if they can burst down over here onto Roger. It's not looking like they're gonna be able to do it. As Rebel, we talked about this, he's just gonna fall. Daracho now is taking so much damage with these BKBs being popped. Looking for a bash, does manage to get one over here onto Vitoon. They get the egg off as well, so they'll stun up several. And this Sun Ray trying to do enough. Snowball comes in. They do manage to take down Vitoon. Pantomime, though, is just being chased down on the back lines by Ramses. Cheshire Cat now running for his life. The call comes off, though, from Ramses. They'll get another dunk. And now Daracho trying to just get away, but they're so fast. Look at Iceberg. He's doing the body blocks, too. He wants Ramses to be able to just go grab their hands up. They even managed to go get the Doom. It does get reflected back, but they do not care.
And Ramses says, move over, Vitoon. I'm the carry now. Vitoon 1-5, Ramses 7-1 this game. He is getting all the freedom to be able to pop up. They're focusing the gyro so much in the fights that it does allow him to do that. And Rebel constantly just getting exploded before he can really do anything on this Bat Rider. Time and time again, Navi, great target prioritization in these fights. 11k gold lead now, getting out of hand.
That save was so clutch coming out from Always Wanna Fly. I couldn't even see him on the screen at the time.
It was preemptive.
Perfect. Another initiation, though, over here. Always Wanna Fly is getting targeted pretty hard. And they do have the BKB over in the bat. They're just going to try to burst down the aisle. Do manage to get the kill on Always Wanna Fly. These long-range kisses, though, coming in hot. Can they do enough damage to Ramses in time, though? It's not looking like they can now. Cheshire Cat trying to run away. The impetus, it's doing so much. Ramses just a little bit off the mark, but they still get the kill on Cheshire Cat as they're hunting over on the back lines. They just want to get rid of Rebel here, and they're not going to be able to quite find it. Buyback coming out now from the Tusk. Can they go and interrupt anybody's teleports, though? They can't.
They cannot. The chorus just trickle away, and Cheshire Cat does end up wasting that one there.
A nice hard strike here coming out over on this team, but they just need more.
Yeah, it really just feels like it is Void versus the world. Yamich is doing some good positioning here with his shard with the Sunray out of the egg, but yeah, it just feels like this is too much for Duracho to handle. And there's no Doom, but everyone else is up.
They've got Ramses. I'm nervous here, Roger.
There's no BKB on Rebel.
Call down over into the pit. Cheshire Cat using the snowball. He's going to drag in his Void. Following out over here onto Roger, and he's just walking in the middle of everything. This is looking so bad for Duracho. He's got the BKB, though. He's going to start chasing after him. They've got the Sunray. They've got the Egg. Egg will pop over on the back lines.
Chrono in 3.
They just can't get their hands on people. They're looking for the Chronosphere. Ramses, though, with a good call. They've got the plenty of damage. The snowball coming in hot. They want to try to take down Ramses. They realize that he is a major source of damage. He does manage to get the kill on Cheshire Cat, though, before going down. Cookie Hop going forward, but they've got the BKB. Oh, there it is. There's the Chronosphere. Do they have the damage, though, is the question, Fog.
It doesn't look like it.
Especially not with an IO tethering up, having an Essence Ring, keeping him alive. Duracho's just going to fall.
Oh, and they're going to tip him for sure for that one.
Yeah.
Because now no Chrono for 2 minutes. Roche is available. Ramses is dead, but it doesn't matter. They can just go into that Roche pit with every single ult down. Duracho, it's a big slip up there towards the end. They have to commit so much for Ramses. They chased him for so long to kill this Axe. And the Egg, Navi just reset away from it. As soon as Egg was down, they all peeled to the right side away from that Egg. Great fight execution.
Was that a mistake for the fact of Windstrike just to keep chasing after them so far away from the Egg?
Yeah, I think they started to panic because they had Chronosphere up, so Duracho maybe making the call, hey, I'm going to go for this here, but they're all dead. They'd already lost so much out of it as in Yamich. Yeah, we see that Egg coming out, but yeah, everyone from Navi just perfectly disengaging with their BKBs.
I think at the last second, the spin coming out from Ramses is actually enough to take out Cheshire Cat here.
Yeah, the Axe spin is no joke, as they left the cheese in the pit, by the way.
Yeah, there's a spin.
Yeah, they didn't pick up their cheese. And yeah, we've seen again and again over in the Diffusal Blade, right?
Yes.
V-Tune. Look at Duracho. He gets his Chrono. He's got a little bit of mana to work with. He actually uses most of it, but then the little bit he does have for Time Walk, 1 or 2 hits, he's got no mana. And yeah, there's still a cheese. The cheese is in the pit. They forgot.
The smiles. They're happy about this.
They have an IO, and they left the cheese in the pit. That is a very unfortunate thing for Navi, but they're cruising. They really are on cruise control now at this point.
Until it comes back, the fatal cheese that ends up being the linchpin, you know? No. Yeah, no, they're feeling very strong here. Look at this. Yamich is forced to use the Icarus dive just to run away.
Ramses just on the hunt.
Cheshire Cat doesn't want anything to do with Ramses, and I can't say I blame him because this Axe is a big, scary man.
Even finding himself a nice Cloak of Flames to boot, making him tankier, more damage coming out from his illusions too, and he goes for cutting and all that good stuff. Is the courier going to scout it out? Nope, it's just bringing the Satanic, so they're going to leave the cheese.
Oh boy, this is looking like a very dead Pantomime.
And Rebel's just cutting creeps now behind near the tier 3, as he doesn't really feel like he can go anywhere else on the map, Navi. Yeah, full control now.
Those are some desperation plays at this point.
Yeah, Duracho starting to do the spin in circles thing as the Void. I think he's accepting the fate pretty soon on this Faceless Void.
I mean, they need to get the perfect Chronosphere, and they need to land every single spell into it, honestly, because otherwise, and this IO, always want to fly, has been in very good position the entire time.
Yeah, they'll get a lasso maybe for a free kill onto Roger here.
But it's Roger.
But it's just Roger.
And it's a lasso. I mean, it's not a super high cooldown, but
still is. They're just trying to get any type of kill,
yeah.
It seems like. I mean, they did do a good job of at least killing V-Tune this game, but V-Tune's still able to get decent farm, and it's the other two that really have gotten out of control on the side of Navi. No, the cheese again. They're just not going to get it.
Please, guys.
Don't look at
it.
Just don't even look at it. The fondue.
Oh, boy.
I would say that getting that purge creep early, though, especially against the bat in the mid lane, absolutely game-winning right there. And that, they just... Is it that they just weren't sure how to... I'm trying to think which thread really just started to get pulled, right? Because you have this Axe, he's, doing a decent time in the bottom lane. They were unable to really slow him down. And then all of a sudden, they left Ramses alone completely.
And where were the stacks? Where was Windstrike's stacks this game to enable Batrider? Like Rebel, sure, his lane went a little rough because of that purge creep, but they needed to have a thing to back him out, bail him out in case that happens. You always have to have it. Look at this. It's like 20-something stacks for Navi, 3 or 4 from Windstrike. Yeah, you need to be able to enable a hero like Batrider a little bit better than that if you want to have a bit of a better time. And you're seeing it reflect. Look at Rebel's farm, and he just keeps getting caught over and over again. Oof.
Big oof indeed. You're not going to be able to teleport out, Pentiment. They have too much damage.
And it's no commits. No ultimates have to be used. That's just a blink and a call, so they will have the Doom available for the next few pickoffs whenever they do go for them.
They're still smoked up on the side of Navi. They're looking to see anything else that they can possibly grab. Obviously, Duracho would be their #1 target.
And they might be able to find him.
Uh-oh,
they see him.
They're over there immediately. The call, the Doom. This is one dead faceless void.
They may call it off of that one. It's already
No
so
buyback
far
for
out of
70
control. Yeah. 70 seconds. See what Ramses wants to do. He's like, ooh, look
He's
at
just
me.
running into the base. He's feeling himself
Yeah,
here.
look at that. He's taunting them. He really
Yeah,
is.
he is. I'm surprised he hasn't dropped items yet. You know, he played in NA for a little while.
That's true. Hey, it's SA more that drops the items, right? Or it used to be.
I mean, I know an NA guy who was dropping items in another game, but you know.
Yeah, Navi.
Fast as past.
I'm liking this Ramses axe. I really think this axe and Enchantress is something that they might have to look at something in future games versus Navi, because it's really enabled the both of them. Like Kyle was mentioning, they have had some games where they've struggled a bit on these two, but we're definitely seeing this huge power between this. I mean, Axe also just looking like a super strong hero when you do this build.
I think he just got away with too much.
He did.
I think they needed some way to slow him down, shut him down, and they weren't able to find it. And then, you know, laning stage went so well for him that eventually it just snowballed into the mid-game where he was able to do whatever he wanted, hit whatever he wanted. There were still winning engagements without him, and that's the scary part.
Yeah, and I mean, the one time they did, to be a little honest, they tried to go for him, but with two heroes, with the Tusk and the Bat, and then they both died as he farmed Ancients. Yeah, that was, I mean, there's been a lot of different disasters for Winstrike, at least from that early game. They had some decent shots in the mid game, but Navi taking fights in good locations too, because most of these fights that Winstrike was taking was on their side of the map, where they'd had to use their big ultimates, and then they look and they're like, oh my god, all our creep waves are pushed in. We have to deal with creep waves pushing, and now we can't actually get any advantage with these big ultimates rather than taking any objectives. So.
The efficiency was a huge problem. And I also, you know, I know the lane was really difficult because you do have this Phoenix. Like, what can you really do against a Gyro and an Io? But, you know, I didn't feel the presence of the Tusk at all.
I did not either.
And we didn't see stacks even. Like, you know, we were talking about it, and we're like, oh, you know, well, Cheshire Cat, I'm sure he's making these stacks for Rabel because he's having difficulty, but he just kind of stayed top the whole time and, you know, did try to cut the waves a little bit, but I feel like he could have been more present, I guess, or feel that more.
No, I mean, absolutely agreed. You have to be able to, you have to stack. Like, you just, that's Dota right now. You have to have stacks at least for like one or two things. So Void can't farm him this game, so then you stack for your Bat Rider. But yeah, none of them there to enable Rebel. And yeah, as we said, he's been suffering so much this game. And look at how much gold that they've gotten in comparison. Yeah. That's a Void farming the neutrals and Ancients too. So it's like, I'm sure Bat Riders are way lower. If I mean, we can't really look at comparison of that one, but
not yet we can.
Not yet we can. As now, there we go.
Thank you.
Bat's only farmed 1,400 of those neutrals.
Yeah,
so.
He has not been able to get what he needs. And these illusions are just so problematic by themselves. They can just keep doing this and just slowly starve Winstrike out of their own jungle. They can't make any moves.
Yeah, they're so farmed. Triple. It's like a triple scaling core on Navi versus a single core versus a Doom who has Refresher. So 2 rounds of the Dooms as well will be.
And that vision game has just totally fallen apart too for the side of Winstrike. They have no vision, they have no idea where people are, whereas Navi have been able to place, you know, some nice wards, really finding out a lot of information. Like, they can see now, 4 of these heroes have moved their way into their jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's
based on that bottom ward.
It's cruise control really for Navi now. I don't think they're really feeling any threat. They shouldn't either. Like, even if people get caught in Chrono at this point now, they're not gonna really die. I mean, maybe some of them will, but the Gyrocopter, if he gets any type of heals, anything from the Isle, he's not gonna go down. And did they pick up the cheese yet? No, they did not. It's still in the pit.
It's aging finally,
it's aging.
You know? And you can market it as the finest cheese aged in the Roshan pit for 5 minutes. Too bad it doesn't gain more potency. Imagine if that was a thing. If you just left it there and it gained potency as you went.
Hide it somewhere in the map. Certain locations would make it
Little
age
treasure
better.
hunt.
Yeah. Not in the water either, too. You know, what if the cheese was in the water? That would ruin it.
Yeah, it would. That'd be really nasty cheese.
Winstrike, the final go.
All right, here we go.
They're trying for this humongous wraparound here.
Oh,
V2.
they're gonna go up to the high ground though. V2. Oh,
He knows
they
they're
took it
there.
down.
It's a brand new ward. He's gonna run right into them. He knows how strong he is and how tanky he is.
That defusal coming into play.
Rebel.
Jump over on the back line, so they do manage to go and grab Iceberg. So can they push him down fast enough over the back lines, Ramses? But there it is. There's that egg we were talking about. He's just waiting though. Going right back in. The Doom gets placed over on the Faceless Void. Ramses is just running amok over these backlines. Gets some good spins off. It's a double kill now. Dracho does fall over here to Roger, and they're just falling apart here. Look at this. Padman running for his life. They've already lost Yavich. There ends up, and there this. It's the GG.
They knew that the smoke was coming. Navi, as soon as they see the ward placed down to it. Fresh ward, they get the relocate even to save the Doom instantly. Always want to fly. Clutch relocates and preemptive ones too, especially the one that we saw around the Ancient Pit. He started that relocate before they even started to jump in that Chronosphere. Navi, much better executed game plan. Windstrike had some moments in this game for sure where they did land some good ones, but definitely that early game. I mean, you have to stack and enable your mid. If he's going to have a tough time like that, you have to try to enable him a bit better. But Iceberg, clutch, purge creep, kind of winning that matchup and just saving a couple of his teammates some of the times too.
I'm sure he was extremely happy with being able to get that purge creep. Like you said, it just matched up so well. And I feel like, you know, we said that the panel said that they kind of drafted themselves into a little bit of a corner, right? When they pick up the Bat Rider had to pop off really hard. It just so happens they got the perfect solution to it. They didn't have a solution for that axe either. So Ramses just got everything he wanted in the world, and he had just a fantastic game.
Yeah,
so.
Chilled, honestly. Like I said, he kind of took over as the carry role. They were putting so much focus onto Vtoon that kind of does happen. Vtoon, he ends up 4-5. He was 1-5 kind of in that middle game when Ramses ends up 13-2-7. So he just really takes over as this axe is.
Just an absolute beast, yes.
Yeah, we're going to see more axe.
And they always want to fly, too.
Yeah.
Definitely hats off to this Aya, like you said, preemptively, just realizing, especially when they have that vision, right? In the last fight, you know, the fact that they knew that it was on the way, he was like, okay, someone's getting chronoed here. I'm going to start up that relocate, and I'm going to be able to go and just save whoever gets dragged back, so much
farm. This was just such a good, efficient game from Navi and everyone farming so much. Like Gyro IO farm at incredible speeds. Devour it alone farms incredibly. Manta Axe also finding an illusion rune at some points in the game. Yeah, they really did get too much space on the map, and Windstrike feels like they couldn't handle all of that.
Definitely could not, unfortunately, but there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is a 2-0 in favor of Navi. They just got all the momentum. Everything went right for them, and unfortunately for Windstrike, just not their day. But we are going to throw it over to the panel and hear what they have to say about this game.
What was a promising start for Windstrike in the second season, for them, they unfortunately have lost their last 3 series now, as this latest one against Navi is going to be a harsh blow for their hopes of being able to go to the major, but they're still in a good position to be able to stay in the upper division anyway. Meanwhile, Navi finally get themselves a win that puts them 3-2, and we'll go ahead and break all of that down. What makes Ramses look so good on Axe, and hopefully ask a few questions as well. We'll be back after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
when you start to lose control. Orange autumn leaves on the ground. At the end there's nothing, and you face yourself. Green is all you see as you fall. You go to hell, never coming back. There is nothing as it seems in your requiem for a
Well, Windstrike may have had some moments. Not this one, though. Navi definitely proving to be the superior team in this series. All in all, just seemed to have put together a better strategy for both Game 1 and 2. It really did feel like Navi had both of these games thoroughly thought out and planned.
Yeah, I think that they learned a lot, and you can tell that they've been studying not just their region, but others, notably with the pickup of the diffusal blades. I like the way they set up their lineup, and I like that they've activated Ramsey. See, heard Fog Moxie saying, kind of felt like he was the real carry, but more that they gave him space, and somebody had to take a back seat. It makes a lot of sense that it looks like it'll be Iceberg, kind of shifting more to the sacrificial, not sacrificial, but off-laning mid, instead of trying to have these 3 really greedy cores.
And one of the ways they did do that was just, in general, stalling out the game as much as possible on the Navi side so they can get that farm on their 2 side laners. We've got Purge to be able to break that down.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, Navi did a great job first of all, stomping the laning stage. 5k gold advantage in 9 minutes. Felt like the game was going to be over almost instantly, but Windstrike did a really good job getting their heroes onto the map. They basically shut down Gyrocopter for a large majority of the game, which always kept him pretty far behind in terms of net worth. They got this kill, then they ended up getting this jump on Enchantress mid with their sentry to the left. They spotted Iceberg roaming in. They get a Chronosphere, which gets him killed. Then they end up diving and killing Gyro about here, which was amazing. They did a really, really good job in the mid game despite their gold advantage, which was pretty cool. Here's another kill. They end up warding really effectively to spot where Gyro's going to want to play in any place at all. So they get another kill on the map. We take a look at the map here. Look at this great ward vision, basically protecting this whole jungle main, meaning that anytime they leave or enter that area that they can easily collapse and kill him. And here they got Aegis, and then they killed the Iceberg again in the enemy base utilizing those wards. But eventually what happens is Axe Manta comes online and he just starts cutting 2 creep waves consistently. And that basically means that the only place a Windstrike can play was previously up here, but now they end up shifting their wards to kind of play over this area instead because they have to kill the Axe, otherwise it's not easy to get kills. And because Axe was able to cut these creep waves effectively, they slowly built up BKBs, and that's when they finally got active here at about the 21-minute mark. And then the Axe Manta just looks insanely ridiculous at solo killing heroes at this point in the game. If you don't have like an Oracle sitting behind you or like an Aeon Disc or something, I don't really know what the solution is against that kind of a blink call, other than delaying his itemization or something like that. They even were successful after this death. They still killed Doom with Chronosphere. Always want to fly rushing for a fast hood instead of a mech, which I thought was a bit of a weird choice right now. Obviously does help later on, but could have saved Iceberg, maybe won the game a bit earlier. But ultimately, it just turned into a game where Navi pushes out creep waves. They eventually, I don't want to show this clip, they eventually get solo kills as a result of the lanes being pushed and the Axe being strong, and that just allowed them to win their overwhelming late game matchup with their better late game heroes. So congrats to Navi, they played it well.
Yes, they certainly did. They certainly proved that they came into this with a significant game plan. Of course, part of that game plan was the Axe and Enchantress openers, but another big part was their carry player V-Tune having some very solid performances all the way through. V-Tune, what's going on, man? Are you feeling good after that victory?
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
I'm feeling good after this victory. Thank you.
Yeah, so it looked to us like you guys came into this series with a game plan. You guys look like you kind of had the game solved in and out. Did it feel that way? Did you guys do a lot of research for this match?
Yeah, we had plan for this team, Winstrike, but the most what we did is play chilling, relax. We playing without nervous.
Okay. Is that nerves? Was that something that happened in the Virtus Pro match? Because that didn't go quite as well for you guys.
Yeah, we just we have some pressure versus Virtus Pro, like Roger said before. I don't know why, but what happened? That happened.
Okay.
Yeah, V-Tune, of course, looking fantastic today. I just wanted to know, sort of, as a team, how confident do you feel looking towards the remainder of the series that you have to play here in the league? Do you feel you've got to a point now with Ramses that the future games are going to be, not too difficult for you guys as a squad?
Yeah, we are confident in our game. We are confident in each other. We trust to each other. So. Yeah, games looks like easy when you have no pressure and confident.
Yeah.
I want to know, how do you feel? You guys brought in Ramses, but obviously you're still the de facto carry. It looks like you've solidified your position. Does that give you any confidence knowing that even with Ramses on the squad, you're still 100% the one position?
Yeah, we're trying to split our farm, so we didn't fight for this.
Gotcha.
Is part of that iceberg stepping a little bit down and being more active and less farmy so you and Ramses can get more?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. All right. Fair enough. Well, you guys look great. Good luck in your future matches. You've got Unique and Puck Champ ahead, so wish you the best of luck.
Can you repeat?
Just good luck on your next games.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
See ya.
And of course, as Owen, you were kind of alluding to, the rest of their matches is going to be pretty straightforward for them. So they are in a good position, but we have to look forward as well. We've got our next upcoming match, and it's going to be a good one. We're going to be able to look at the other recently promoted team. It's going to be Puck Champ. Their matchup against AS Monaco Gambit.
Lady,
PugChamp versus AS Monaco Gambit. Both of these teams are 1-3. The interesting part is these two teams probably have very different goals. AS Monaco Gambit, who have already matched up against the toughest teams in the scene already, should have kind of a bit of a downhill run to a nice, safe 4-3 score. Meanwhile, PugChamp, they still have to match up against Navi as well as AS Monaco Gambit and Winstrike, who has been looking a little bit better than them. So for them, it feels like this is a survival series more so than a let's try and contest major series.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Otherwise, those matches later on are going to be for survival, 100%. AS Monaco Gambit, yeah, they're 1-3, but they've had to play the top 3. Those matches they've lost. So think that they're probably going to come in as heavy favorites, but PugChamp, you never know. New guys on the block, new kids on the block, right?
I just think the important thing here is we have Gambit in, contention for being eliminated, right? It's the idea that the loser of the series goes 1-4, and of course, other teams will be sitting at 2 and 3 respectively. So it's worrying that the team like Gambit, sure you can use the argument, they've only lost to the top 3 teams, but it's a team that shouldn't be losing to the top 3 teams,
right? Pedigree, right?
Exactly.
This guy's a multiple major winner. The Gambit organization is one of the best 3 teams worldwide in Counter-Strike, and they certainly have high expectations. They're sponsored with where is AS Monaco? Are they Italian league? Serie A?
Monaco.
Monaco? That's in Switzerland, right?
I mean, they're very rich. What, where are you going with this? I'm waiting for like a punchline, Kyle.
No, there's
You're
no
setting it up to be like, where are they? Ooh, bang! And I'm waiting for it, and there's nothing coming, Kyle.
No.
Is that it?
Should be used to just American geography. That's the punchline.
Yeah,
I respected him too much, I guess.
AS Monaco Gambit.
I'm sorry. I respected him way too much there.
The point of all this is that AS Monaco Gambit, they should have the pedigree to be better than their record. And as it stands right now, if they hope to be able to go to the major, then Navi has to drop one of those games against Unique or Extremum, which is a bit unlikely. So we go to a point where is AS Monaco Gambit, what is your motivation right now? To just win out the rest of these matches and hopefully you place 4th.
Don't get eliminated. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Prove yourself. You've lost to the...
Yeah, but these are players that are not let's just stay in the upper division, guys.
Too late,
they want to be going to TI.
No, it's way too late.
So maybe that's the motivation is TI.
You want to stay on the roster, too. You never know what might happen.
That's true, actually.
We ask...
Good point.
It's weird how we always ask these questions in a group stage, a round robin of esport. But no one ever asks, look at the NFL, look at the NBA, look at the Premier League. Halfway through the season, half the games don't matter anymore. All the teams were eliminated. Why do they play? They play for the love of the game, the sport, for the fans, for you guys at home.
Financial gain for getting to certain positions.
Yeah.
Well, we have that here as well.
A couple grand.
$1,000, $2,000 split 5 ways. When
that's
that is a lot for some people, but for these guys, they've already been making hundreds of thousands. So.
Yeah.
Who's made hundreds of thousands?
Well, no one's made quite a bit.
He's made a lot of bank.
He's made a lot of money.
You wonder sometimes if that affects anything to do with the dynamic or someone's motivation, right? Because he's coming onto this team. Perhaps it's good for no one. He's got hungry players next to him. Meanwhile, maybe he hasn't been so worried about Eaton for some time because winning all the time.
And on the other side, PugChamp, they are, of course, maybe the hungrier players and the hungrier team as a whole, maybe even literally, but they have been on the grind upwards. They've got a nice coach and art style and, just a team that does seem to represent the new generation of Eastern European players.
Yeah, mixed in with art style. My favorite person to play poker against, and also a coach that kind of fell off the face of the earth with the downfall of VP, but grinding back up. I don't know if he was coaching them during their run in the second division.
No, so basically in lower division, they had a really good run. They qualified, they came first, and it was during the break. That's where everything kind of came in. It was they got the bootcamp facility, they had the coaching, and they kind of elevated their infrastructure. It just hasn't really come into the game yet, and that's kind of the biggest upset because I thought they'd do a lot better, but.
Now, Kyle, you like to be able to bring up this poker anecdote about art style because you won money off of him. Would you say that his play style was fearless?
Yeah.
Something? Yeah.
He's a terrible poker player.
He just goes all in?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's not good for poker, but it could be good for the game of Dota, having no fear. And that's what our interview with Dekalis is about.
So now they're going in, maybe going to get a kill.
It's looking pretty gosh darn good, but they use the haunt. Melissy's still alive. The Burrow Struck going and blows into the war. This is not looking good for Palantimos as they'll find a kill, and Ghostic will also fall.
Our start
was very hard for us because we lost 2 matches, but we lost just only because we didn't get a lot of experience in new patch, and we just make bad drafts. And game 1 with Unique was very easy, but we lost it. But Virtus Pro is very hard enemy, so we was trying to win first game, but in second game we just try our touches and anyway lost.
Let's over onto Death Prophet. They haven't quite managed to take her down completely, but next she will go down. And there's going to be a little bit of that slow from the defusal. The roll forward, they have the spell shield up, followed up with a nice stun. The LSA coming through though.
As a team we are very confident, but Melis and Astral is very chill players. Me and Croat maybe is a bit nervous, but this is fine for us. Russian people, we don't have fear for enemies. You know, like our style at the international one, he was screaming and beating in cabins, the windows, so he gave us this spirit.
And we could see that in some of PuckChamp's play anyway, though it has a little disappointing. New team, new patch, an opportunity for upsets, and then they immediately lose to Unique, and that kind of sets like the whole precedent. It's like, okay, this isn't a team necessarily it's going to be punching at majors, because you can't afford to lose to one of those teams if you hope to do so.
This is just the unforgiving nature of Eastern Europe, though. Arguably the deepest region. You look at these Division 2 matches, it's tough to say there's a big difference between the bottom of D1 and anybody in D2. You know, you got Solo getting kicked out the DPC with his stack. A lot of top-tier players populating the rest of it. We saw Resolution.
Hellraiser's going to be on the way up soon,
It's like Namiga as well, like a team that's been online a lot, and now they're finally having a good showing as well. But yeah, Eastern Europe is very scary. If you're not in that top 3, getting to that kind of 4th position, there's like eight teams that can fill that role.
All right, fair enough. And that's going to be a battle for maybe the being able to stay in the upper division. We can take a look at the standings and see where exactly everybody does fall. 1 and 3 is both of these two scores. And you could see Extremum 0 and 4 very likely on their way out, though we could have a tiebreaker situation. But either way, it's the big question is who's going to be that second team that gets knocked down to that killer lower division, who is going to be replaced by some of the teams we talked about, like Hellraisers and Namiga. And that does go into something, Robson, that you've been talking about, where you're saying, like, as the seasons continue, this upper division is just going to get more and more killer. There's not going to be that obvious, like, oh, these guys are probably bottom 2, these guys are probably top 2. It's going to just get more and more competitive.
If anything, it's gotten more competitive already. I'd say Winstrike and PuckChamp look miles better in this league than the teams they replaced, Empire and...
No techies.
My man.
I was trying to see if Kyle was like looking at me for like, I don't know the answer, you tell me, or if it was actually a question. It's fine.
Hey, it's funny because you just mentioned no techies.
Yeah, I know, right? That's why I was pausing.
Just making him look good.
Beautiful stuff. But no, back to your point. I think that's why Gambit will be kicking themselves a lot. A team that should be in the top 3 has failed quite miserably this season, putting it bluntly. And because all the other teams are so close, when you get to that 1-slot qualifier that they're most likely going to have to play for, they're going to have to play against Hellraisers, the Namigas of the world, and all these teams that are so close, and it's going to be rough. Possibly Navi, exactly, yeah. So being in this contention, the fact we're talking about this team being a survival team for upper division, that is, it's not a good position to be in.
All right, well, who's going to be filling out the middle of the pack between PuckChamp and AS Monaco Gambit? We'll get our answer right after the break.
Opening in the clouds, and I'll take it, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out, and I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down. Never fade out. Never fade out. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
We can theorize and hypothesize all about who is actually going to be looking good, who's got the momentum, mentality-wise, all that jazz. But ultimately, a lot of these games come down to the strategy that has been come up with beforehand and what is actually picked in the draft. Unfortunately, that's where our experts analysis comes in particular handy, because we get to talk about heroes.
That's us, Kyle.
That's you guys.
Nice.
I mean, Fogged is over here, but I would throw to him if I could.
Well, in about 15 minutes, you'll get him.
notes. Huh?
Oh, you guys had the two different punchlines there at the same time.
No, I like
What?
that. Though. No, it's fine. This is our duo. You know, we're hitting you with two jokes. One's gonna stick, hopefully. If neither, then oh well.
That's the key. Not quality, but quantity.
Exactly.
You talk long enough, eventually something you say.
Many
is worth
words
clipping.
being said. You don't understand any of them, but it's fine.
Speaking
Sounds
of
like
not
a good show.
understanding,
Okay, so you want to just start throwing out heroes that you think will be
Io.
banned or puck?
Enchantress.
Okay.
Wait, we actually started doing that. I legit, real answer, Io. Gambit,
Okay.
the only time they've looked good is with an Io in the draft. In their first ever series against VP and the last series that they just played. And that alone is worrying.
Didn't they pick 3 games of IO against VP?
Yes,
yeah,
they
exactly.
did.
It was like,
They won one of them.
Yeah.
That's good. I guess so.
I
One
mean,
out of
against VP, yes.
The 3 games they've won
As
so
opposed
far.
to going 0-2 against Spirit and 0-2 against Navi.
Yeah.
True.
It's better than other ones.
But what, Axter? Carl? Of
It's
course.
also
he
one
does
of the
alright.
few teams to take a game off of Virtus Pro. But
True.
That's true.
Kind of weird. Are they the only team to take game off Virtus Pro?
I can step one step closer, click this button, and go, yes. And then step back.
I knew that already.
And I just found
good
out.
to know.
Or reminded myself. Notes
Glad
are
you
very
clarified.
helpful, guys.
You know,
Notes
there's
are
somebody new to the broadcast who's never experienced Kyle before, and they're
It's-
like,
yeah.
man, this guy, he really knows his stuff. If they're just like totally, completely obtuse, they're like, man, Kyle really knows everything. He's like the anchor expert who, you know,
Yeah.
some question can go to Robson, you know
There's
that Kyle
still-
knows it no matter what.
Yeah,
but
like,
There's still a few things I'm not really that well versed in. Like, I'm trying to figure out dark matter. Still doesn't make any sense to me, but I
What
think
a
I'm close to
nullifier
a
does.
breakthrough. I know that
Similar concepts.
Yeah, exactly.
It used to mute. We were talking about this the other day. Now, of course, it just provides that auto dispel recurring, much like a Shadow Demon Purge. But of course, the Shadow Demon Purge with an Aghanims would also break.
Beautiful stuff.
Can't upgrade to
How
nullifier
mechanically
too.
speaking, how does that work against Force Staff? Like, I know you don't go anywhere with Force Staff, but why?
Can we get the camera back to us? Is that
okay.
a thing? Why? Dota is a game of like feel, right? Maybe is the camera gonna? Okay,
we're draft.
I know, but if the camera comes back to us, I can then show you the Force Staff situation. It's a lot easier visually.
There it is.
All right. So basically,
Okay, I'll force you.
Okay, yeah, go.
Ready.
This is without, yeah, and then this is with.
That's 500 units.
Yeah, mate, please, real life. All right. That's basically with
the nullifier.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay, but why does Purge do that exactly?
Because Force Staff. No, it's because Force
That's the
Staff.
part I don't get.
No. It's because Force Staff is a state. Okay. Think of it as like you're doing the cha-cha slide, right?
Oh, okay.
In the
so
slide.
mid-slide, that's a state.
Yes.
And then I've been purged.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then the slide stops.
And then
there you go.
So it's like if you were to do like one hop this. No, just stop. Please put it back in the game. Leave me alone.
Yeah, we can go back.
Enchantress Storm. Very good. Love the Storm. Was banned out a bunch in the last series. One of the best heroes in this region. Consistently very good at hunting the AA as well. And very high base armor against a hero like Slaughter. It's quite nice. Natural Shiva's Buyer.
Yeah, the question for PotChamp is going to be this Enchantress. We've seen it run 5 from them before, and other teams like playing it 4. Yeah. Cap, you got a funny face here.
Sorry, tangent here. Does Shadow Demon's Purge stop you with the continue? That doesn't stop you from Force Staffing.
I'm talking about the Nullifier.
Yeah, so why does Nullifier do it? If it constantly purges you, that's what Shadow Demon's Purge does. Why did...
Oh, we found some... Oh, no.
Inconsistency in Dota mechanics. Not in my video game. Anyway, sorry.
I like how you had a flashback. You looked at me in such a worrying face. I was like, oh, did I say something wrong about Enchantress?
So happy, by the way, on the desk, when something like that's discovered, you're like, wow, I didn't know that. That's cool. Whereas if you're playing, happens in a match. Like, I didn't realize that would happen. I'm dead now. This is bullshit.
I still think the funniest thing ever was when status resistance became a real thing at the Dream League Major last year.
Everyone missing their stunts.
Yeah, but we had it was Chaos. We had Omni Knight Razor combo, SMY, Omni Knight buffing it up, and in the green room we had EG, Arteezy going, what's happening? This Razor's just not getting stunned. And then like Crit was like, yeah, buddy, so it's status resistance. And it's just funny just seeing that
like
level
a
of
Mean
pro.
Girls moment.
Yeah, like, oh, and then the rest of the tournament was about it. But yeah, it was very funny.
There's too much to know. That's the thing. Each region has their own distinct flavor on what Dota should be. I think it's part of the reason the Major was so exciting, because it's just all this knowledge combining, and certain things were more broken than people surmised, and other things weren't. And some teams won, some teams lost.
And I like this kind of 1-2 punch from Gambit here with the Slardar and Leshrac. You know, Leshrac naturally is a squishier hero. Of course, he can itemize for it, but then you quickly give him a free Aegis, and you know it's a completely different game. He's able to run in, blow everything up, and then if he does die, whatever, you got second life. So I don't mind that aggression. And
it also pressures the tower when Storm Spirit's doing his way to jungle thing, right?
Rotations, exactly, yeah. I kind of like the fact that the patch has gravitated more towards mid lanes being picked early. I think it opens up for more interesting support picks, more interesting just kind of laning combos, where before it was like, how can you hide your mid lane as long as possible? And that started drafting, it just kind of felt a bit empty. It's like whoever had last pick, have the better matchup. So yeah, I enjoy how kind of the water runes and the general kind of play has opened up drafting. Oh, we got CDSD.
Yeah, it's a good hero. Really annoying to play against as Slardar. And just having save in general, I think, is really good against what looks like a pretty stacked initiation combo. Nobody wants to get 100 to 0'd, although it can be deceptive if you disrupt somebody with Lesh stun still open. It's just a setup for the enemy.
How many of them do you think are going to happen?
At least 2.
2. Okay, car prediction there, 2. I'll go with just 1. Just 1 mistake this game.
Cool.
All right, so the Purge really effective against Leshrac because he can't Yules himself, right, to kind of save himself. So, but you still need more threat to put on him, right? You need a way to force him to feel like, oh God, I need to be able to self-Yules to stay alive. And do they have that yet?
Well, I think the main thing from PotChamp is they have a way to deal with that overwhelming pressure that Gambit applied to one hero, When you have heroes like Slardar, like Leshrac, it's all very kind of single target, will blow you up. They even, you know, they triple down on this with the Mirana as well.
Yeah.
Whoever they go on, if there is a disruption, if SD isn't kind of found in the fight, PuckChamp will have the ability to completely turn it around. So yeah, I like the fact that SD is picked on PuckChamp, but yeah, Gambit all-inning on it is very interesting.
LLC, perhaps? Like...
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Any
can you have another
purge,
save? Can
any
you
cleanse.
get a Omni Knight or a Legion Commander?
You could offlane a Baden as well.
Wouldn't do that into AA though.
Me neither.
You just, okay. So you're just hoping PuckChamp fail, suggesting these bad heroes.
That is a
oh wow,
bold pick. Extra illusions, I guess, with the SD. It's proven, I think, stronger than people expected with the Manta build. I think we'll see that again here. Very nice, actually. The Manta build's pretty cool against Slardar.
It's nice when you have a setup stun for Axe when he doesn't go the Blink Dagger Rush, right?
Yeah, I just like the idea of the Manta Rush for the fact that you can, as soon as you get it, you occupy the enemy jungle so easily, and you're skipping waves. And a key thing from the previous cast was, how do you ever smoke when you have these Mantas running down your lanes? You have no inbuilt Hex into your draft, so you can't quickly clear it and move. And now it's like you have to kill this illusion, kill the creep wave, then smoke. It makes every single move feel like plus 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it always gives you first mover advantage as the team with the Axe. Information is the unspoken of currency in games of Dota 2, along with golden experience, and you can't really ever see it. I wish teams gave more access to their voice comms, because it'd be really cool just to be able to highlight moments where a ward advantage or a little bit of vision, somebody showing incorrectly.
That's true.
I remember just multiple coaches focusing specifically on showing in lanes when it was unnecessary and how that was a bad habit that needed to be remedied. But there's no real way to like point that out easily when you're observing all games from the spectator POV with no fog.
Exactly, yeah. If you compare both lineups so far, I'd say that Gambit, their ability to group up and play together is much easier. I think PuckChamp, they need a little bit more time to come online, and I think that's where Leshrac will be able to unlock this draft a bit if you can apply that early pressure. And for PuckChamp, there's a lot of emphasis on how much stacking can you do in the jungle. Accelerate Axe's farm quickly enough, or the Storm's farm, to get to the point where you can start running at them, because they're not the ones making moves right now. It's kind of annoyance of laning phase, but then it's the quick retreat into farming patterns. And it's that window Gambit can look to exploit.
Limited bans remaining. All focused on the carries, which both teams have. I can't believe they didn't ban Void. You have Axe Shadow Demons, so I suppose you're somewhat safe in that regard, but it's Spanico Gambit. They need setup. That's it.
Yeah, they need a hero to realistically be able to tank some damage, survive, and then continue the fight. So yeah. Void doesn't sound too bad.
It's not a perfect matchup. It just synergizes so well with the lineup they have so far.
PuckChamp has to pick first, though, so that's where they need to decide what they're doing. And they go for a Spectre, which is actually a soft cover to the Void, because, of course, in terms of the matchup, Spectre against Void into the late game, you always kind of locate him, fight him, kills the backlines.
It's the EG special. Storm Spectre, ult for vision. Storm gets perfect jump. AA suddenly just let out a groan, because this game...
But it takes time.
You're going to feed.
Storm Spectre, it's really good, but you need to have Storm having a good lane, getting early kills to bridge the gap of Spectre needing to farm. And then when you hit that kind of honeymoon period of like 30 minutes, 25 minutes, that's when this draft's scary. And when Gambit has the Death Ball style of early Roshan with Slardar, tower taken with Leshrac, pick off with AA Mirana, that's where they can easily exploit the amount of space that it needs, the amount of jungle access PuckChamp needs.
And you can't really pick a break mechanism now, as Viper doesn't really work with your lineup. PA is gone. What else is there?
Not very much, it seems.
Lifesteal is still available. Just go for more of a casual 1-2 punch of Slardar plus Lifesteal, a bomb.
Yeah. No,
there it is.
It's like just the best pick available. There really wasn't anything else that stood out. You're right, and that Void becomes really spooky once you have so much counter initiation.
You align yourself to their tempo, right?
Exactly.
You allow Spectre to have the game. And Lifesteal doesn't really apply pressure, but at least when he gets Armlet, he can easily just join the fight, and he's going to be happy.
I like it because you also can immediately turn gold into advantage. Void needs a lot more items to start using them efficiently. Lifestealer, everything he picks up is going to be impactful, whether it's an Armlet, the S&Y build after, or a Deso, an Echo Saber, what have you. He will be the strongest hero on map all game until PuckChamp can pull out I don't know, rabbit out of a hat, because right now their draft lacks a hell of a lot of damage.
Really good synergy with his own cores, right? They've got Slardar, Corrosive Haze. They also have, in a way, a save for the Leshrac. Buff him up with the Infest. Yeah. It's always a nice feel. Deal with the aggro of Axe, Shadow Demon. I mean, that lane sounds like it would be scary, unless you're something like Lifestealer. You know?
I think the annoying thing about that lane will be Lifestealer can play that lane, but when Axe can't lane anymore, and he tries to go behind tower, if that goes wrong as well to a rotation, there should be stacks to fall back on. So I want to see Gambit also look towards invading that jungle. So if they beat Axe in lane, then take away his jungle, he'll have no game, and he's the key piece of the puzzle to unlock the Storm +1 mid game. So if Gambit shut that down, there should be quite an easy kind of ball to roll with and momentum on their side.
And PugChamp, how do they win this game, Kyle?
Time. They need a lot of time. Storm's got to go off. AA's got to have a miserable time, and they have to somehow find a way to take towers. But T-Gup's point, just cut waves, get late, take the game.
All right, well, this is a matchup that either keeps them in the upper division or potentially closes out their chances to go to the major. AS Monaco Gambit versus PugChamp starts now with ODPixel and Fogged.
Absolutely, a very important series here as we get ourselves ready for Game 1. Fogged, what do you make of the drafts here? Did you sort of agree with the sentiment at the panel? Do you see anything that they don't see from what we've had shown to us?
Man, I really like Gambit's draft. AS Monaco Gambit's draft does look like it ticks all the boxes. I was a little worried because of the early laning phase, perhaps because of Enchantress and Shadow Demon with Axe. It is very strong what you can do, but I think that's why they pick up a hero like Mirana. You arrow the big creep. You don't even have to block it as much anymore. You can actually let the Enchantress take it some of the times, and you arrow and just farm it. So I think that's a pretty solid solution that can come out. Yeah, I think it's gonna be some greedy style really coming out from PugChamp. They have to get it to the later stages, and I'm a bit worried because there is this Leshrac who can force the buildings, force the objectives so hard in this game.
Sure, but if they do get to the late stages, if we're seeing sort of like a 50-minute game here, they are going to feel pretty good, right, with the Spectre Storm against the Lifestealer Leshrac in those super late phases.
Yeah, and those super squishy backline supports, right? Mirana and AA, very limited ways for them to protect themselves if they do get jumped on. And they're, if they do end up missing a couple of these stuns, we could also see the Storm just pop off, right? Desperate. He's into a couple telegraphed stuns himself. This Leshrac stun, the Slardar stun, the Mirana arrow. He can see most of them coming. When Yules come, that's probably going to be his biggest scare when they do have one or two of those picked up on either the Mirana or the Lesh. But yeah, I could definitely see Desperate do some big moves if he does get out of control.
Yeah, and he's of course got the save. Astral's going to be able to back him up with the disruption, so time can be brought to break him out of any stun combo that he gets caught in.
And this is an annoying lane for sure. The disruption, 11-second illusions, Battle Hunger always going to be helping to zone out. So I think this bottom lane could definitely pop off here a bit. And I do love Shadow Demon. Eyes on Astral, too, this game. Watching how many stacks he's able to acquire, as we saw with Navi last game. Get those stacks of plenty for your Axe. And yeah, let's see how top goes. Immersion versus Ducalis. You see how he did not block the camps. Maybe still does, though, walk over and body block them himself, but we'll have options.
Yeah, I mean, can the Spectre farm very easily up here? Or is the Slardar able to put pressure onto the Spectre early?
Slardar puts a lot of pressure onto these melee heroes, yeah. At least you will have that dispersion leveled up. I see sometimes even like dispersion, I mean, this is more Envy style, but you skill at like level 1, so you never actually care about the harassment that comes out. Not as much. Maybe Enchantress with the heal, because you did see Ducalis skills that immediately. That tells me that they're worried about it being a bit too strong of a pressure lane. No enchant, no impetus. That's usually the approach you see from these Enchantresses, so he's just going to be healing Spectre. Camp is open, Immersion, arrows the Centaur before it's even taken over, so it won't be an opportunity for Ducalis to get that big creep.
I mean, you say, yeah, definitely a little bit tricky for Ducalis to do too much here other than try and keep the Spectre healed up.
Yeah, let's see how this mid matchup ends up going to. No one actually missing one of his first stuns here, levels it up to level 2, tries to go for the slow and the stun, whiffs it here. But this should be a pretty favorable matchup for No One, as long as he doesn't tank 1, 2, 3. Okay, a couple of tower hits there.
Ah, it's fine. He's got the bottle coming soon.
He's already got it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, it was just the storms that was about to come out.
Yeah, he rushed it very early, and he's putting the pressure. This is not an easy lane for a Storm Spirit. He's going to just have to rely on backing up and farming jungle, which, like I said, stacks. Got to watch the Shadow Demon. As Astral, he is just messing with Sineko right now, body blocking the pull. We do see Sineko does block the hard camp himself with the Sentry. Oof, yeah, Desperate already having to go to at least this first small camp here, maybe missing a couple CS in the lane.
Two-legged abomination.
And No One gets both runes because of that.
Yeah, fully fully healed on the health and the mana. Thanks to being able to refuel off the back of those two.
Do get a pull off up top. Ducalis was able to set this one up, but that does mean that the lane is going to push into the Slaughter's favor, so Krilat, lane might start getting a little hard. As Afterlife rushes the boots too. Look at this. He's just chasing him down for the bash. Got him. This is going to push out very hard here on the side of PogChamp, sorry. So yeah, Krilat's farm, it might get a little bit harder here now that this lane will push forward here, if they do meet it in between.
Motion. Getting Ducalis pretty low, but with these heals, it's always going to be difficult for the Marauder to trade with Ducalis. Yeah, taking a lot of damage on the way out.
Has the salve though. So it looks like, yeah, 2 lanes will be pretty nice for AS Monaco Gambit, while the bottom lane will be very good for PogChamp. Dream not falling behind though himself either. He's not getting pressure too much from it there. It's just going to be a free farm on the Axe.
Yeah, not too much that Seneco's really able to do. Aggressively here as Melez just continues to pull and farm as he wishes.
Mid lane's so weird now. Whenever I do see like some of these matchups where it's a little hard, like say for the Storm, just has to just go to jungle. He misses the whole wave. He actually literally just missed the whole wave mid.
That kind of hurts.
And but he did a double stack. He had a 2-camp, hard camp for himself to be able to farm, but he misses the whole wave.
A wave of lane creeps is going to hurt in the levels.
Definitely. And you are seeing Immersion looking to set up, camp the boundary, cap the water rune again, so no one claims one for himself, and Desperate has no rune to fill up for, and now he has to be careful too. Stun hits. Do they have the arrow too? Oh, a little off the mark that Immersion did not trust in no one.
Yeah, just a little late on it there, rather than trying to
bottom.
Follow up
Seneko
at the same time.
One more poison.
Ooh, the Fairy Fire is going to be enough to save him. They're sending the illusions in, but Seneco's into the trees, and in fact, Dream, he might just find Astral. Oh, no, he won't. Astral out just in time.
But now that means Melez is going to start getting pushed away from Lifestealer and AA too, so they did commit a lot of harassment there, and you see Seneco's build. I actually like this. Goes for Hedris. He knows this is going to be quite a pressure lane that's coming out from this Shadow Demon and the Axe, so Hedris on the AA to at least give some extra sustain and regen to himself and the Lifestealer. I like it.
Oh, yeah, so even if they don't get the kill mid, it's a lot of time spent where Storm is just... He's hitting jungle creeps, and it's just a complete free lane for the Leshrac. Like, this is slow levels, slow start for Desperate. You know, the CS doesn't look bad, 32 CS, but a lot of that, it is just these neutral creeps.
Yeah,
he's not been near the lane.
He's 500 gold behind, so that's what you see when it's, those neutrals not as valuable by any means. No one looking to make a move. It actually gets scanned instantly. He wants to try to shut down this Axe a little bit. Yeah, already level 6 now on No, and he's going to force this wave in very hard. Only level 1 Edict. He did opt for more of that laning domination with 2 points in Stun and Lightning versus a Storm Spirit, versus that ranged hero. Does make sense.
And as the Storm, we'll see what sort of build-up he is going to go for. Yet to be queued up. I mean, you know that Lesh is going to be rushing yours. Do you just not go the Orchid this game, or is Orchid still going to be appealing against these heroes, like the Lifestealer, who relies on the rage so much to...
Yeah, I think it still is just a bit too appealing. I have seen a rise of Kaya Sanges a lot of the time.
Yeah, we've seen like Kaya Sanges, Kaya BKBs, and some of the games where the Storm has had to be a bit more defensive.
But no, Orchid just too valuable for sure. Seneko looks like he's very likely to go down 1 or 2 more poisons. Gives the kill to Melez as well. Nicely done. Astral doesn't steal the kill as the Shadow Demon. Vanguard is online. How's our stacks looking? He's got a double only for the Ancients, but at least it's something. Even though they get first blood, though, 1,000 gold behind already because of these lane setups that we were talking about. And they actually were not able to really shut down Dream. I thought this bottom lane might be able to apply more pressure onto him, but they've focused more on just killing Seneko.
He's been having a pretty free space to farm.
Yeah.
And do you like this from Afterlife, going for the Mask of Madness rush this game?
Oh my. I think I've seen this before. I think I saw Funnick queuing it up one of the games. He went Hood Ags and then he queued up Mask.
He went back for it, yeah.
I don't know if he ended up getting it, but...
Going for it first here. What?
I mean, he's going to be very strong. He's going to have sustain too in the lane now. How do they push him out of lane? And now Krila, if he ever tries to turn onto him, Afterlife will just solo kill him.
Sure, you just win the trade every time.
This is cool. This is a different approach than what I'm seeing. I think, like I said, I think this is something on the rise maybe in the region that people are starting to do and realize how strong it can be. I I think it can definitely work.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of a game he can have with it.
Yeah.
And show you how much of a threat it poses early on.
Yeah.
As it's pretty much one wave, and he'll have the Mask of Madness done.
And sometimes, you know, it hurts you more when you aren't eating that minus armor that's coming out. But look at the physical damage that's going to be coming out from PuckChamp. It's not your crazy usual if there's some like heavy right-click hitter. Spectre's a little bit different in that department. So, yeah, that'll be really cool if he does commit for it.
I see Dream here.
He's just walking at the stacks, and he's going to actually be able to... Ooh, okay, Melis gets spins.
Yeah, I was going to say that just enough spins on the way out to actually still get them all himself.
Maybe Dream should have just stopped hitting him, honestly. A little bit of a mistake. As Desperate does have to be very careful.
Yeah, he's just constantly having to play this game of just running away from no one in this mid lane. He's doing his best to find farm here, but it's not easy for Desperate. This mid lane a big danger zone.
I'm definitely worried about tower defenses as well for PuckChamp. They don't really have this crazy amount of team fight to be able to set up around them, and with lanes going so well for AS Monaco Gambit, I think they will have trouble. Nice dodge, Desperate. Mask of Madness, look at
Tries to stand his ground, but against the three of them, a little too much damage for Afterlife to lifesteal against. A nice move from Desperate. You know, as we said, having a bit of a tough time mid, getting forced out quite a lot. Is able to seize an opportunity to have some impact in one of the side lanes, nice and early here.
And dodges the Slaughter Crush, as we said. Some of these telegraphed stuns you can play around as this Storm Spirit. And that does mean that Krelot, he's going to have Blade Mail done. So he's going to have that nice armor always to counteract versus that Corrosive Haze, help him a lot versus Leshrac too. I actually like this Blade Mail pick quite a bit. He could actually turn and kill this Leshrac a couple times, so yeah, it's going to be nice.
And despite the 2-kill advantage that PuckChamp have, AS Monaco Gambit do have that net worth lead.
And yeah, I mean, I'm gonna watch Afterlife. Let's see how much he can do with Mask of Madness. This sounds fun.
I mean, now that you've seen the Mask of Madness, I feel like you know, for PuckChamp, you're just not going anywhere near this man. You know that if you get in melee range of this Slardar, he's just gonna bash your brains out.
He really is. As they send a Satyr Tormentor at him, and it just dies in 2 hits. The extra bash damage on creeps coming into play there too. Just 550 damage or something when he hits it.
And here comes the tower pressure. On with the Edict.
They gotta start to slow down these tower pushes, as they're gonna come out quick. This is exactly why they picked this Slash up to set that tempo, and it really does hurt PuckChamp's lineup that they can't really do the same themselves. They can't ever really push towers that easily. Desperate finds himself a regen. This will be a great pickup for them to maybe take the fight around the next tower that's going to come out and start getting siege, which is probably mid. We do see these catapult waves coming out too, and no one is already making the move over toward that mid lane. And Melis, he's going to do this. He's going to do just the Blink Rush. They're feeling like they do need it, and I kind of do agree. They have Storm and Spectre. They're the win conditions this game for sure, so he needs to start making plays. Otherwise, I think they're just going to lose too much map control if he doesn't go for the Blink Dagger early.
Yeah, I don't know. He can't go sort of the greedy farming route.
No.
They've got to have someone to get in. You know, you have a Spectre, one of the greediest carries in the game, in the sense that Spectre just needs all the space possible to become that late game beast.
All 3 lanes are actually getting pushed now. The catapult in mid did die. Bottom. They do try to make a move onto Dream, but he's still just fine.
Yeah, even if they get the Vortex there, probably unlikely they are going to do nearly enough damage. He has this armlet done.
Yeah.
It's very, very tanky. You know, this sort of move's just not going to work until the Orchid's done on Desperate.
And he does have regen, so at least, like, you know, he uses some mana bottom. He's still fine. He doesn't get hit by anything, so we'll continue it. Mid, they've got the X-Blink. It's coming out on the courier. Can they set up a defense? Tukalis, barely surviving. But the tower.
Well, towers are what they can't hold their towers right now.
It's not in time. The Blink, even if they get like some kills here, they'll just be kills. The objective is already down. And maybe it's just an Echo again. Melis is hiding though. He doesn't want to show the Blink for just a 5 position. So he wants to go for a next bigger kill here. Ideally, probably the Leshrac. Slardar might be a little scary, but either one of these cores is a good option. And yeah, they're swinging. Afterlife.
Let's see if they've got the damage. And with the call, and yeah, with the Haunting as well, they are going to have enough. Throwing everything down onto Afterlife. They'll be able to make the move.
Blink reveal. And 4-0, so they've got all the kills right now. As Dream's
Whoa. He tries to turn and goes for the kill on Astral, but Astral's fine. And there's 4 heroes here. This is some aggression from Dream. Guess who's going to swing across and
What was he trying to do there?
What's he doing, though? I mean, that just gives up pretty much his entire head start of the game.
I mean, they lose to Nako, then they lose Afterlife. And with those two losses, you would feel that was probably the signal to get out. But no, Dream, he wanted to go in.
Okay. I mean, that definitely hurts a lot. He would have had his Sage timing in a very good moment here in this game. And yeah, okay, that kind of catches the Storm and the Spectre back up entirely, as now Storm, he's got Orchid. So now Dream potentially could just die again and kill his entire game there just from like a couple moves. That was a very weird move from Lifestealer.
Yeah. They can't really afford to do too much more of those. I mean, sure, farm is good at the moment, but it's it's level.
It is.
They're not at an advantage against Monaco Gambit, and as you can see on the kills, they're losing lives. Well, we'll see here. I mean, what's the Lifestealer's movement?
He's running up to go help his teammates up, but the rest of his team, they made the
Afterlife is very dead, but he's still stepping up to high ground.
Look at two also, Immersion and
he's Moonlight. He could have headed straight back down the stairs with the remainder of the Moonlight. They wouldn't have seen him. He reveals himself by hitting. Sure, they also have a sentry down here, but in that area was at the top of the staircase. He did not need to go in.
No. Big individual error.
That is, they can't have that happen again.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Like one or two of those, and you just lose. You can just lose this game. You're playing versus a late game Storm Spectre. You don't want to make early mistakes like that as no one.
Yeah, that's very strange.
The Blade Mail. He's dead as well.
Yeah. And PogChamp aren't losing anything here.
Nope.
They just get another easy kill on the cause. What is going on? This is not what they, against the lineup, as we were saying right now. PogChamp, if they don't get sort of run over early, they will revel in the later stages of the game.
Yep, absolutely. Like, this is usually where I feel like with the Slardar and stuff like that, you're setting this tempo to get these towers, and then you go for an early Roche because they don't have the tools to fight. But they're going to have the tools to fight, and they insta-smoke, look for Dream again. I mean, if they catch him one or two more times in this early game, it's going to be absolute disasters for AS Monaco Gambit very quickly.
He may be holding on to that top spot now in the net worth, but one more move like that, and will very quickly get taken away from him.
Yeah, and maybe even seeing another one pick up here. And I think we're seeing maybe also the problem of having just the Mask of Madness first on the Slardar, where he can't actually look for plays for his team. Maybe it does cause them some problems, but...
Well, he's nearly got the blink Afterlife, but... yeah, really needs to get that done. That's just 7 for 0.
With the Storm Spectre lineup, that is not what you want to see for AS Monaco Gambit.
And because these haven't really been moves that PogChamp have looked for themselves, right? Most of these, maybe even all of these kills have happened on PogChamp's half of the map.
They found Krelat. He goes up a little bit too far, but they do have a counter gank.
They do. They've still got...
Ooh, the Yules does get off, but it gets purged off.
They've still got the kill. Afterlife trying to step in, but they have a sentry down.
They do, Melis. Blink countdown for 5 seconds.
Dust out as well onto Dream. Dream is not going to try and chase him for this. Melis
thinking about it.
Yeah, they're going to look to get out quick and fast, and they'll be able to move themselves straight over to the mid half of the map, and that will be the money for Afterlife to have the Blink Dagger done to Nako. He was sticking around. And they'll be quick to do something about that, PogChamp, as they pick up yet another kill here. 9-1. Start bringing the creep wave down onto the bottom tier 1 tower as well.
Uh-oh. Yeah, these kills, I mean, they get the Spectre, but they lose a lot out of it themselves, too. And Krelat, he just backs up and goes to Ancients now anyway. They were set up for this move. Melez was waiting patiently when they set up that gank onto the Spectre.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, cannot make too many more mistakes on the side of AS Monaco Gambit. And they need to start getting ready to set the tempo for those next big objectives, particularly that Roche. I think next time Haunt does get used, even if they lose the fight on AS Monaco Gambit, after that fight, they have to force a Roshan, or I'm starting to feel a little concerned for them myself.
Oh, I'm going to come out with a smoke. This is the blink reveal on Afterlife.
Okay.
They need something big at this. A support
but
kill.
That's a 5 position Ducalis.
They may have been best to sort of just watch that pass from the high ground and look for something else, because that's not the dream when you're going for a 3-man smoke and a smoke and a blink reveal.
They chose it though, right? They had the ward there, so they were like, we're going for the Enchantress. That was an executive call that somebody made to go for that kill rather than going for some type of invasion play. They don't have any other vision, so I guess that's the only one that they could at least see to make the move on without going some deep play into a Spectre Haunt. So a kill's a kill, but it does reveal the blink. As I'm watching Spectre slowly catch back up to that lifestealer.
They need to be quick on the pedal and get more done with this Blink Dagger on Afterlife.
Looking like no one wants to try to pressure this bottom tower. They're probably going to set up for it, though. He showed himself in the wave, so we already see the Axe making his run directly down toward bottom Melis. Might just stack himself an Ancient in the meantime for his Spectre, but is in the area at least to defend that bottom tower.
For his Spectre? He'll stack it for himself.
You think for himself? I think he's going to stack it.
You think he's going to leave it?
He better stack it for his Spectre. Better not take that farm. Yeah, he's going to give it to Krelot. Maybe he takes the hard camp. Nope. What a guy. Melis leaves both.
What an
offlaner.
Supporting his carry. What a good lad.
He's already got enough. He's 4-0-2.
Sure.
He's got his Yasha.
Like,
he's chilling. You know, he's like, why not? He's like, it's all about the Spectre at this point, who's honestly getting pretty big. He even buys a casual cloak, like the pick up there, just versus all this magic damage we do see. Ward is set up bottom, so look like they are making the move over here, but there is a wrap already. PuckChamp is in the area.
Round. They're going to get the jump in.
Is there a save?
They're stepping up. Melis. Oh, he's going to get hit by the Ice Blast. They take him down. The Haunt came out, but he's going to Haunt back out away from this. Illusions are chasing out no one. No one's going to go for the TP out. They're able to find him. They are. It's close. He nearly makes it out, but they do find him. They'll take him down. Afterlife.
Oh,
they see him, Astral. Astral spots him out. They catch another 2 cores. Taken out there by PuckChamp. They may have lost their axe, but getting the better trade yet again.
2 for 1. I think you... honestly, for Ace Monaco Gambit, respawn, go straight to Roshan. Now that the Haunt is down, and now that they've made that big play, you've got level 2 Corrosive Haze, you have to get something big out of it. Because they're just, PuckChamp's just setting themselves up way too good for these counter plays over and over again here. So I really do think that they need to get something big out of the map here now that Haunt is down. And they do have the options, you know, Edict, Lifestealer, Corrosive Haze level 2. Like, that Roche is going to die unbelievably fast, and it will be hard for PuckChamp to go for anything here. At least defending that Roche.
Did Astral not have Disruption available, or like at that point, like why is he not going for the save?
He used it on Afterlife.
Oh, used it on Afterlife
to stop like, the bashes and stuff like that and the damage, but yeah, maybe he could have actually just targeted the Axe and
because it was always risky. Yeah, I guess you're right. Had used it before he felt that Melis would have been in position to, to require the save.
And this is something we'll always have to watch out for, too. We saw it in the last instance more so, but the Yules on the Lesh versus Shadow Demon. You can't really defensively Yules yourself in a lot of situations versus SD, as he'll just ult you and remove it instantly. All right, let's see what the move is. I really do think, though, it's got to be like some move around Roshan. You have to take advantage of the Haunt being down somehow.
And but the thing is, with the Haunt being down, is that enough to stop PuckChamp from trying to contest the Roche? You don't think they'll opt to?
They might still do it. It's going to be a lot harder for them to get like the information in the back lines. Because they do need that Haunt to at least provide vision for the Storm to feel comfortable to jump in. So let's see. They are setting up the vision around that area there. Let's see if they do actually force the issue. It's a bit of a bold one. But with Corrosive Haze, it usually can't make it quite fast. Tukalis going for the D-ward. We'll be able to get it. And he'll be able to scurry away himself. And Ducalis is actually getting quite farmed on this Enchantress as well. Takes the Magic Resist talent. He's got Dragonlance. And yeah, they're going to start the Roche. They have to do something. Because I feel like if they don't get a bigger advantage in this game, inevitably they're just going to start to lose soon versus the Storm Inspector.
Yeah, it looks like you're right. Even though that they are aware it's happening. Unless Storm wants to go for it.
I'm watching Desperate.
Is Desperate going to go for a play? Or you think... I mean, it is too risky. There's a lot of stuns. So.
Yeah, it's a little too risky.
Yeah. He zips and he's probably going to die. So, ESL Gambit, they will get the space.
Desperate, has to be careful. Yules is finished on Immersion.
They've got backup coming in.
They do. They got him.
All right, so some good moves here. Age is secured.
Big gold.
Instantly onto the kill there against Desperate.
Immersion just finished up that Yules before. Now he's got another 1,000 gold too on this Mirana. Yeah, great pickup. Now they've got a big window here to just swing around getting kills. Okay, anybody they see on the map, I want IS Monaco Gambit to be bloodthirsty.
Oh, Astral.
Whoop.
Very, very dead hit.
Boom. Do they get a bigger target, though? Ooh, can't quite get onto Melis. Krelot, he's sticking around for the big creep.
Oh.
Blink is still on cooldown. Immersion. Find the
setup.
Enchantress. That's a kill.
Yeah, absolutely is. Even having no one swing round from the side.
Good moves.
Yeah, getting back a hold of this game here with that sort of play. There's some Gambit.
Nice aggressive moves as we see Afterlife going for the BKB for himself so that he can stick on these targets easier. Dream going for AC, so he's gonna be strong. This minus armor is gonna be very effective. They're gonna look quite fragile on the side of PuckChamp when they do get on top of them. And what's no one going? Okay, no one's got his item almost finished up to that Bloodstone.
Right, I mean, so for PuckChamp at this point, is it still like they don't? Oh, okay, they are going to spot. I guess for every time that Haunt
is up, you can
Haunt's up, you want to make a play. Yeah.
Try to take advantage whenever you can get any ward down C when they are split up on the map, because they are going to split up and keep trying to get this farm efficiency on AS Monaco again. But we see 3K gold lead. PuckChamp trying to take the fight, but Gambit's kind of ready for it. They're all set up. There is a ward there. Also watching everything, but it is taken away. No one.
They got the jump on him. He steps up to the side there to pick him off.
Next, they get more.
See Krilla diving in. Staneko's going to go for the TP out they've got. Any cancel? They don't. So Staneko makes it away. Desperate's got his eyes on a bigger target. Looking for the 4 here. Looking for Immersion, but with the leaps, Immersion's able to break away.
They only get the 1 though. It's a kill. If they can get the tower, it's decent, but do have to be a little cautious with the Rigo.
He's in with a jump, but Desperate, he's able to get out in time. No follow-up stun. They'll settle for Dekalis instead. They get the kill, and that will stop PuckChamp from continuing to push. They'll keep the tier 1 tower alive, SM Gambit.
It's so scary. These infest bombs are something they really have to watch out for. The damage is that explosive for Gambit. Immediately trying to hit again. Just every time Haunt is down, just keep looking for these bloodthirsty aggressive moves. Krelot, are they going to actually find him here? They just fight.
They've got the jump.
Arrow.
They got the damage. Arrow's going to miss. It might not matter though. Oh, maybe it does though. Could the disruption save helps him dodge the Ice Blast. And with that breaking the attempt from ASM Gambit, they're able to get Krilla out of there.
Bit off the mark there, but a good move, because now they do at least have no one. He makes his Butcher travels up top, and they'll be able to set up the push for this tower here. There is still a Glyph available, but PuckChamp, no Haunt for 80. Unlikely they do set up this fight. Axe does have his Manta finished, so we'll see lanes get pushed out a little bit better on the side of PuckChamp. Still short of his shard, as we have hit past that 20-minute mark.
I mean, that is going to help just keep the game going once he has that. Just the ability to push these lanes out. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for SM Gambit to find a comfortable position to push high ground. They are getting the items for it. AC's done on Dream, so that'll help a lot.
He's still very farm. They still have a minute left too on this Aegis, so they've done a really good job with that Aegis, at least, of just getting themselves into a more secure position in this game. Definitely got to keep the pedal to the metal though. Keep looking for these kills every time Infest is up. Keep looking for something, because anybody they do find, if they have the Bash primed, they should die. So that was what we did see before. Desperate was able to survive just because they didn't have the Bash primed. So Afterlife now making sure he does have that 3 charge up. They don't want the Enchantress, though. They want a bigger target. Desperate. Zipping forward and cutting.
Krilla. That'll be the big one. They're in with the jump. Get another great disruption here again from Astral, and now the turnaround comes in. They've got the call off onto Afterlife. Afterlife trying to run. They'll be able to chase here. Desperate with just enough mana to get the Vortex off. Has he got enough damage? He does.
He's out of mana, though.
They bring him down. He's now going to get surrounded by some Gambit. He's got a little more to jump out to the side. Another disruption is going to be used, but he is certainly dead, as there's no further escape.
But he saves the Spectre. Great positioning there from Astral to at least protect him, because if that AA Blast hits, it's very likely Krelat does go down.
SM Gambit, though, really hitting those timings that they need to.
Yep.
Onto the tier 2 mid, take this down. Still a good amount of time where there's no storm. I mean, do you think we'll see them try for high ground?
I think so. They have AC. They do a ton of damage on these buildings, and now they find the Shadow Demon as well.
Perfect setup.
Nice play, Immersion.
And now the damage being done here. 25 minutes onto the high ground. Exactly what they need to be doing here against PuckChamp's lineup.
That's a Rax for sure. The AC, the Edict, look at this. Building goes down so quick. Immersion, heads up plays. Love that he's bold enough to blink onto high ground for those. Or leap onto high ground, that is, at least. As they're going to get the racks, they're happy with that. That was all time while Haunt was up too from Krilat. So some really big aggressive moves now. Getting them in a really good position in this game.
This is the sort of part of the game that they would have envisioned achieving as much as they have had when they draft this sort of lineup. Right, this is what they want to be forcing and able to do it very nicely. After a bit of a rocky start, a few deaths gone here and there, and now really getting it all together.
Yeah, now they're quite huge, especially on these 3 cores. This Leshrac now with his Bloodstone, a lot safer. Always going to be able to get that off as long as he's not getting Demonic Purged. Slardar has Aghanim, so he's super tanky and durable now too. Almost level 18 for the level 3 Corrosive Haze. And they're just going to keep looking for these infests.
Yeah, they know that if they can get the jump, especially if they have vision on where Astral is. He has been the biggest sort of save. They're going to get the kill every time. They can control the Shadow Demon.
Immersion just sitting on the low ground in the river here. The smoke is going to break. He doesn't see it, obviously. And they're looking at him. They're like, we don't want the Mirana. Give us something better.
They'll take the AA.
That's a good one.
See if they can eliminate the Ice Blast threat.
If they can in time.
He's got the Ghost Whip drop. He's actually able to turn and get it off there. Very nicely done by Seneko. He may go down, but gets the blast off. They couldn't kill him in time. And now the fight just falls apart completely for PuckChamp.
Disaster. Didn't even use the Haunt to be able to jump anybody either. And little things. The mech comes in, ticks the AA up so he can use Ghost Scepter, and then wha-bam. And now Krilat. He might have to be a little cautious himself, too.
We'll see this again. They just couldn't stop him in time. And him surviving means he can turn, get the blast off, I believe even onto both of them there. And this pressure up top. Any time that they get a fight like that, no one's instantly up to the base. And this should be a second set of racks here. There's going to be no stopping them here. There's 28 minutes in. ASM Gambit achieving everything that they needed to here in this opening.
Now it's very hard for recovery for even a Spectre in the game. Even if he gets the later stages, now Lifestealer is a pretty good fight back versus him. He's going even for the Satanic build because Satanic is just crazy on these strength heroes. It gives you 80 damage, of course, on them. So it's really good to be able to fight back versus something like Spectre. As they're all TPing bottom. They see no one, they want blood. This is a really strong Lesh now. He has Kaya Sage, 3,000 HP, 18 charge Bloodstone, and it's back up, so he can heal himself too if they don't insta-kill him. They couldn't even kill the AA, really, so... Don't know if they're going to be able to blow up such a tanky Leshrac at this point anymore.
No, I don't think so. There's going to be too many factors in the team fight that's going to give time for no one to live.
And also, like, it hasn't happened really this game yet because they haven't had to, but there's always the potential for the infest saves too. So if they don't finish off the targets, it'll be even worse. As Dream picks up a really nice item for himself, a Paladin Sword on top of almost having his Satanic. So the fight back for Spectre getting quite impossible.
They could be just sort of one bad fight away from the game slipping away from them. There is still, of course, Tier 1 and Tier 2 down bottom, but with the pushing power that ASM Gambit have, if they can win another team fight, they'll be knocking onto the Tier 4s and the Ancient.
Oh yeah, they're just looking for the battle. They know how much stronger they are right now. If they're ever the ones getting the initiation, the fight's just completely over for sure. There's still no shard on the axe. Yeah, he's
close. Nearly.
He's close.
But the last few fights have certainly set him back a bit. Melez. Might have a DD for the next round, but and there you go, on top of that Paladin having the full Satanic.
How do you kill him now? You can't Orchid him. He just clicks Satanic and removes the Orchid, so it's just pretty much impossible. Afterlife level 18, level 3 Corrosive Haze with the Gem 2, and Roshan respawns.
Yeah, they're going to start for it. They're not feeling too scared at all of PuckChamp coming across.
Getting the wraparound, they see the courier flying over, so they know where positioning is of Gambit.
They want to find a kill.
They know, though, Dukalos' courier was flying over and they killed it, so they might have a feeling that they're over here. Yeah, look at the courier scouting. Seneko sends it over. He's like, they're on the high ground because of that courier. Ooh, bit of a mistake there from Dukalos sending it back.
They could just run at the base if they know that they're over there.
Yeah, he's like, oh, okay, we see the Spectre. Let's get him. Nice Manta dodge.
Here come the TPs. Can they get any jump in return?
The turn towards Afterlife. Afterlife actually staying on top of Krilla. Krilla taking huge amounts of damage here from the Slardar. Desperate and Melez try and jump the backlines, but the backlines just turn him, just take him out. Immediately Melez will fall. Desperate having to zip back to the fountain. They do at least get Afterlife in return. So they're back off, but again, you know, ASM Gambit achieving what they wanted to, forcing PuckChamp back to the high ground and opening up the map once again for them to step back towards the Roche.
Yeah, we see like they saw maybe an opportunity for Dream too. They jump on him, but pop Satanic as the Orchid hits him. The Axe calls him, and he's got Satanic active, and he's not obviously not silenced anymore. Impossible to actually bring him down, and no one. Yeah, look, he's so strong now, even with his Cloak of Flames. 19 Bloodstone, an easy rush. Who's getting the shard? Who's it gonna be? Do you go to the Lesh for the fun?
I think
you're probably giving it to the Slardar, I think, but...
Oh, yeah, surely the Slardar. Slardar's got to be the best one this game.
Yeah, the best one is... Oop, they're going to find Ducalis. Quick and easy one.
No, yeah, the Slardar's
I think his is the best one.
Sounds very nice, especially when you got some of this AoE physical coming out.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know, getting that debuff on everyone, amping them up.
And increases the radius.
Yeah.
So the radius, the combo with the Ags and with the Crush, increasing the radius is really nice. As no one gets gone on, but he's quite strong.
Yeah, Desperate can't do anywhere nearly enough damage. The Bloodstone heal and Dream popping in and out, and no one's back up to full HP.
Interesting. So there was something I was just checking. I was literally just tabbed out checking about the Bloodstone heal if it's purgeable, and it says it is dispellable, but I just saw twice now that when he did get Demonic Purged, it did not get dispelled, so I guess it's not dispellable, even though it says it. That was a little bit of an interesting thing. Maybe someone could check that up on me. Maybe I'm being stupid. Because I thought it would instantly remove it, but doesn't seem like it.
No, it should. Yeah, you're right. Well, that is interesting.
Let me read it again. If
Maybe something changed, or you know.
All right, dispellable with any modifier item, Bloodstone active, dispellable with any dispel, but guess not.
I think you should. Yeah, it should definitely be dispellable.
But it was not. That's twice I
saw it. And it stayed on through the Demonic Purge.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, we have the jump. They got the Ice Blast coming out in return. They're bringing Afterlife low. They'll take him out, but they're losing the Axe for it. And Desperate, he's out of mana.
And Krilla,
he's got to get out of the fight. Immersion's jumping forward. They're back up to full HP there as Dream's able to heal up the Mirana. The arrow connects onto Astral, as they'll call it GG. As ASM Gambit. They were a little over the place at the start of the game, but then they really cleaned up their act, and well, they just had the whole game under their control, really. Yeah. From that sort of 15 minutes onwards, looking very nice towards the end of it, as there was very little, really, it seemed that PuckChamp could do to get themselves back in on this. There was just no real target for the Storm to jump. We saw every single time just the saves, you know, great build from Immersion, having the Greaves, and of course Dream with that Infest. You know, if you're not going on him, he's going to save someone else. Yep. But the incredible item timings Dream had, if you're going on him, he's just popping Satanic and punching you back up to full HP. So very nicely done there.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
And really understanding a timing. I feel like when I'm mentioning the Haunt is down, they got to get something out of the Haunt being down. They go Roche, and they use that Aegis extremely effectively. They completely controlled the map, got themselves these key item timings that they were able to do so, and then they just effectively kind of destroyed the game plan from PuckChamp. So yeah, nicely done from Game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Very, very well played there. As they clean it up and take the win. 19k advantage at the end looks pretty unstoppable. As ASM Monaco Gambit will get the first victory here in this best of 3.
Unstoppable is exactly how I would describe it. Try as they might, PuckChamp could not disrupt AS Monaco's game plan there. They just kept on rolling with it. That was Game 1, though. We will talk about Game 1, break it all down for you, and then we're going to check out Game 2's draft after some breaks.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You love it, You wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
As we go through the highlights here, you're mostly going to see AS Monaco Gambit in a good position, taking this game, nicely executed ganks all over the map. Was a little bit of a trip up at some point in time with Dream, but other than that, I would say a pretty clean game for AS Monaco Gambit. And in general, felt like just their aggression, PuckChamp had a hard time dealing with. And we said that they needed to be able to stretch out the game as much as possible, and they really didn't get the space to do that, did they?
I think I will say the start of this game, though, the Gambit, the laning phase, we've got Slardar going Mask of Madness. That's a little bit quirky. Yeah. We've got these kind of one-by-one attempts to invade the jungle, not going so well. PuckChamp capitalized on that, but it's, I guess, the kind of the synergy of the team and understanding of their overall kind of 20-minute timing, which allowed Gambit just to control this game entirely. But mistakes did happen.
Yeah. 9-1 in kills, and it just didn't feel like it even really mattered. Lesh and Lifestealer still top of the net worth chart. Probably my favorite 1-2 combination thus far this patch. Just good draft. I don't know. PuckChamp, they don't really have the ability to do things. You can kill heroes, but then what? Like Storm would be out of mana. Spectre would be like, well, I have a Blade Mail. I'll go farm an easy camp. And Storm has to go regen mana. Like, you don't get objectives the same way the Lesh does.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is you look at this lane phase. Storm v Leshrac. Storm's already in jungle, like minute 4 going forward. You have Axe, who naturally as an offlane applies a lot of pressure, but he doesn't stop the farming. So now you have 2 lanes, 1 and 2 on Gambit, who get free farm. And that alone, even with a couple mistakes, it gives you that insurance policy of just having that comfortable entry into mid-game. So yeah, unfortunate for PuckChamp, their draft kind of gave him issues that didn't allow them to kind of enter the game too quickly.
What made it so the Axe didn't really have a game in this one?
I mean, he's playing into a Lifestealer first of all. A hero that naturally can play pretty well. I think AA as well is one of the few 5s that has long range, annoyance and poke. And it did help with just general rotations, just stopping the Axe from having a good time, invading the jungle, preventing him from farming the stats freely. You know, Lifestealer pokes his head up. Even though he's not killing the Axe, it's just like you're TPing back to base multiple times. So yeah, just kind of disjointing the rhythm of an Axe farm is probably the best thing to do, and that's what Gambit did do in this laning phase.
And it seems like in many ways they're just an experienced team, right? The fact that they make individual errors like Dream wandering off into the jungle or whatever, but it's like overall they understood how to be able to shut down the enemy draft, and they executed that, right, Kyle?
Yeah, no real complaints. I just really love the lineup that they have. I think I even said yesterday doing that AMA, Lesh is my favorite hero this patch. I love watching it be played. Fogged did just double confirm check Bloodstone is not dispellable. The tooltip says it is. Somebody should do something about it.
On the wiki though, to confirm.
True.
On the wiki.
So what's it saying in game?
Well, in game it didn't say anything.
Oh.
In game it was nothing. On the wiki it said something, and in practice it said something different.
All right,
exactly.
well, we saw the Axe terrorizing the previous series, but in this one, looked a little lackluster, and we've got Purge to be able to break down exactly why.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, the Axe Manta Shard is really terrifying in what it applies in terms of map pressure. We saw that really effectively at the end of the last series, but in late stage, Lifestealer does okay against Axe. He ends up dodging this gank here, and then they got to use him to utilize what their draft is good at. The mid Leshrac is very good at pressuring towers, and what that means is that it gives them some nice map control against their opponents, even by rotating Lifestealer over, especially after he dodges a gank like this. This is really effective, and it basically opens up a small gold advantage. And one of the other advantages that AS Monaco Gambit had is that Spectre does not farm very fast. This gank I thought was so clean and so cool, how quick they killed the Spectre and how fast no one tried to get out. He dies here, but what's important is that Lifestealer can outfarm a Spectre unless Spectre like has crazy good team fight solutions. So the reality is that they were successful at killing Spectre a number of times, keeping Lifestealer at a pretty safe net worth. He's sitting about 9,000 versus 7,500. And then they had these nice amplifiers to help make a hero like Axe less useful. Slardar is excellent against this. Minus armor, look how much burst damage is dealt him. And he's got pretty good net worth. It's not quite as high because they haven't taken towers themselves, but look how fast Spectre even had to leave. They did a great job putting pressure on the enemy cores to keep them behind. Here's them getting Roshan. Merchant moves over ahead of time because they spot the storm with that ward. So despite getting out there pretty fast, they're able to use the arrow and chain stun combo to kill Storm and basically continue to set tempo. And then what they basically did is that even sometimes when they had deaths, they constantly were looking for kills. Here's an example where they got a support kill. They ended up catching the Enchantress as well. And with these deaths on the map, what they did is they continued to cross the map. In this example, Leshrac even dies by the rune spot, but watch how they react to this. They actually down 4 here, or down one of their important heroes, they still get aggressive on the map trying to get an important kill, knowing that they need to set tempo against their opponents. And that Spectre can't really do that much in these team fights once Haunt is down anyway. So this basically just transitions into them getting pickoffs after pickoffs. In this case, jumping on, almost killing Spectre. He gets disrupted and saved, but then on the back line, Axe initiates. They're able to kill him with Lesh Stun and the Lifestealer. And what's really crucial is that this has been like a crap load of fights in like 5 minutes. And they don't all go extremely well for AS Monaco Gambit, but what's important to think is that if they take fights on the enemy side of the map constantly, Axe can't cut 2 creep waves. Where Axe wants to stand is like over here, because then whenever he uses Manta, he can send 1 illusion to both lanes and cut 2 waves. But he's not able to do that if all the fights are over here, and ideally if they're the ones initiating, because then Axe doesn't necessarily get a clean pickoff with his Manta. I don't even know if he has Shard at this point either, because there's just been so many fights. He didn't get to play his abusive game because AS Monaco Gambit was so aggressive, getting pickoff after pickoff that led to them taking racks, keeping the creep wave across the map, and just making Axe not seem like the strongest cheesy hero.
Thank you, Purge. Yes, it did seem like, in many ways, AS Monaco Gambit just had all the answers, and I don't even need to go to our analysts to know that they want PuckChamp to be able to draft something that's a little bit more aggressive, takes more control of the game. It just doesn't concede it all to AS Monaco Gambit. Will that actually happen, though? We'll have to see. The draft is coming up right after this.
Niece, what you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Who really got the block, sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 and how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next on top. Lay your girl when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck, too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you.
If you wanted PuckChamp to take control of Game 2 and play a more active lineup, well, you're already going to be happy seeing Game 2's draft. Looks like PuckChamp say, all right, let's try something that goes around and gets some kills. Let's try and open up with a Centaur and a Grimstroke. Those are killing heroes, right?
Yeah. Please, something with fight. Oh, beautiful, like you just said.
Amazing.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Nick's Darkseer.
Ooh, yeah,
I don't know about that.
I am. I love those as like a 3/4, but when you open with it, you leave very little to the imagination. It's like, hello, here's our offlane combo.
And yeah, I guess the main concern simply is just there are certain heroes in first phase when you pick them, you have to ban out certain heroes. It's not like you can go, maybe we'll let it through. And you see already, Oracle, of course, purge away the shell. Morphling, complete free farm. Juggernaut, you have that kill potential. So they go for what in their eyes are the biggest throw counters to a Darkseer. But I don't mind the opening. You know, think about how Darkseers play nowadays. You know, you go for the Ags quite quickly. It tanks up your melee cores. You're just overwhelming your opponent. So
yep.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
It is quite nice in theory, I think, to play against Grimstroke, where the combo you'll pick for no one is likely going to be pretty aggressive. You can just hop right on top of them. Centaur, annoying if you have to fight through him, but if you can bypass him, get onto the squishies in the back line, just sort of bolt through.
It's pretty
Roadrunner.
You afraid of Shadow Demon?
In regards to
four position PuckChamp Shadow Demon with 5 Grim?
Yeah, I think there's some merit to it. I think the additional element of save comes into play. When you think about the Grimstroke already, the Soulbind, Darkseer's a hero about movement, and when Soulbind comes into play, you can't always just surge that hero out.
Whoa.
They go for a line instead.
That's like the total opposite direction.
I guess it's more of like the counter to Nyx now. Like they feel like when they have Grim Centaur, and I mentioned the Soulbind, they maybe already look at the Darkseer and go, we have wave clear on our support, we have the disconnect of the fight if we want to. Now we need a way to deal with potentially this Nyx running around and cutting our rank. So maybe that's kind of their read.
And how does that counter Nyx?
Because you have the Hex to instant lockdown. It means you can lock him down during Carapace.
No damage disable.
Yeah. And after Carapace, you then lay another stun.
Yeah, that's what Disruption does.
Wait. Look at Cap. He's really...
You're the host. Just keep your opinions to yourself.
No,
just ask a question. Ask me a question, Cap.
Oh, God. Mechanics, go. Do it, Cap. Do it.
No. A question based around the draft, D. What are you... What is...
It's just funny. And I just love working with you, Carl.
Just not a mechanics question, not a question about the players on the team. Specifically, a draft overall strategy question.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think they're going to pick next on AS Monaco Gambit? Open-ended questions, Kyle.
Yeah. Oh, you got to ask me one of the really hard ones. Jesus. Nature's Prophet.
5 position.
Oh, well, that's not happening.
You could have said...
Try again.
5 position.
Oh, man. If they had done it, I would have walked off the set. I like the Ench. We've seen it win a multitude of games now. It looked really strong in the hands of Navi. Not ideal against this support. It depends. With good creep play, I think it's really good because you can just run it at the supports, but a lot of burst damage potential. That can be tough for you to deal with in the laning phase. Void Spirit, I mean, I gotta say, I like what PuckChamp's got so far. It's pretty straightforward, and they have last pick carry. So...
Well, their lanes are very, very set, right? They have already the wave clear to deal with the Darkseer lane. They have the presence of offlane Centaur Lion. I think for Gambit, what they're leaning towards, their supports now are going to be hard to kill. If they're the ones running into the fight first, you have to eat through the Nyx, the Carapace, the Ench, the heal, the tank.
Knowing no one, it's a DP, an SF, a DK, or a Kunkka. They go PA first. Okay, so...
Yeah, Void Spirit, Lion, and Void Spirit will feed to this for sure.
That's the danger of picking the 2 squishy spellcasters. Because now the PA value, it's not even about the lane, it's not about how you're scaling, it's that you just straight up 2 or 3 shot these heroes late in the game. Forces them to go for Ghost Scepters instead of accelerating items.
I guess you are covered by the fact that normally in these type of lineups, the disconnect between initiators and supports is often quite clear. But with Centaur, with Stampede, and like a Pipe and these auras, he at least kind of indirectly buffs up his supports to potentially outplay that jump, right? PA jumps in, you Stampede, 1 stun, disconnect, you're already far enough away to not get jumped again.
No.
But it's very precision-based.
Cap, I want your opinion. Which draft do you think is most good?
The goodliest draft here.
Yes, the goodliest one, please.
I'm a big fan of PuckChamp because I don't like AS Monaco's opener.
We're on the same page.
I do not like double melee lanes in the offlane. I particularly don't like it. I think the Darkseer plus melee 4 position is overdone. I think you're a lot more dependent on your carry and mid to be utilizing Ion Shell and Surge, which they do have with PA, but we'll see what their mid is.
I'd love to see a Kunkka for Gambit in that last pick. Everything you just described, the weakness is basically the cheap lockdown to localize the fight and to ensure that you get the good Darkseer spells or the PA jump, right? And I feel Kunkka's tanky enough, especially when you know you're playing into Void Spirit, to kind of to fit that role. Or you could just go for like an Ember Spirit as well and just go for high pace aggression. But
I really like DK, man. I think DK I've always loved it with Darkseer just because you get that little bit of extra damage to make you more of a threat, even if you're outside of DK form. But I feel like tower pressure would be really nice for Gambit.
Someone to play around. I guess that's kind of the main build to go for.
Fogged is asking for Sand King. That's not good.
They need, in the words of many NA talent, the dangler. And I don't think Sand King dangles in such a sense.
No, I think they need a Tangler.
A Tangler?
Yeah,
you want to get it up in the mix and
you need a
get ready to rumble?
A Tangling Dangler.
What about a Bangle?
You need a
Bangle?
They're not hunting with bait. They've got a harpoon. They need the harpoon.
But they have a big net already, though. With
Lord of the Sea?
Oh, wow. He's a dangler.
Damn. I don't know how to feel about
Look at the reaction, though, from PuckChamp. They're like, the doom.
With Darkseer, it's a pretty formidable It's a pretty damn formidable hero.
This is going to be a beautiful timing with like Phase Drum BKB Doom, Darkseer with an Ags, and then PA. Maybe if he skips the battlefield and just goes pure like Deso, that timing is going to be so hard to play into.
It's certainly a Ags Rush Darkseer game, if there was one. Like this is, you've got a lot of shield targets, you're trying to peek, and a lot of pressure. I think.
They go for a Wraith King. So ParkChamp, once again, they kind of go, this time they have much better laning presence, but they are very much subscribed to the idea of survive aggression, outscale, and win the bigger fights later. I don't know if that idea works though, with how kind of poor your performance was in game one.
It's tricky too. Like Wraith King into Darkseer has never been one of my favorites. You're gonna just steal the aura. You get the huge hard-hitting illusion.
Bonk.
And if you go Radiance, well, that's just, you just can't actually. You can't go Radiance. So it'll be the Armlet build, which in a way, you know, actually it works. You go the Armlet, maybe the Echo, Deso, MKB after the BKB. You got a lot of options as Crit here.
This game just feels like game one, kind of. Like ParkChamp, they're playing for a later timing. Gambit have kind of identified windows in which they can have better team timings early on. And we'll be looking at, once again, how does Gambit utilize Roshan to get their draft from not being able to buy farming items to play well, get Aegis, and then really force it home. And if they miss that beat, then sure, ParkChamp, they're going to have a really nice time taking these later fights.
Do you feel like it's too slow in that regard? I mean, weren't we kind of concerned that ParkChamp wasn't taking enough control of the game early?
I think the main difference here is their laning presence. They have simpler ways to farm. You've got Grimstroke Wraith King against a Darkseer, just push it out. You've got a Centaur Lion lane, very strong, and that alone is a much better showing than the previous game where they're like, absent in 2 of their lanes.
It's ride or die with the Darkseer.
Okay, ride or die with the Darkseer, and of course, if I'm going to be ride or dying with anybody in a casting pair, it's going to be OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, game 2 now, as we get ourselves ready here for ParkChamp versus AS Monaco. Gambit, Fog, what do you make of these drafts?
Fun. Lots of greed coming out from the side of ParkChamp, and they did pick the Wraith King into the Darkseer. This is something that people were doing a lot. They were picking Darkseer versus Wraith King because it does force him to do a little bit of a weirder playstyle with itemization because you don't want to go Radiance. So I do like it. And they pick the Void Spirit, and they already had Centaur, so immediately, I mean, you know where the Void Spirit's going to go anyway, but it gives them a lot of time to set up this counter picks here for AS Monaco Gambit, and I mean, they picked Void Spirit into Nyx. I love playing Nyx versus Void Spirit. You get free easy setups all the time onto him, so we'll see how it's going to end up working out for them. I also feel like they're quite single target heavy on the side of ParkChamp in comparison. This Darkseer Nyx always going to be able to give you these crazy amounts of AoE, while I do feel like ParkChamp does have a little bit more single target themselves.
Until we get the crazy late game Ags line with the Soulbind.
Absolutely, the double finger stacks and everything. As Afterlife, he is definitely dead. A nice, very nice first move here from ParkChamp to get themselves started.
Yeah, I'm getting the money going the way of Desperate as well.
Oof, the dream.
Very nice for his mid lane.
Yeah, and they do have, I mean, they do have some good lanes, to be honest, right? Like this Lion Centaur, tried and tested. PA is one of the better heroes, same thing with like Enchantress to deal with that type of pressure. PA actually does fares pretty decently versus Centaur, because if you look, your base damage, Centaur 66, PA is 62. It's pretty decent. Centaur also a little bit more vulnerable to straight up like hardcore physical damage, and that's what PA and Enchantress will be able to provide. I didn't get to, what did Snake have? Does he have the Blightstone? He actually did not start the Blightstone on the Enchantress, which I have seen some of the times, even if you are 5, to be able to really hurt these like Centaur tanky offlaners with lower armor. But they don't have a solution for the creep this time. As we did see last time, AS Monaco Gambit, they saw the Enchantress, they pick Mirana. So you can always just arrow the big camp and you don't have to deal with that crazy laning pressure. So I wonder if they're going to be able to deal with the lane pressure this time, because Enchantress is king of lanes. It's been like that for a very long time, how much you can secure the farm of your carry.
And in this mid lane, does the Doom actually come out ahead? Can does the Void Spirit not beat the Doom in a 1v1?
I don't think so. You just get so much natural gold from Devour, and the base damage advantage is quite massive. You have like 9 to 10 more.
But you're very swing animation as the Void Spirit, you know what I mean? I feel like this is a hero that can out CS even those with a higher amount of damage. And if you use smart movements with the pulse, if you're setting up the creep, so you know you're getting more than one at the same time, and you're forcing the Doom to have to make decisions on which way he's swinging that big old blade.
You do have I mean, that's why Void Spirit for a long time was just picked versus any matchup, right? Your animation is so beautiful. You have double ways to push out waves too, but there's Devour. So I feel like, yeah, Desperate's gonna farm, but no one is probably gonna come out even just a little bit more ahead just because Devour and just being Doom. And you can trade right clicks. You can actually trade with Desperate pretty easily here. 2 armor Void Spirit versus nearly 6 armor on the Doom. Makes it quite a bit harder. Immediately hits level 2, knowing he's putting pressure on. He wants to double up the wave versus the Void Spirit. This is smart, and this is Desperate who got first blood. Important to point out, he's going to have a very early bottle coming out, so this is cool. Doubling up wave, he has to utilize that double wave at its maximum, though, to deny some creeps away as he only misses 2 here. Let's see if Desperate can get them all. Ooh,
Nice
losing
deny.
a range creep already.
With the
watch.
steps, he should be able to
Oh,
deny,
no one,
might
he's
be able
killing
to
it.
deny the other range creep too. See if he sticks around for it.
Nah, he's level 2. You don't want to get hit by an Aether Remnant. Oh, but he doesn't get the last hit. 3 last hits to the 6 and 2 of no one.
Right, okay. And no one doing a very good job then.
Yeah. And let's see these other lanes. How are we doing? Astral up top with Melez. Great start for the first few levels for sure. The Centaur is going to be able to get his stick up right away. Brought it instantly versus that PA, so he should be able to farm up here. But I don't think they can put too much pressure onto Dream himself. He also should free farm as the PA.
And we'll see. Obviously, we have had today a very good showing from Iceberg on his mid-doom.
Oh, Dukaus, he's getting blocked in.
It is actually. This.
Ooh, he gets body blocked again a second time. He's dead.
Oh, and with the vacuum.
Oh. The attack? Ah. Okay. Took a second.
They'll get him.
Now, Krelot's also burning pretty low. Huge creep advantage down here again.
Yeah, they can dive in on him.
They absolutely will. Immersion salving up 2 to force an auto attack. They're actually gonna...
They don't have enough damage. Yeah, not quite having the mana to throw anything else out on Krelot, so he'll be fine. Still a heavy amount of pressure already coming out here. Very early on that bottom lane.
They did have to burn a lot of mana, though, as you said. Afterlife, he has to kind of sit in the tree line now, just claritying up, bringing his bottle. So he'll lose out on quite a lot of last hits because of that, even though they do get the kill. Maybe does hurt them a little bit more in the long run, even though they got it. As Wraithkin gets every single last hit under the tower there. Nicely done by Krelot. 16 and 4, barely missing any. Astral.
Oh,
stick and Fairy Fire. And we are seeing now that Blightstone plus those auto attacks really coming into play. These low armor heroes plus the pure damage impetus. They do start getting forced away. They do have a good amount of... Actually, they don't have a salve on them, so now they're actually quite...
Have they got one coming out?
In quite some pain. They do have one coming out on the Lion, but
only
they
the one.
might need 2 salves.
Yeah.
Does have the Ring of Health, which is good, but they might commit for the kill onto him. As again, bottom.
Let's see if they can get the job done this time, Runter Carlos. He is going to get taken out.
And Krelot too, he didn't ink swell the Wraith King, he ink swelled himself. So now Krelot dies too because they don't even have the stun to push him away.
You're right, if he ink swelled the Wraith King there, he may not have died.
Ooh.
Well, no, I guess he would have still died, but Krelot would have probably had the chance to bring down someone with him.
Yeah, or just Krelot at least lives.
Krelot
and
lives,
gets
yeah.
away. It's a double kill instead.
Yeah.
And now Bottle is going to come out for Afterlife, and yeah, now they have level 2 Ion Shell as well. This lane going a lot better than expected here for the Darkseer Nyx. Haven't seen these double melees doing so well, but I guess Onico Gambit definitely making it work with the first 2 picks.
And in this sort of game, how early can a Afterlife afford to rush the Ags? You know, can he go for it first item?
I think he could, actually.
Yeah, you could play
I
for,
think they
for
can
sort of that greedy element.
It gets a good timing, too, because he has the Doom to lead the charge. Sometimes the Darkseer wants to be the one to soak stuff, so he goes like his Mech and Greaves and he soaks stuff. But, I mean, both options are still viable, for sure. But I think he can actually just go for the Exodus this game. And then that'll enable the PA so much more. Same thing with the Doom, so we'll see which approach he takes.
No, seeing Sneko doing a really nice job of just making so much space for his PA.
And we're seeing mid, even though Desperate did get the first blood, he's keeping up. It's very close, though. No one is having just a slight advantage, which will grow quite quickly from how great Devour is.
Sure, and I guess even when the 6 is there for Desperate, unlikely he's going to have the burst to take down no one on his own.
They might find Sneko here, though. He's pushing him away with the Wild Wing, though. And he keeps making Melez like forced the movements over here. Now they do bring the salve up. It took him a while to get these 2 salves to at least bring that Centaur in a healthy spot.
Oh, Astro. Can Astro get the kill here?
Oh! Fairy Fire. And, no, Astro now.
Oh, he's the one in trouble now instead.
The regen. Oh, Desperate comes in and at least gets it. The regen from the Satyr Tormentor actually was keeping him alive, that extra HP bonus.
Yeah, nice pick up though for Desperate. Yep. Not having to stray too far away from the lane to get himself a kill.
Yep, and they get the kill before they do die. As Krelot got the Inkswell. But he's starting to burn a little bit. Now the Ion Shell is onto Immersion as well, so the burn is coming a little bit faster. As Immersion gets the stun, and now Ducalis Might just go down. He sure is.
Yeah, another kill. I mean, this bottom lane is just getting kill after kill after kill. We'll see mid. I'll try and make the guy unknown. Even with the backup of the Lion, it's not enough control and burst at this stage to really threaten no one anywhere much further than half of his HP.
Do push him away from the room, but look at the move no one makes. He's like, okay, now I know where your supports are positioned. I see you get bottom room. I steal your bounty. Great move, and he's even making the move up. He might actually be able to get Melez. Oh yeah, he's gonna get him.
Melez is
very far up.
Does he even? I don't think he even needs to use Doom. There's no level 6.
Oh, he's gonna.
I guess he will. Yeah, plays it safe.
They did. They
do need the damage. Yeah, he is pretty tanky indeed with the Vanguard.
Give it to PA.
Oh.
What? No one wants it. Okay, fine.
It seemed like he was hesitating because he wanted Dream to take it, but
I think it's probably like Staneko's gonna take my kill. Oh no, the Centaur creep.
Yeah,
it's mine.
Maybe maximizing the amount of time that the Centaur's not doing anything. You know, the quicker you kill him, the quicker he respawns. You know, might as well, just keep him useless as long as you can.
I hope they may find no one here. With the room from Desperate as well, too, if he's got an Astral Step, should be able to connect. Yeah, they got him.
Oh.
The Argon. Okay, I was about to say the Ice Ogre.
Yeah, that nearly made the difference.
Trying to get a return kill here with the two of them will be a bit difficult, though. Okay, and we do see Krillot. He's queued up, of course. He's going to go Armlet, especially in this game since you are playing versus Darkseer.
Yeah, 6 for 3. Slight advantage for S Monaco Gambit so far in the opening. Astral and Ducalis, they're trying to see if they can set up onto Suneko.
He's got raindrop and 6 wand charges. This might be a little bit harder than they think. Doesn't get the heal off though to start it off. Can they chain stun him down? Oh, with Desperate over here. Okay, they will be able to.
Oh, this is nice. You know, they keep setting up and finding action just close enough for Desperate to easily get involved.
Oh,
each and every time.
They're trying to go for him with the Stampede. He did just use his Phantom Strike, and they should be able to connect onto him.
That's some very nice rotations here for Ducalis and Astral.
Oh, but Astral... Oh,
that was...
The creep. Okay.
Probably doesn't mind going down there anyway, gets himself a reset.
No.
But yeah, the support movements, they're getting stuff done here.
Yeah, and making Desperate move around a little bit too, getting him more involved. His net worth is looking really good, 3,900 to the 4,200 of the Doom. And we did see Dream. He is going Battle Fury. So it's not going to be some like timing where they all hit together with like Deso, Ags, BKB, Doom, etc. All these 3 items. The Ags, of course, for the Darkseer. So it's going to be a little bit of a different start, at least for him. It's going to be a lot more of a greedy one.
I like it. As I was saying sort of earlier today, I feel that the... Oh.
Desperate.
Right. He's popping off.
He's killing it right now.
3-0-2. Desperate. Making the moves. Astral. He's got Desperate swinging across.
Sure does.
Maybe get immersion here?
Thinking about it. The Doom is back up, though.
Yeah,
they should know that as well. His Dream even rotating down, they'll get pushed away.
Well, Desperate's playing it really, really nice.
Yeah. Great early game from him. Oh, and he's changed it on Krillot, by the way. He's like, okay, you know what? It's this type of game. I see he's queuing Battle Fury. I'm going Midas.
You've got to have something to match it.
Yep, and that's kind of, I mean, that is how PogChamp does want to play, right? They want to play for the greedy style. So I don't know. I guess the thing about the Battle Fury, I think PA is the best one that can still buy it.
I think it is the best character.
Yeah.
Excluding AM, because we don't see AM and AM's not great. Yeah. You know, out of the relevant carries, PA is definitely the one that you can make the best argument for.
Yeah. Definitely not liking it in favor on every single hero anymore, though.
No, like on your trolls, your jugs, I'm definitely feeling that we're not seeing that being the item of choice at all anymore.
Yeah.
But on PA, it still absolutely has its value.
Good aggressive move onto the mid tower here early on. That's really nice to make space for their Wraith King. You see Melez taking the bottom lane. Does he have his hood pretty much done? Soon. He's actually just going the cloak and maybe just rushing the blink so they can make more group moves, more aggressive plays. Immersion and Afterlife. They're looking for a play themselves.
Yeah, they want to get something done with the Doom.
Yeah, Afterlife actually going for hood first, so maybe the magic damage that he's been getting hit by is a little overwhelming for him.
Okay.
Melez.
Melez.
Are they going to doom him? No one thought about it. But now Stampede's been used. Okay, he's going to use it.
He's going to drop it.
But that does mean Desperate's free
and
to
the counter plays in. Yeah, Desperate comes in with a big 2-man Astral Step there, getting them burst very low. They have to back off, but Dream actually finds the crits. Can they get more out of this? They've lost Astral. Dagger out onto Melez. He should tick out to the Doom, and in fact, Dream's actually able to get in and get the last hit on him. So another kill for the PA. And SM Gambit get more out of this. The Carlist and Desperate surrounded. The stun comes out. Desperate getting low. Good jump for Dream to avoid the Inkswell stun. To simulate for Desperate, but the crits are coming in. He's off to the side. Desperate still alive somehow. Afterlife's going to come searching for him. They bring down to Carlist. Desperate's not even going to be able to make it out, as SM Gambit will find him in the trees.
And he did use his TP, so it won't be able to get back on the map out as fast. It was close, but not quite. And look how much he did do a ton of damage, but honestly, that Doom was actually quite good. Even though the Stampede was used, Melez is a problem for them to deal with. He would get like 2 or 3 stuns potentially off in the fight. Do actually like it. And even the ice armor, we see that coming into play. They're taking like no damage when tower's hitting them because they all have this plus, what, like plus like 5 armor? Yeah, plus 5 armor now that it is.
No, because that was not necessarily an easy fight for SM Gambit, but they did play it very well. And due to that, actually able to come out quite significantly on top of PuckJam with that move.
3 kills and the tower, and Dream is the one who gets 2 of them. So Battle Fury timing is enabled much faster. He's actually going to have it pretty soon because of that. That's quite huge. And he does have the Possessed Mask too. Kind of the Dream for Dream.
Oh.
Stampede. Afterlife. Ooh.
A nice little vacuum.
That's a level 1 one also. That was beautiful. Yeah, tip him first. That was sick. Wow.
That's the Stampede down for a failed attempt at the life of a Darkseer.
Very nice. That must have been just on the edge of it too, the cast. Oh, that's beautiful.
They know that Krillit's alive.
He is so far up by himself. Oh my lord.
I mean, they're TPing over.
They're bringing the Lion.
Can they help him?
They're bringing everybody.
He's down once. We've got the wall down. See if Desperate Astral can do anything to help him. They're going to jump over towards Afterlife. They get the pullback with the Remnant. Burst out from the finger. Afterlife, he'll fall.
And now no one. They keep the Inkswell onto him too.
Chasing on. Immersion. He's going to line up a nice 2-man stun. Give no one a little bit of extra time to back away. So, as deep as he was, PuckJam are able to come in and bail Krillin out of there. They'll get him away and actually are able to take a kill themselves. So it's a good reaction there from PuckJam.
So quick the way that they did move. It's literally like everybody swung around. They TP'd top just because of that. Wraith King needing to bail him out. Does mean that Dream will be able to finish up that Battle Fury at a good time. So they are hunting the Wraith King a little bit more than the PA is getting hunted. And now it's time for Dream to do his thing. Does he have stacks ready? Just a double stack and just 2 double stacks. So at least something.
We'll be going straight for that BKB next. The impossible game to play the team fights against, the amount of control they have. Pretty much, 5 elements of stuns or silences.
Yeah. That's going to be really nice, especially if he's going to be Inkswelled also, Ion Shelled into the fights too. They're going to have good double BKB timings probably coming up pretty soon.
And it is a little concerning for PuckJam because as much as the scaling will be there for the Wraith King with the Midas, I do for this is a pretty good game for a late game PA. Like PA, BKB, not a whole lot that PuckJam can really do about that. You know, even Wraith King himself, until he has an MKB, which of course isn't going to come anytime soon, you're just not going to be able to fight back at the PA during the BKB.
No, definitely not. And you will be susceptible also. It's like, sure, he'll at least have armor, at least for the armor, but you are a bit susceptible to just straight up physical damage. Immersion. Now he knows there's a sentry there.
Yeah.
Able to back himself away. And he is going to start maxing Carapace. 2 points in stun. I like that he maxes Carapace when you're playing versus Void Spirit and Grimstroke. Easy ways to set up stuns. And you're playing versus Centaur. As people have seen, of course, you can Vendetta, pop your Carapace, you hit him, Retaliate hits you back, you can stun him and set things up nicely. So some really good potential for Immersion in this game to do some predicting plays and just stop aggression that can come out from PuckJam as it's next. No one. So tanky.
Yeah, it's kind of at the point where bursting him is not really possible unless you land absolutely everything.
Yep.
He's always going to be able to walk away.
And seeing the ice armor, like it really makes such a big difference of them trying to go for any type of these aggressive plays. It does push him away. Melez though, he did show his Blink Dagger. It was put onto him while he was showing himself in the mid lane, so they should know that a move is going to be coming soon. But this could be a nice wraparound. They want Dream.
And no one does have Doom up, of course, and BKB as well. So they have to be clean about this PuckJam. Otherwise, SM Gambit will turn.
They find the Nyx. But not the most desirable turn. And they did see the PA walking up into the Ancients, so didn't look to make the hit onto Dream. So he'll be happy. No one. He's taking a stroll, but might get caught here.
He's got
Blink?
BKB CP.
Okay, he should be right. Take the rune and then TP. And he taunts them as well. I like it. No one feeling nice and confident with that new fresh BKB. And as we said, you know, they put that aggressive ward down, which is nice from PugChamp to be able to watch the ancient area, but the PA just walks up, they get a kill on Nyx, and PA is able to scurry away, get this good timing.
I'll see what they can find out here in the mid lane.
Still looking for
no one. He really wants to go and drop the Doom, and he will find a target here. Steps up. They've got the sensor. I'll see the attempt to jump onto Snake at the side, but Snake is just
so
walking it off.
He's got a holy lock.
They can't take him out. Dream's ready to swing him from the side, jumps in, finishes off the sensor. They have got the Soulbind combo, and they're focusing down Dream. Burst comes out from the finger. They will bring Dream down in return. So PugChamp able to hit back. Kreelat still with the reincarnate, ready to go. The wall's been dropped down. Afterlife trying to get out of there, but with the Hex and the lockdown, they'll take out the Dark Seer as well, as PugChamp will take the team fight.
Nice fight, and Dream kind of just jumping himself to his death. Jumping into all of these heroes at this point in when there's a Lion, you don't have BKB. I don't know, that was a little bit crazy.
It was risky.
Dream. Yeah, I didn't really... Thought he should just continue to farming. He's been having a very free time. I didn't think that he should join that one there.
No, the temptation was there. You know, Centaur was very low. He wants to pick up that bonus from getting the kill. I think Centaur would probably have died to the Doom anyway, so it wasn't necessary. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, until he has that BKB, those sort of plays, that they're never going to pay off. Sure, you find a kill, but you're absolutely dying to this lineup pre-BKB. Every single team fight if you're the PA.
Yeah, Soulbind and the leash is always going to be problematic for you too, even when you get BKB.
Yeah.
You have to be a little bit careful of where you do position and jump in. And now there's already a blink. Astral actually gets his up at a pretty good timing, so now they do have some nice combos that they can do with that Grimstroke, also with the Soulbind, some double hexes and whatnot. And just more forms of initiation for the side of PugChamp. But now blink is done for a Doom, no one. Hitting ridiculous item timings per usual as Dooms.
Immersion. I mean, the rest, they're not quite close enough to really follow him up on this set.
But if he sees Centaur, that means it's very unlikely that they're ganking somewhere else. That's the main one. As Seneko gets gone on again. He's still quite tanky, but is he tanky enough? No. Oh, boom.
Crit comes in.
Bottom.
They'll look for the counterplay though. Make a move onto the Centaur.
The Carapace play. This Vendetta into Carapace, hit him. He gets stunned. Very nice. As Kreelat, no one is watching him right now. With this ward on the high ground, Ducalis is spotted as well. No one's going to go for him.
It's going to start the fight. They've got the backup swinging back around after that kill. They picked up onto the Centaur. Kreelat, he's trying to go for this, but Kreelat, there's no fight for him to be had here. As unless he's somehow able to get away. He's actually going to be... No. Dream's able to jump in, take him out the once. They should have a good shot at taking him down a second time. A nice vacuum, dragging him back into the wall to get another illusion out. As Kreelat... Stampede's popped. Actually enough to save him here. Kreelat. They've got the vision for the dagger. They're still in, but Melis is in with the stomp. Kreelat is being backed up. They're actually able to get him out. Kreelat will live. They'll lose the Desperate's Void Spray instead, but PugChamp actually able to come together, and Kreelat able to walk away from the entire lineup of ASM Gambit.
I bet no one's a little disappointed in them because he actually did a fantastic job of zoning them away as the Doom. He was controlling both the Lion and the Void Spirit up on the high ground on the left to be able to prevent Desperate from getting any like quad man silences with that Aghanim. So Wraith being able to get away, and yeah, I think no one's maybe probably, come on team. I left you guys alone to finish that kill off and you couldn't. But either way, still a great move for them. Is now mid.
They get the jump.
They got the kill,
and with the finger, they've got the burst.
They do. And now Immersion. Whoop. Also likely to go down here. Quick Phantom, quick stuns, quick control. Great sentry usage there.
Yeah, very nice and necessary move there from PugChamp, as overall they are still a little behind. Dream.
Commits the BKB for a kill onto the Lion. At least he gets it. Seneko. Oh, the Holy Lock at the heels. Desperate really wants him, but this is a very pesky, obnoxious Enchantress with this type of healing.
Yeah, and it's not going to get any easier. Once he sort of has his next item on the Enchantress, that's just sort of no longer going to be a target, really, that the Void Spirit ever feels good jumping.
No. And he's always going to be able to feed Holy Lockets and Solar Crest and whatnot to his carry to be able to protect them a lot. Yeah, this is Definitely really strong. And he also has Nether Shawl. We got to point that out onto the Enchantress too. So it doesn't have any type of cloak, but he's got so much built-in magic res from his level 10 talent in that Shawl. He's going to be pesky. It's going to be really annoying to just take out of the fight. Krelot, he is going to be building toward the AC, but we know what that means. There's Darkseer on the other side. So AC is going to be given to the side of AS Monaco Gambit later on.
And they've got a PA. I mean, PA's going to be very happy having the AC buff.
That's why it's so tough to pick a hero like Wraith King into Darkseer a lot of times, because Radiance is off the menu. If you go any auras, it just makes it that much better for the opposing side. So this could end up hurting them quite a bit, but he needs armor, right? He does need some type of solution versus PA. So you can see why he wants to go for it. But
Just got to go for that next level player backpacking the AC.
While the wall goes.
That's
and then he just dies.
That's what these professional players should be capable of. We'll see.
And it's gonna Dream is gonna have Desolator and level 18 finished up in a moment too. So he's gonna be killing these two supports in particular on the side of PuckChamp. They're just gonna evaporate. So definitely gonna be seeing them need to build these Ghost Scepters, any type of survivability on them. That does mean that they're gonna have no Solar Crest builder on their side unless the Centaur ends up going for it for the Wraith King. And he needs one. He absolutely needs a Solar Crest this game to be buffing him up versus PA.
I mean, they'll probably get this rush.
Yeah, they might.
SM Gambit aren't in the position at all to head over here.
This is a huge move.
Yeah,
this is quite nice.
I think they're getting away with it. I mean, they are smoked to SM Gambit. They're starting to head over.
They might.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Uh-oh. No one?
It's going to be close. Oh, no, it's so low.
He blinks into the Remnant, though.
He blinks into the Remnant. He blinks into the Remnant, but the stun comes out. And Immersion able to give them the time to get the BKB off, and now they're ready to turn. As no one's able to put the BKB, they bring down the Centaur. Roshan still standing. Doomsdown onto Desperate. Triple kill for Dream.
God.
No one able to step in time, and then Immersion with a fantastic stun gives the space for Nod to get the BKB off. As ASM Gambit, they'll take the fight, they'll take the roast, give him the rampage. There it is. They get everything.
And that just might be the game in one swift move. They can't burst no one. The follow-up stun from Immersion, and then he gets a three-man hoof stomp right afterwards with his, Centaur War Stomp, whatever you want to call it.
Look at this.
That was close.
The Remnant setup was big brain. You know, the U is going to go for this jump play, and hadn't this move come in from Immersion, they would have been able to burst him. They would have had enough to keep him chain stunned, but that gives him the chance to put the BKB, and there from then on out, ASM Gambit able to clean up the fight in the literal Dream fashion.
Yep.
He gets every single kill. The rampage is his, and that could not have gone any better.
No.
A textbook move and takeaway of the Roshan advantage.
Oof. All those small things coming into play. Medallions and heals is another three-man vacuum.
I do. They've got the setup. Dream. He's ready.
Man.
He's just cleaning them up.
Oh my God,
He's just cleaning them up.
Next, Desperate.
Oh, he's got to run.
Big mana burn, has to run away.
I mean, yeah, that whole last minute could not have hurt any more for PuckChamp.
Nope.
That hurts big time.
Huge timings now. I mean, so many items coming out for pretty much everybody. Saneko's got Solar. Dream had just finished Desolator. Yep. He now has S&Y coming too.
Yes. Oh boy, that was a rough moment for PuckChamp in a game where it was looking pretty good for them.
It was.
They get away with that Roche, they probably would have even been slightly ahead. But wasn't to be. ASM Gambit, excellent timing with the smoke, put it completely to a stop. And now Dream is just completely out of control, as you say, just pretty much propelled a complete item ahead of anyone else in the game, at least.
Yeah. And also, like this, for Void Spirit, now the game becomes near impossible, because you can't burst most targets down. They're either going to doom you, or you're going to get mana burn twice in a fight. Since this Nyx has maxed the mana burn, if you get hit by 2 mana burns, you can't cast like any spells. It's like 500 plus mana that's gone each time. So, yeah, game for Desperate looking quite impossible as AS Monaco Gambit. Now, yeah, Solar Crest, S&Y, they're just going to cruise, swing across the map constantly looking for any fight.
Oh, yeah, then that Dream will kill everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody is surviving against the PA right now.
Nope, even claiming the Ancients in 2 swings. Also, level 20, as we said, MKB won't be on the horizon for a long time for Wraith King, and he's queued up the AC. There's now the Blur talent. He's got ridiculous evasion. Really no hope for Krylot, really.
Oh, here we have
progresses.
They found him.
Immersion wants the bigger ones. He wants the supports.
Oh,
and he gets the Carapace.
The Carapace! It's Desperate. He's got to be careful. Dagger comes out onto the line. Line goes down. Desperate will be able to bring down Immersion.
Pretty decent.
And Desperate's got a few jumps left as well, so I don't think these two will be able to find him. Ooh.
Okay, he's
nothing to interrupt, though. Vacuum still on cooldown.
No one. He just throws the Doom onto a Grimstroke, because why not? See you later. And he's just going to steal the outpost, too. That's when you know you're winning the game.
Yeah,
he even gets
doesn't
tipped.
need the Doom for the big heroes.
Yeah. But
he
no.
can drop them for these solo kill opportunities. I mean,
tanky he
Krillin, he's got to be careful.
No.
Dream's turned up. Krillin needs backup.
Desperate's there. Okay, good. He'll be able to bail him a little bit out there as no one continues
still
wanting to
chasing.
chase.
They got vision for the dagger they're in. Oh,
nice double stun.
Good counterplay with the Who Stomp. They're taking out no one. Can they take out Dream, though? Dream
No,
is
they
the big
cannot.
threat. As Dream picks up another. Krillit's lost his first life. He's on the verge of losing the second one as Dream moves in. The BKB does come to an end. A BKB is not necessary there for Dream to still make the final jump over to Krillit. As Desperate will run, Dream hot on the chase. Have they got anything on the way down for him? They do. Stun set up for Immersion. As it really is feeling like an impossible game, unfortunately for PugChamp after that Roshan move. This is ASM Gambit in full control. Dream just taking over 17-2-5.
Perfect. Yeah. The dream game, obviously, for him.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful. And you see Seneko just taunting while in the fights. He's just solo cresting, holy locketing, healing up his buddy as he just rips them all to shreds.
So maybe a bit 2 racks here. They could keep pushing in on the mid if they want to. I mean, obviously under no pressure, it does feel like a game where SM Gambit have got many ways out of it right now.
Oh yeah, they could make
like chill,
10 mistakes.
Do what they want.
Honestly, they could make so many mistakes in this game at this point. It's no hope for Wraith King, really. As the AC will turn against you too. Now they've even got a Shivas as well on the Doom too. Yeah, this is looking quite impossible. And they're still just sitting here. Afterlife, he's got Wall, he's got Vacuum at the ready. It's full Greaves.
And they're in. So if they can burst Dream, they're throwing everything down.
Oh,
Over the Vacuum into the 4-man combo there. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, on to see you later.
That is absolutely it. Yep, GG's called. You can't play on after that.
Nope.
As ASM Gambit just pulling on a complete show from that Roshan onwards. Just full control. And Dream having the... this is the sort of game that you wish for when you're playing the PA. You're just able to come in and completely destroy them. They couldn't do anything against him. And of course, a lot of it down to just some fantastic setup and all in all, just a great draft that AS Monaco Gambit seemed completely comfortable with.
That's the word, the exact word I was going to use. I was going to be, they opened up with this Darkseer Nyx. They did such a way better job than I thought was going to actually happen bottom. They got so many kills down there. The Grimstroke, couple mistakes for sure, not ink swelling. The Wraith King maybe one of these 2 times got Krillak killed. But yeah, great execution from them and Immersion. His Nyx Assassin is something to fear, and I mean, Dream, his PA's still going to be good. That's why we see it picked up in this type of matchup versus Centaurs. You are able to actually have a pretty good game. You're always going to have that damage, and great game plan.
I believe PA it's one of the heroes in this region, one of the carries in the region that does have one of the highest win rates.
It does.
I think the win rate is in the 80, maybe even closing on the 90% win rate now.
That's a lot of V-Tune, of course, right? He wins like every game on the PA, but it is a hot hero here for sure, and they know how to play around it. They did a great job of just enabling him perfectly. So great last pick, the Doom. No one. He knew how to tank things. Even if he died a couple times, he knew how to put the pressure on and just make the space for them.
Yeah, I feel like we should be expected to sort of see more of these Doom mids here in this region.
So
Something they were doing before. This hero's only got nerfed, buffed. The Devour buff just makes it more of an insane farmer, and you're able to have such an impact. No one, again, for the second time today, these Doom mids are getting to show us the strengths of the hero in this capacity. And so there we go, ladies and gentlemen. With that victory, AS Monaco Gambit, the series, it's theirs. 2-0 against PugChamp.
They're absolutely right. That now puts Phantom Assassin at 8 wins over the course of 9 games. Very impressive. This hero certainly is taking over this region in particular, and AS Monaco Gambit seems to be on the run back. Nice 2-0 for them to be able to close out this series. We'll hopefully get an interview with one of them after the break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
It's a little bit of a shame that AS Monaco Gambit had to face up against the toughest teams in their group right away, especially seeing as they made a bit of a roster shuffle, or at least one player swap around not too long ago. It is unfortunate that now they seem to be in pretty decent form anyway, that their chances at being able to go to the major hinge entirely on other teams' performance. But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. AS Monaco Gambit, they got a nice 2-0 victory here over PuckChamp. Meanwhile, PuckChamp, a pecking order is beginning to arise. PuckChamp maybe have taken down Extremum, but have yet to be able to beat anybody else.
Yeah, and I gotta say though, credit to ASM Gambit. They lost to the top 3 teams in the group, but they still look good. And I think just demonstrating they're still that upper class in comparison to a squad like PUGChamp.
I guess the main question for them is, why did they have to lose to really learn? Is that like, rather than coming in with their own kind of knowledge and experience and just setting the pace, they are a team so far that have felt like they always have to kind of see things go well for them before they then pick up. So maybe look into the future, into the TI qualifiers and stuff, that's something they need to look towards kind of improving at, just having their own kind of footstep. English is so hard sometimes. Having their own image and bringing it into the game rather than often, copying. But still, they did play this series very, very well.
Well, one person who did have their own game, a very good game, in fact, was the Phantom Assassin. Tons of free space for that hero, and we've got Purge to be able to break down how that happened.
Thanks, Cap. Yeah, PA had a pretty straightforward game. Laning stage went okay, but what was interesting, I thought about what AS Monaco Gambit did was that they really focused on Centaur a lot in this match, bringing all of their heroes bottom to dive. There were so many cases where no one doomed Centaur, especially in this example where he already uses cooldowns where it felt a little bit overkill, but what it really does is actually makes Centaur a creep in the fight. You now don't have to worry about anything he does other than right-clicking, which is not a serious factor. You only put some focus on him when it's time to get the kills. And because they kept Centaur out of the fight, that being the cleanest stun that PUGChamp has other than maybe Lion, it basically allowed the PA to kind of do whatever she wanted to. In this case, here's Inkswell, dodges it by blinking away, then gets back into the fight to be effective. Hey, we're only 11 minutes in here, but PA's contribution to the engagement works is actually really significant. So most of these team fights ended up going really well. Here's more pressure onto the Centaur again. Here's the Nyx advantage that they have. Nyx very good against Void Spirit as well, but in this example, giving them great setup against Centaur, scouting and finding that. And then as PUGChamp invade to maybe get some pickoffs on the retreat, they again get more pressure in, grabbing another support here on the backline, in this case, the Grimstroke. And then another thing that I thought was interesting was like how effective just like the Darkseer and the Nyx were, and really Doom as well, at countering the enemy heroes. Basically, it forced Wraith King to just completely skip Radiance. If he goes Radiance, he gets stunned all the time from Nyx, Spike Carapace. And if he ever gets walled by Darkseer, then there's just an amazing Radiant back on the enemy team, which is not effective. And then Desperate has to play super safe all the time because of Doom. Watch how he's playing here. As soon as the disables end, he leaves again. So it just forces everybody on the PUGChamp line to have this really difficult fight. So even if it does take a while to kill the Wraith King dude, who is really high armor from Armlet AC, it doesn't matter because eventually they work him down. So I thought that was really interesting to see that. And then ultimately, when they do finally get some nice pickoffs, Doom and Nyx being dead here and invade, Dream just uses BKB and gets more kills, and then he gets a whole bunch of farm. I watched him kill the Ancients and then the small camp, and then the mid lane. I was like, man, think how different this game would be right now if he had got engaged on and disabled there and killed potentially instead of getting all that extra farm. And then we transition, 4K gold advantage now, still has a really good position. No one not popping BKB ahead of time, puts him almost dead, but he manages to stay alive. There's a great double stun follow-up. He gets Doom off on Void Spirit, and there's basically nothing that PUGChamp can do in this team fight other than watch Dream just kill everybody mercilessly. So very well played by AS Monaco Gambit. They kept the Centaur shut down. They let PA have a basically free game. They even gave him a rampage. It couldn't have gone any better for Dream on the PA.
Yeah, it really was. I think our casters were describing that as kind of a dream game for a PA.
Yeah, for sure. It was exceptional stuff.
Disappointed.
And look at Cap, he's the one who made the jump. Look at him. Yeah, look at him. He's all happy, he's all jolly, made a pun. Congratulations. But yeah, I'd like to say that Navi, actually going back to that team real quick, they're the team that first ran the triple threat of Nyx, Darkseer, PA in a series against Extremum. And then, we get to see Gambit emulate it in the second time. And it's 2 games with Darkseer, 100% win rate, and it has elevated PA to a point where she just pops off in both of the games. So I think that combination of the 3 heroes, it is something to look at for the rest of this league.
Yeah, I mean, they look like a team that's going to threaten. Maybe their major dreams could get dashed, but they're going to be a threat in the qualifier. You can guarantee that.
Well, in that case, let's go ahead and ask them directly, as I believe we've got no one who's going to be joining us who without a camera, but he should be able to hear us. No one, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. And again, I'm sorry for the camera. It's just not working for some reason in Google Meet.
Hey, don't worry, my friend. It's still good to hear from you. So we were just talking about the fact that your guys' fate for the major is in some ways out of your own hands. So I am curious, do you feel like you've gotten better as a team since your losses to Team Spirit, Navi, etc.? Do you think that if you got to play those teams again, do you think you'd beat them?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's
Really?
Sure, but I'm not sure. Like we've got stronger. I believe that we were strong enough, but as a team, we just choke ourselves and don't play like we play like on the Clan Wars and even at the major that we played before. So we just lose to them at the start of the season. It's really was tough to play against them because it was a new patch as well, and it's a lot of new things that you have to deal with, and it just didn't work for us.
Yeah, having to play so many important matches on a new patch is particularly hard. Is there something, so you said like you guys choked a bit. Is that something you guys have been working on? Like any sort of mentality that you guys have been working on to just play better for these officials?
Actually, no, we're just playing right now. I mean, like when I won the game, our changes is just almost disappeared. So we play like we just want to play our heroes and just enjoy the game. That's all. That's all stuff.
Okay.
Congrats on the win. I was going to ask,
Thank
is
you.
there anything that Gambit is doing for the team, like outside of Dota, for example, to help with team chemistry and just the way that you approach looking at the game together?
That's a good question. I believe our coach did do it. But outside of me, you mean like as an organization?
Yeah, I mean, like, do you, let's say, play like table tennis or just generally do, fun stuff as a team? Of course, your coach helps a lot, but do you just have like team building activities, I guess, is the question?
There was no real boot camp, so I can say it.
Okay.
The last boot camp, we did some stuff. We played like some games together, go outside and this stuff, like. But not much,
Okay.
I would say.
I want to know, outside of teams in your region, are there any squads that you guys have been specifically watching, trying to learn from their play style and hero picks?
No.
Great answer.
Quick answer.
How about Navi, though? Because this draft you just played, you had the Nyx Darkseer PA that they ran before. Is that something that you looked at them for, or is it just coincidence?
I believe we played this draft like a month ago.
Sure.
In the Clan Wars, maybe even against them. I mean, the thing is, this draft is so easy to play against CIS teams because you have just to farm and kill at some time, and you actually won the game because you have an Aegis PA, and that's all.
Exactly. Nice.
So yeah.
Well, let's go. What do you like to? What was your go-to game? Like, what is the Gambit? You Settlers of Catan? You play tennis? Like, what's the game?
What again? I don't really understand the question.
Like other than
not even a word.
Shit.
He's asking, so as a team, what's your favorite board game, I guess?
What other than Dota, what game do you guys like to play together?
Oh, we played poker at the bootcamp.
Oh, nice. Of course. Did you invite Art Style?
No. He's in Ukraine. He can't come. But I believe he would.
Yeah, I know he would. That's a shame. You guys would have walked away winners. But I'm glad you walked away winners today, man. Good job.
Oh, okay. I need a follow up. Who's the best poker player on the team?
Oh, I believe I won one game and Afterlife. I won 2 of 4 at the last bootcamp.
Yeah.
All right.
Getting rich.
Right. Star Dota player and star poker player in the making.
I mean, like, there's no big money, of course. We're just playing for fun, but
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Well, thank you, No One. Thank you for the lovely interview, and good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Poker just keeps on coming back up when it comes to the Eastern European.
Well,
Dota.
it's the old VP specifically.
Yeah.
That was where it was born. It was a really cool. Back when a couple of epicenters, and I think there was a megaphone tournament. There was a big, man, I miss these days. There was a LAN. We had a room where people went to eat and hang out together.
That's crazy.
As a whole big group. And late nights would always be poker nights. It was good times.
That's suppose a little bit of practice maybe for how good you are under pressure with money on the line.
That was a main cast tradition. They're doing the Russian coverage of this tournament, and after the event wrapped, we'd I forget this one time Vlad had like some of his grandfather's moonshine. That was a bad one, but we'd play poker, bring a dealer in. That was the makeshift after party. Good times.
All right, well, there is no after party from today's matches because we just kind of keep things going on. Of course, we've got tomorrow will be Dream League, but let's take a look at the standings that are happening after today. AS Monaco Gambit slowly on the climb back up from 0 to 3, now 2 and 3, and are desperately hoping that Navi does drop a match against one of those teams. I believe they have Unique and maybe Extremum still to play.
Yep.
So they're really hoping for a big underdog win there. So they had the chance to be able to go to the major instead of Navi. And Puck Champ, they started off good, being the Extremum, but now they just keep on falling farther and farther behind and looking like they may be fighting for their lives now at 7th.
Yep. I think the main thing here is just Navi and Gambit. They both play the same 3 teams. So if you're a Gambit fan, you want to easily beat them quite quick. And then as well, you want Navi to slip up against one of those series. So it's just interesting that they have the same 3 opponents. If they play equally as well, then maybe Gambit doesn't get to sneak into a top 3 tiebreaker situation. But yeah, it's going to be to the wire. You have to respect the underdog factor of this this division for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, certainly. All of these teams can be killers if you just give them the right opportunity. And we'll see what killers are going to be coming up on Sunday. That's going to be our next round of matches here for ESL One. Looks like we've got Team Unique facing up against Team Spirit, undefeated Team Spirit at that. And then Virtus Pro will go up against Extremum. So, lopsided matches.
Whoa.
Calm down.
Just because they haven't lost doesn't mean they're going to win.
Where's the storylines, Cap? Maybe Extremum
That
can
is
bounce
the
back.
storyline.
Unstoppable
It's a
juggernaut.
lopsided matchup. That way, if the upset does occur, it's all the more exciting.
Yes, it's going to be a swift 2-0 from both series. It's going to be an absolute demolishment.
You never saw X-Men: The Last Stand? I think it came out 2003. Kitty Pryde versus the Juggernaut. Using the guy that makes mutants' powers not work. Did a little Olay. Juggernaut runs into the wall, knocks himself unconscious. Could happen to you. Could happen to Virtus Pro. You never know.
Could happen to Spirit, though. They're the new team who's doing well. Maybe they slip up. Shock. Horror. Sunday.
That's right. Shock, horror, and awe. You can all find it on Sunday. It's ESL One, powered by Intel. That's it for today, though. We will see you guys tomorrow, of course, for Dream League. But Sunday, come back for ESL One and more action from the Eastern European Division. Thank you, everybody, and good night.
See ya.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always, always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Don't you know you killing me now? Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Could he fill a hole inside me? Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery. No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere where I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
I've been so anti yeah, you're a bad chick and you know that. Eyes roll back every time you throw that. Love letter on your bed, I wrote that. I need you and I'm not afraid to show that. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. My world falls down when you pick me up. I came up from a small town, no one hit me up. Now they wanna be my friend. Everybody play pretend. But now I'm pulling up in a Bentley. No, really ain't shit you can tell me. What? I just wish somebody would help me. This lifestyle is not healthy. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. She's a goth girl, welcome to my goth world. Fell in love with the diamonds and pearls. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. Sex faith with the new Saint Laurent. Party too lit, get kicked out. All alone, that's the only way to live now. Yeah, we do what we want when we want. I'ma get you anything that you want. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Yeah, I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything. I could buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. Buy you anything, anything on your everything, everything. It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Set aside your subdivide. I'll show you how.